Welcome to the Autodromo Internazionale di Mugello for the latest edition of the Mugello 12 Hours, brought to you by Creventic, powered by Michelin as the official tyre supplier. And part one is ahead of us, folks. Why part one of a 12-hour race? Well, that's because this is the traditional Creventic way of racing across 2 days, a split format, and we've toyed with a variety of different ways of splitting the race through the years. This is now over a decade of coming to Mugello as traditionally the start of the European campaign. And this year's split sees us racing for 5.5 hours today and therefore 6.5 hours tomorrow, taking us all the way through till 6:30 on Sunday night, which is well beyond sunset, and a tricky final hour or so therefore in the running for tomorrow evening, as that sun gets very low in the sky and starts to blind those closing drivers. So 5 races to be visited across this segment of the European season, off the back of a highly successful Middle East trophy, which saw us go to Malaysia, Abu Dhabi and Dubai. 12 hours of Mugello in March. In a month's time, we'll be going to Spa-Francorchamps and the Ardennes Forest for 12 hours worth of racing there again across 2 days. The 12 hours of Paul Ricard at the start of June, just a week before the 24 hours of Le Mans, of course. Then a first ever 12 hours of the Nürburgring, because for a Dutch promoted championship, we've never actually had a race meeting at the Nürburgring before, but that will change in 2026. And then the only 24-hour race on the calendar for this year is at Barcelona for the 3rd weekend of September. And that, of course, is not a split race. It is the traditional midday start on Saturday afternoon through till midday on Sunday. Still quite cool conditions here in Tuscany. We are used to higher temperatures than this, even though it is a March meeting. 9 degrees Celsius. That's going to climb through the course of this afternoon. We're still in the morning here at just after quarter to 12, I should say, here at, yeah, Joe's still got his laptop set to UK time. It is 11:48 local time. I needed only to look at the digital clock, which is on the starting gantry here in Mugello. I'm Johnny Palmer. I'm joined, as I mentioned, by Joe Bradley. We've got Sarah Esser down at a ground level as well to give us a grid walk very, very shortly. But the juices are flowing, Joe, ahead of yet another Mugello 12 hours, which is always a classic way to start the new year.
Absolutely. The spiritual home of the start of the European season here for the 24-8 series. Why wouldn't we want to be in Mugello? Tuscany in the spring. A little bit chilly this year than we've become accustomed to. That's going to give an added challenge maybe to the teams and drivers when they initially go out on relatively chilly tyres. However, it's the challenge that this kind of endurance racing brings. There's all sorts of things going to be thrown at you, and it's how you react to that adversity that brings about our winners.
So the expectation levels are building, I'm sure. Sarah Esser, you're down on the grid mingling with all the teams.
We're excited. The first race of the European 24 Hours series here in Mugello in the Tuscany Valley. You'll see behind me the incredible view. I promise you it is real. And here are the trophies. One of our teams later on will be holding that nice and high. We have trophy for each of our drivers, so looking forward to the podium. But we have a 6-hour race today and a 6-hour race tomorrow to make up the 12 hours of Mugello before we get to that. Well, now we are going to be handing over to the national anthem. We have a father and daughter team here of Goya and Alessandro, who will be singing the incredible Italian national anthem.
Fratelli, l'Italia, l'Italia, sede a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Stringiamoci a corte, siamo pronti alla morte, siamo pronti alla morte, l'Italia chiamò. Sì! Thank you very much. Grazie.
Ragazzi, ma è grave, eh? No, no.
Thank you so much to Alessandro and Guia, father and daughter team, singing the Italian national anthem. Joe was saying earlier on it was one of his favourites. But let's get into the grid and see who we've got out here. Get Speed still to come on through. You can see them here making their way through. But perhaps we can have a quick chat with the team of Santilloc Jr. Let me see who I can find. You were in earlier, just having a quick bite to heat. You're in second in the car. I mean, yesterday was quite tight in qualifying, although it's all going to come down to the race today. Tell me what's been going on overnight in terms of preparations.
Oh, like every 24-hour or 12-hour race, we have to manage the car and the driving. So the goal is to survive the first hours, to stay already focused and in the lead lap. And tomorrow, for the second part of the race, it will be more attack. And I think we have to make the difference more tomorrow than today.
Definitely. Stefan Trebordini. Let me see if I can find Pierre. He's jumping in the car first. Where is he hiding out? Interested to see what his strategy is going to be off the start. Where's he gone? Is he hidden away? Well, perhaps you can tell us. You'll no doubt know. What is the strategy off the start? You've obviously got Get Speed there, but a long old race ahead of you.
Yeah, the goal for sure at the beginning is to avoid the contact for the first part. So the more important is to stay in the lead lap. Even if we are not leading, it's not a big issue. And we have to keep the car in one piece and with the less damage possible tonight. And like I tell you just before, the goal is really tomorrow to push at the last 6 hours.
Well, thank you so much, Stefan. I know you're fueling off of pasta. I saw you earlier on in the hospitality suite. We'll be looking out for you when you jump in the car second later on. Let's head over to Get Speed. We've got a beautiful new hospitality suite here for the team from Creventic in the paddock of Mugello. We'll see if we can grab a word with some of the team from Get Speed. Mauro, incredible lap yesterday. I mean, we saw a couple of 4.4s coming, 1.44 coming through, and then you came in with a 1.443. Have you rested overnight?
Yeah, had a good night's sleep. Had a nice team dinner with the team, and yeah, we're now ready for the race.
And the plan going into the start. This start straight has a bit of an incline that isn't really obvious, I guess, on TV. Tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a legendary straight with that hump and quite wide going into turn one. I'm sure it'll be exciting, and yeah, hopefully we can get this race off to a good start.
And it's a 2-day endurance race. What's sort of the plan for today, getting in a good position for tomorrow?
Keep it clean, drive as fast as possible, rotate through the drivers, and see where we are tomorrow.
Absolutely. Are you in first, or when are you heading in?
Yeah, I'll be taking the start, yeah.
Well, good luck, Mauro. We'll see you very, very shortly. Thank you so much for having a word. Let's head on down further into the grid. Let's see who we've got down here. The sun has come around. You'll see over on the left, the sun rises behind the paddock building, but it's starting to warm up a bit over here. This is the car of Ajith Redan Racing. We saw them in Dubai, but they've managed to get, they're sitting up on the wall. Ajith, can we grab a quick word with you and the team? I mean, your fans were out in numbers in Dubai, and they're out in numbers on the YouTube stream, actually. We can see them all putting comments in. Are you excited for the race today? Everyone looks very relaxed out here.
Thank you. We're excited and looking forward to the season. Things are going well so far, and I hope it remains the way through the season.
Absolutely, and what a beautiful start to the season here in Mugello. And last year it was a wet race. This year it's dry, but it's pretty cold. What does that mean for the tyres?
Yeah, in the wet you have to manage the tires a bit less than in the dry. So it will be the case to make sure that you have enough tires left at the end of your stint, so you don't have to excessively struggle with tires that are done.
And you've put yourself in a pretty good position here on the grid. I mean, not too far from the back, but qualifying, I mean, the jury's still out whether it means too much in an endurance race. What is the plan off the start for you and for today?
Survive, I think. That's everybody's plan at the start. Survive and see if there's an opportunity, then we grab it. But be safe and make sure that we could get to the finish the race does not end at the first corner, but at the last corner tomorrow in the evening. So that should be the goal.
And a long old race ahead of us. Kobe de Broeke, thank you so much for having a word with us. Good luck today. And that is the Ajith Red Ant Racing team. Now, let's head on further down. We've got class pole here for the GT3 AM category. See if we can grab a word with one of the team from the car of 44. This is the ARC Bratislava team. Do you fancy a quick word? This is Adam McConnell. How are you?
I'm good. I'm starting the race, so a bit nervous, but I'm happy to start.
A little bit nervous. What do you do about controlling those nerves, and what have you been doing in terms of preparation ahead of today?
Well, the preparation, mostly mental, but the nerves, I try to overcome them just by focusing on the track and not making mistakes, and we will see in the race.
Well, thank you so much for having a quick word with us, and good luck out there today. Let's head on back to Joe and Johnny, who will be taking us through the start very shortly.
Yeah, and a close look at the track, Sarah, because you've already mentioned how complicated it can be in places. 5.2 kilometres, but 1.1 of those kilometres is the straight. Actually, the main straight isn't that straight after you go over the grid hatchings. Maro Engel referred to the hump just before the braking area, which is awkwardly placed, almost deliberately so. But also, you've changed direction to the right and then to the left. It's still flat out until you then hit the brakes very meaningfully indeed into San Donato corner. But there are 15 corners on this racetrack. It's kind of a much longer circuit, which has then been folded back on itself. I often call it a calzone type circuit. After the folded pizza, Joe, you're chuckling. We've had many calzones just over the way in Scaparia, in fact. So the track presentation, the track map, we will give you a full detail of in just a tick. But there ain't no place like Mugello.
And it's a great way to start the European season. It's a track that asks for compromise in every way, shape or form. Do you set the car up for the long 1.1 kilometre straight past the pits, or do you set the car up for that downforce that you need to get it through corners like the Arrabbiata 1 and 2? It's a very, very challenging course.
So that's what I mean about the Arrabbiatas, the kind of folded section where then Pelagio, well, Scaparia and Pelagio skip back around the section of around the back of the grandstand into Correntaio corner. But if you follow the bright yellow line now that's working towards San Donato, a maximum speed just before the braking area of 271 kilometres per hour. There's still a fairly high-speed hairpin at San Donato, through the left and the right at Lucco and Poggio Secco, and then on towards Materassi corner and the end of the first sector. Then the track starts to drop away beneath you through Savelli and Casanova. The two Arrabbiatas are crucial to a good lap time, but Arrabbiata 2, turn 9, is the bigger of the two challenges there. High-speed chicane at Biondetti, and then Bulcine corner, turn 15, a much more open hairpin to complete the lap. But track limits are closely observed as well, particularly on the exit of turn 15, and that can compromise the lap you're doing and the next lap as well, because the officials deem that as a huge advantage if you're over the white line at the end of the 5.245 kilometre circuit. A maximum speed of 274 kilometres per hour though, and that is hit as I say on the braking area into San Donato corner. It's a great challenge. The drivers, if they've not been here before, instantly make this one of their favourite circuits and want to come back again as soon as possible. And there's a reason why so many finale races, including in the Ferrari Challenge, have been held here at Mugello over the years. Visit Tuscany.com is another key reason to visit here. Toscana is the region of Italy that we are in this weekend. We will obviously run you through the main grid in just a second from first to the back of the field, but down there in the field itself is Sarah again.
I've managed to catch up with Jake Hill. I mean, you're focusing on this series this year. Exciting qualifying yesterday, looking close. What are you expecting in the race today?
Yeah, looking forward to it. I mean, I'm going to just jump in now and start. So, yeah, be excited to see how far up the grid we can get and just hopefully settle into a nice rhythm now and obviously, yeah, settle in for the long haul. But looking forward to it. It's always nice to do the first one.
Well, good to chat to you. I know you've got to get ready, so I'll let you go. Let's see if we can head further down the grid, see who we've got here. I'm quite keen to grab a quick word with Vortex Racing. They had a few technical issues with their car yesterday, but they've managed to get it back out on the grid. We're very nearly there. Their class pole alongside them is Dynamic Motorsport. Excited to see how the racing unfolds between them as we get on. Let's see if we can grab a quick chat with Dynamic. Who have we got hanging around the car here? We've got quick word here. Hello, how are you? You're just putting your helmet on, not long to go. Quick few words. How's it going to be off the start?
Well, we will see. No risk and full push.
Keeping it nice and safe. Beautiful circuit out here. Are you excited to get out again today?
Yeah, for sure, yeah.
Well, good luck. I'll let you get ready. We haven't got too long. Let's see if we can grab one of the mechanics from Vortex Racing and see if they managed to get the car ready. Well, there were a few challenges yesterday. Did you manage to fix the braking issues?
I don't understand.
Did you manage to fix the braking issues that you had earlier on yesterday in qualifying?
Yes. Yesterday during the first qualification, we take an object inside the brake, and we have ABS failure after. But it was not a problem because during the second session and the third session, it was previous to make a slow lap to preserve the tires.
And Vortex are known for never giving up, and that's what you've shown us already here for the first race of the European season.
Yes. Our target is to make a good season and try to win like we make in Middle East Series.
Well, looking forward to seeing how you go today up against your class competitor over here, Dynamic Racing. Good luck. Now, let's see who we've got. Let's head on down to the 992s. We're going to have to clear out very, very soon. Who have we got here? This is one of the Seb Lejoux cars. Now, can we grab a really quick word, perhaps, Seb? Are you excited for today? How was it yesterday in qualifying? You are the third on the grid going in to the race today. Sorry?
Je parle pas anglais.
Oh, you can speak in French.
In French?
Yeah, why not?
Je suis content de partir là. Les qualifications se sont bien passées. On va essayer de suivre le peloton. Il y a beaucoup de pros devant et à côté et derrière moi. Mais on va essayer de rester dans le tour à la sortie de mon relais.
Thank you so much, Seb. I mean, my French is not amazing, but I'm sure all our French fans will really appreciate that. Good luck today. No worries. Well, it looks like they're all getting ready. Maybe a quick shout out to the team here from Qatar. Incredible effort to make it out. QMMF Racing. I'm not going to grab a word with you, Faisal, but how about one with the engineer? It was a good qualifying yesterday. I mean, they were aiming for a top 5. How was it from your perspective? Oh, too much there for that question. Well, he's about to get ready for the race. Faisal, good luck today. What a way to spend the Eid weekend here racing in Mugello. Good luck. Well, I think I'm going to hand back to you, Johnny and Joe, because everyone is getting in the car, getting ready. I mean, just take a look around at this circuit. What a way to start the European season.
And you're right in the middle of the 992s there, Sarah. I predict that to be one that we will not be able to take our eyes away from. GT3's fabulous, and that's the main category. But 992, Joe, is always a dogfight, particularly because we've got the variable of a number of AM teams in there who do have pro drivers in their combination, but there's going to be quite a bit of fluctuation, and I hope a lot of order change as well, with many cars with the potential to get a podium class finish within there.
We talk about endurance races being won on the pit wall, Johnny, and there's none more a class, there's the 992 class, where that comes to be. Here's the grid rundown, though, JP, with Maro Engel and the Get Speed Mercedes putting that car on pole position.
Yeah, so remember Jordan Boisson did the opening qualifying session yesterday. Ben Pack was very fast, one of the first drivers to get into the 144s, and then Maro Engel took it on an extra step. 3 doses of qualifying to produce produce an average aggregate time. So that meant that Charlet was not required, Patrick Charlet was not required in the number 28 car, but he will be doing lots of racing, be assured of that. There are 5 drivers in the second place car, which will be started by Pierre Caffer for Santilloc Junior team in number 18. Third position on the grid, these are all Pro-Am driver lineups. Manuel Lauk to start the 73 Proton Competition Porsche, ahead of the Agit Redant Racing Mercedes for Yannick Redon for the opening stint, number 93. Then it's Ralph Bone in the Herbert Motorsport car and Adam Konopka, who we heard from in ARC Bratislava's Lamborghini Huracan. The pole position for that car in GT3 AM. Then the Mercedes of Hoffa Racing and the Herbert Motorsport second Porsche will start from 8th place. So GT3 AM Mercedes and a Pro-Am Porsche. Era Motorsports Ferrari, number 81, will have Jake Hill in for the opening stint, the 2024 British Touring Car Champion, alongside Peter Gulinks for Haas RT. And then number 21, Audi R8, the Evo 2 of the LMS GT3 car. I wonder whether E2P Racing could be doing something a bit special, because they were flirting with a much better starting position yesterday in the qualifying session. So there is some strength within that driver lineup. All of Spain with an Aston Martin Vantage, the only Aston on the grid this weekend, alongside the Get Speed, the second of the Get Speed Mercedes, the other one being on pole position, remember, but they have a GT3 AM entrant there. For, amongst others, Patrick Liddy, who mightily impressed in qualifying as well. So we'll have to look out for the American when he takes over in 296. It looks like it's going to be Andres Latour, though, to do the opening stint. The 69 Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi will start from 13th position alongside Vipanitsa Racing of Malaysia, and they have a Mercedes AMG GT3 Evo. And the local family team, the Gosner family outing, really, 4 of them, and the 58 MP Racing car will start from 15th place, car number 58, alongside the pole sitter in GTX. That's the Dynamic Motorsport Maserati MC20 GT2. That car did not feature at the Dubai 24 hours, so welcome again at a home race. And Mauro Calamia was relatively short of words to Sarah, but you can understand why, because he was wanting to get in the car. The Vortex will start alongside it. Now, it had a much slower time than all of these Porsches in behind, but remember, the latest way to grid the cars up in the Creventic Championship is to group them within their category. So then you have a front row of the 992s, the non-AM teams of Mulner Motorsport, who took pole yesterday, and Red Camel Jordans.nl with Rick Broikers in from the start. Then the rest of the 992s are all the AM driver lineup. For Seb Lajou Racing in 888, we had a quick word with Seb himself. QMMF by HRT Performance of Qatar, 974, ahead of HRT Performance's car for Irishman Jonathan Kearney. Then Chazelle Technologie course for the 920 crew. RPM Racing, 907. Seb Lajou Racing with their second car, 910. And then the Driving Experiences team with their 911 car. And finally, the 2 TCE entrants at the back. They're both in the TCX subcategory for Not Only Motorsport, an Eligier JS2R, and the Seat Leon Cup Racer. So it's not exactly light for light, really, within TCE. I see those cars getting split apart quite early on. But it's not about the opening lap. It is, remember, about 5.5 hours today, 6.5 hours tomorrow. And the key target for anybody within a subcategory is stay within a lap, stay on the lead lap of your category. Because remember, any time, as long as it's not more than a lap, overnight will evaporate, and you'll be starting neck and neck with your rivals into tomorrow morning. 5.5 hours, though, ahead of us. It will disappear in the blink of an eye, frankly, but we are racing again at the Mugello 12 Hours, a brand new season in the Creventic 24H series, powered by Michelin, and it is a good getaway initially from Pierre Caffer. He's actually a nose ahead of Mauro Engel, but Engel will be able to break that a little bit later into San Donato for the first time of asking, as the drone pilots, fresh from their run at Cortina in the Winter Olympics. Now going wayward, though, is the Lamborghini, the 44 Lambo Huracan of ARC Bratislava. But yes, get used to this drone footage, mainly going to be based at the Buccini hairpin at the end of the lap, but giving us excellent coverage of these opening few runs through the first sector, Joe Bradley.
That drone footage is absolutely fabulous. It feels like you're right in amongst the race. Keep your composure, stay calm on this early lap. It's easy to get dragged into something, and we saw the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini slewing wide, but what a first corner that was. Two sports car legends duking it out into the San Donato hairpin. They stay in first and second. It was Maro Engel who had the primary inside line, and Pierre Caffer having to concede that one, but Caffer under pressure now from Manuel Lauck, who is not happy with that third place. We've got a car off into the gravel. Was that? It looked like one of the Audis there off into the gravel and losing several places as we continue on this, the first lap. The first lap is where you make your places up, Johnny, even in a 12-hour motor race, but it's not something where you want to be risking anything whatsoever, and already we see cars squirming around, tyres not quite up to where the drivers want them to be. But we're about to see what our grid order is turned into with a race order for the first time across the line, as the field of cars, GT3 cars, leading this pack round and across the line to complete one lap of what is going to be very many.
It is such a skill to turn on a tyre on one formation lap, and many drivers are still getting used to the Michelin tyre. Even though we've had a year off it, they might not have spent too many races really getting to grips with the Michelin tyre from the former rubber supplier for many years in the 24H series. But this was a partnership that had been looked forward to for many seasons, and great to have a name such as Michelin now on board with the 24-hour series. Remember that the majority of the racing this year will be 12-hour races, and a lot of them are split like they are this weekend. So a different dynamic being taken on board. It's tougher, of course, to stay on a lead lap after 5.5 hours. And as Maro Engel said to Sarah, really the objective today is to stay out of trouble and ensure that you finish this first segment. Pierre Caffer making sure that he does not lose his fellow German, though. Up ahead, Mercedes versus Audi, so they operate in very different ways. It's a front-engine Mercedes with that rumbling V8, whereas the Audi has a mid-engine right behind the driving position and a V10, 5.2-litre V10. So they sound very different, and their weight balance is very different too.
And let's not discount the rear-engined Porsche for Proton Competition in third place, and not that far away from this car here, off the rear bumper of Pierre Caffer. The Audi, by the way, that we saw going off into the gravel and losing spots, going down to 17th overall, that was Florian Scholzer in the Continental Racing Audi. He's dropped to 13. But Ralph Bonn, I saw dropping a few places there to 8th place in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. He was overtaken by Adam Osieka in the Get Speed car. Jake Hill in the era Ferrari up into 6th. Torsten Kranz up to 5th. In fact, Jake Hill ahead of Torsten Kranz there as he crossed the line. So Jake Hill making lots of progress through the field, and there he is in 4th place, is it now? Did I see? Did he get past Yannick Redondt? As we've got side-by-side action with the Aston versus the Mercedes up the hill now.
Well, I did suggest in the grid rundown that E2P might be in a bit of a false position, and that Aston Martin is certainly making strides with Antonio Sainero, the Spaniard, at the wheel. Trying to answer your question regarding Jake Hill.
He's 5th.
He's
fifth. He didn't get past the red-hand car.
So that is the grey with the pink flashes Hoffa Racing Mercedes of Torsten Kratz in behind, therefore. And that was a good overtake. Might have been a lap ago now for Jake Hill. Came across the line in 5th, but he's already pulling away now from the German behind him. And he has a Belgian in front in the form of Yannick Redondt for Agit Redant Racing, with their Mercedes, which I think is still the same car that had that huge incident in the Dubai 24 hours. Sadly, before Agit was even able to do any stints in it, but there was a dramatic fire, you might remember, at Motor City and the Dubai Autodrome, going into the first corner for that number 93 Mercedes, and it took us a little bit of work to find out whether that was the same chassis. Obviously, massively repaired.
Massively repaired. Huge repair job since Dubai going on that Mercedes, and a cracking job. When you see the car, it looks pristine and like it's just come out of the showroom. But here it is, currently in that 4th spot and holding off the Jake Hill era Motorsport Ferrari as we do so. These little inter-series battles going on, leading the leading the 992 category is the number 909. That's Rick Breukers, who's got ahead of a couple of GT3 cars to perhaps give himself a bit of a cushion before the second place Mugello Motorsport car of Martin Rump. That's second in the 992 category, but he has got a GT3 cushion being the meat in that 992 sandwich there. So that's exactly what Rick Breukers will want to do.
So battling again. Now, Adam Konopka's got some making up to do after that almost spin. He ran very, very deep into San Donato at the start of the race on cold tyres and has not only lost the pole position in GT3 AM, but he's actually the penultimate car, no, anti-penultimate car in GT3. Manuela Gosner is struggling in the 58 car. She's dropped quite a number of places behind the 992s. Then you've got Florian Schulze, who is getting to grips steadily with the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. But he is also, I remember you mentioning Florian's name as if he was involved in an incident early on in car 69. So both Florian and Adam Konopka
went off on the gravel.
Right, okay, so they're both in recovery mode because the 44 ARC Bratislava car ran very, very wide into San Donato, lost a load of places, and Adam's actually more capable than that, and it just needs to get into a bit of a rhythm now and stick with people like Dominic Ang and maybe Rick Breukers, who's in a different category, but will be a good yardstick to measure himself against. Despite the comments from Paul Truswell, who's running the strategy at Red Camel, saying, well, Mugello Motorsport are going to be more than a match for us. Actually, Rick Breukers has got the jump on Martin Rump. So there's been a significant shift in the positions in 992. It was the team from Belgium, Mugello Motorsport, that took pole position collectively yesterday. They've fallen back to second after a blistering start for Rick Breukers.
And we've got two sports car legends off leading this race and breaking a bit of a gap here to that car there, the orange and blue Porsche of Proton Competition. Manuel Lauk, he's got Yannick Redont right with him, who likewise has got Jake Hill in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. So we've got a Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari for third, fourth and fifth, and these three cars beginning to just settle in and circulate together. Not that far off the back of the Jake Hill Ferrari is Torsten Krantz in the Hofer car, who has got Antonio Saniero in the Aston Martin Vantage, not that far away. Obviously very, very early stages, but what is impressive is how Maro Engel and Pierre Caffer have just broken free by about, what's the gap there, 5 seconds between second and third. So they've already broken a 5-second gap, and again, getting the composure, getting into that rhythm that will carry you through. You don't want to do anything rash. You don't want to be pushing too hard. It's still very early. And like I've always said, Johnny, these longer races, these endurance races are won on the pit wall. It's how you're going to strategize getting towards that break. And yet, everybody you talk to has a different view on how you finish and restart the second segment. Some people just treat it like a pause button and will finish wherever they are with regards to fueling and tyres, whereas other engineers think that, well, I'm going to try and get towards a full tank of fuel towards the finish. I may start the second part a little bit down the order, but I'm going to gain that back when I don't have to come into the pits when the cars in front of me do. But that's all going to pan out in the next 5 hours and 20 minutes or so.
I just think there's a huge opportunity at the end of the racing today to stage manage a scenario where you potentially gain a huge amount. There could be a pass here, though, right in the moment, because the Huber Porsche is under pressure from Yannick Redant as they cross the line with a little under a quarter of a second between them. To use your line, we didn't need a timing screen for that, frankly. And Yannick able to lap faster than he's gone to this point. So helped by a bit of slipstream from Manuel Laux, half orange, half, what was that, dark blue, purple? Which is a very cool livery that Huber Proton adopted a couple of seasons ago now. And instantly recognisable. They've had a lot of good liveries through the years, Huber Motorsport, combining with Proton Competition for this year. But certainly a headache in the early stages is Yannick Redant for Ajit Redant Racing.
And I'm a big fan of red and white liveries, which is what the Ajit Redant car is. Red and white chasing down the blue and orange of the Proton car. And these two, maybe it was the fact that Yannick Redant found himself being stifled somewhat by Manuel Lauck's Porsche. So as that car got towards the rear wing of the Porsche, began to think about ways of getting by, and maybe the kind of rhythm that Yannick is settling into in that red and white Mercedes is something that he feels he can settle into an even quicker pace if he can get by the Porsche. However, easier said than done. Manuel Lauck will want to keep position, monitoring that gap that is extending towards Pierre Caffer, and that is something that Yannick Redon may be aware of, the fact that Pierre Caffer and Mauro Engel are getting further and further away. Gap last time by was just over 5 seconds, this time by 7 seconds, as Redon lines up the Porsche again. They're already into the back markers. That's the Seat TCR car, and both of them having to file by, and that kind of stifled Yannick Redon's challenge perhaps on the Porsche. They are absolutely nose to tail. Redon having to step on the brake at a part of the track where you don't usually have to step on the brake, and Manuel Lauck, no doubt about it, he's stifling the progress of this Agis Redon car. The Redon car flashing his headlamps to get him out of the way. Come on, Manuel, get out of my way. You are causing me lap time bleeding away from that Mercedes. And Yannick getting a little bit impatient. It's far too early to get impatient though, Johnny.
I was pleased he didn't make contact going into Luco corner there, because the long nose of the Mercedes was almost overlapping by a few inches. That was all on Manuel Lauck's rear bumper, the rear wing. But there was a big chance there, if they had clashed, that Manuel Lauck might have been spun out across the nose of Yannick Redon. So thankfully there was some heads-up driving in the end. As you say, it was probably the Belgian leaping on the brakes that prevented the contact. I mean, it would have been his fault, because it's always the trailing car, they make contact, that generally gets pinged for a penalty. That wouldn't have helped Manuel Lauck, because who knows where he may have ended up. Thankfully, they're both still very much in the reckoning and pointing in the right direction and supplying a terrific fight. But Lauck up against Redon is hemorrhaging time to both Mauro Engel and Pierre Caffer, and that's kind of the last thing they wanted, really, to be embroiled in their own battle and losing time to the race leaders. We're on the Creventic Motorsports TV channel on YouTube. We're also, of course, on the Radio Show Limited network of radio channels as well. Hopefully, if you've got the opportunity on this Saturday morning or afternoon and evening, wherever you are around the world, to sit down and witness some visuals along with our audio, then we would definitely encourage you to do that, because if you are in sound and vision, in the top right-hand corner of the screen are the current class leaders. And GT3, well, GT3 kind of doesn't exist this weekend. We've got GT3 Pro-Am and GT3 AM, but it's also useful to just have a reminder who leads GT3 overall, and that is the number 28 Get Speed car, the 992 early leader. As I say, Red Camel jumped ahead of Mullner Motorsports to now lead in 992, and there's been a change in 992 AM as well. It's the same team, but the treble 8 car that was on pole position has lost some time, slipped back to 3rd position in AM, 5th position when you group all the 992s together, and that has immediately benefited the sister car of Seb Lejeune Racing, driven by Yannick Mettler. So that's the 910. GTX race leader is the Maserati MC20 GT2 car, number 767. And the Not Only Motorsport, there's not quite enough room for the full name of that team, but they are called Not Only Motorsport, and the 114 is a Ligier, as now around the outside tries to go Yannick Redon. That, had it worked a little better for the Belgian, would have given him the inside line for the Biondetti chicane. So it's not a bad way of running things there, but Yannick's going to have to be very late on the brakes to be marginally ahead coming out of Correntaio corner, Joe.
Well, this is his chance now as they come out of Bacchine and head down this very, very long straight here. But Manuel Lauck using all of the track and more to maintain that momentum all the way down the straight. Yannick Redon, I should say, to give it the correct pronunciation, is drawing up behind him in the slipstream. He's going to poke his nose, not just showing that red frontal area of the Mercedes in the mirrors of Manuel Lauck there, but not quite enough. He just wasn't close enough, and that's because Manuel Lauck is driving a very, very clever race here. He's putting that car in a position on various points of this track where he's perhaps saving a little bit of tyre energy, But when it counted coming out of the final turn here onto the straight, he was absolutely flat chart, using all of the curb and more, keeping that momentum solid, which he was able to carry it all the way down that 1.1 kilometers of straight past the pits. And it didn't give Yannick Redont in that red and white Mercedes any opportunity to draw up alongside before they even thought about the brake pedal. This is the flat out section of Arrabbiata 2, up and over the hill and into Biondetti, the Biondetti S's, and then we will have the leader there very much in our view coming towards the final turn. The leader about to complete another lap, which will be 9 laps completed. Here we have the start, Johnny, and it was two sports car legends duking it out towards turn 1 side by side. I would imagine their heart rates were about 55, I would think, very calm. They've been in this situation at the highest level, and there's Pierre Caffer getting the nose of that Audi slightly ahead, but Mauro Engel's not a driver to be intimidated by that.
No, I mean, he's well used to being, being shadowed for lap after lap around tracks like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, like the Bathurst Mount Panorama circuit, and he can have somebody glued to his back bumper and not really be fazed by it. And I think Pierre Caffer knew at the end of the day that the inside line on the approach to San Donato was the favourable one. Even if you are side by side, Pierre Caffer was never going to try something stupid on the first lap of a 12-hour race. Admittedly, only 5.5 hours of them being run today. Way out wide in the gravel. One of them was going to end up there on the exit of Arrabbiata, because so many of them have done through the years. But good to see that the majority of our starters had a clean opening lap, and none more so than Mauro Engel, who's now heading into Arrabbiata 2, Arrabbiata 2, as they say around these parts, and then up and over the rise and into Scarperia corner. Pierre Caffer's really not that far away. The far bigger gap timed at 12 seconds or so, and that's why we're waiting, still waiting. And now here comes Manuel Lauch in the Proton competition car, and everybody else, because Yannick Redont might be a bit quicker than Manuel Lauch were that pesky Porsche not sitting in his way. Lauch is perfectly legitimately, going his own way here and going at his own pace as well. And Lauch is a quick GT3 driver, so it's on Yannick to fashion an opportunity. There have been a couple of times when the Mercedes has been able to run side by side with the Porsche. Off-track moment again for Adam Konopka, by the way, in the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. That was coming down the hill through Savelli and Casanova corner and into the Arrabbiatas, but it's another significant delay now for the Slovakian racer. We've had nearly 20 minutes of today's Porsche of the Mugello 12 hours. Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer in the main commentary box, and Sarah Esser in the pit lane.
Well, yeah, racing is getting underway. I've picked up with Chris de Doncker from the Haas team. You've gone with a 2-driver team here this weekend. Can you tell us more about that decision and what sort of strategy you have to decide on with 2 drivers?
But for the moment, I don't think it's a disadvantage because it's a split race. So we don't worry about the 2-driver setup. We prefer the 2-driver setup in M-Class above an additional silver, because this will for sure be an advantage at the end of the race.
Well, I did wonder whether it could have been an advantage for you, but what sort of regulations change for 2 drivers? Tell us how you're setting up for the strategy, if you can share with us.
Rather not, if possible.
Staying tight-lipped. Well, tell us about qualifying yesterday, coming into the race. I mean, it doesn't mean a huge amount, but what is the plan for the rest of the weekend?
For me, it means a lot, because we are very happy with the qualifying of our drivers, because this is the real pace we have. And compared to the other teams who were in front of us, it's not their real pace, because they did the qualifying with their 3 fastest drivers. And the slowest driver is not there, so it's not their real average.
That's a really interesting perspective. Thank you so much for having a word, Chris. I'll let you get back into the garage. It's a little bit warmer in there, and I've seen you've got a massive stash of sweets and chocolate.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, he's known for his sweets and chocolate, is Chris de Doncker. Great engineer, lots of experience. And what he says there is quite significant, Johnny. It's significant for all of this racing that we're watching here. We've got a mix of drivers who have a mix of driver capability, which will give us a mix of lap time. So we are seeing not so much an optimized situation here, as we've got round the outside at turn 1. We've got Yannick Redant all the way around the outside, which gives him the primary line into the left-right S, but Manuel Lauk, not intimidated at all, gives a compromise, gives room, and they're still side by side out of the S's on their way to the next left-right of Materazzi and Borgoso and Lorenzo down the hill. This is very brave driving from these two into Casanova. Savelli is the left-hander. Redant, Yannick Redant hangs on to it. That Ferrari, the purple and white Ferrari from Era Motorsport, looking to get the crumbs off the table of this one, Johnny.
Well, yeah, I mean, Jake Hill will be metaphorically rubbing his hands together with glee here. Clearly he's got both hands firmly on the steering wheel, but he'll be thinking, right, you two battle as much as you are doing, and that is giving me some opportunity to catch you and potentially pass as well. Now he's having to carefully work his way by the TCE leader, which is still the Not Only Motorsport Ligier JS2R, which will go a lap down. That's Filippo Tornaghi, the Italian racer in number 114, sensibly staying out of the way. Didn't really delay Jake too badly there into the pinch points through Biondetti. But Jake has definitely got Manuel Lauk within his sights now. And if Jake's carrying the same sort of speed as Yannick Redant, he might spend a couple of laps just working out where his Ferrari is stronger than the Porsche. But hopefully we'll want to make, well, it's clearly we'll want to make quick work of passing the German and trying to stick with Yannick Redant, who's now wriggled free into third.
Yeah, and just look at the pace from that Redant car there, just pulling away from Manuel Lauk. That's how much of a stifled first few laps, first 11 laps for that Redant car of Yannick Redant. As he pulls away, he's already pulled a huge gap, and I think likewise for Jake Hill as he comes up under the rear wing of that Proton Competition Porsche. We'll see just how much that car is going to stifle the Ferrari of the Era Motorsport team as Redant continues to pull the gap. And we saw just by the urgency that Yannick Redant was showing, flashing his lights, wanting to get by the Porsche. He felt as though he was being stifled. He felt as though he didn't want Pierre Cavramaro Engel to disappear any further up the road. They're already up the road by 17 seconds, would you believe? So now it's the job of Yannick Redant in this first stint here, with just coming, we're about 6 minutes or 7 minutes away from the first 30 minutes of racing. But as Christa Donker was telling us, it's all about the way that you strategize your drivers and how you use them across not just this 5-hour first segment, the 5.5-hour first segment, it's across the 12 hours. It's not until perhaps the last 90 minutes, 2 hours, that we will see where these cars are. And of course, add in the complexity of the kind of adversity that endurance racing throws at you, that could be anything. We could be anywhere in this field.
It's very varied, potentially, because we have as few as 2 drivers in one car. We have as many as 5 drivers in the other. The 2-driver lineup, as we've mentioned, is Haas RT, car 21. 5 drivers in number 11, though, for Hoffa Racing and their Mercedes. Sarah, you're down with Proton now, so what are you learning from that team?
Michi, well, some battle going on out there at the moment. What is going on in terms of information down to the car? You're giving Jake a bit of an opportunity to catch from behind. What's the plan here?
Yeah, exactly. So there's an intense battle going on now with the Mercedes currently. And yeah, we need to look into the POPs at the moment, not in the favor of us, but yeah, for sure we are pushing forward. And yeah, with the next strategy, we want to overtake again.
Is it worth defending so aggressively at this stage of the an endurance race?
Yeah, we are all the time in communication with the driver on that. We are monitoring it, and of course we give him the needed information for the fight.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. A little bit of insight there as to how we're managing the pace. Manuel Locke seems to have settled in now. We might have been stifling Yannick Redont in the Red Ant Mercedes, not so much with Jake Hill now not being able to get that little bit, few more meters towards the rear bumper of the Manuel Locke Porsche. Things just settling in now, drivers getting into their rhythm as we see. This is the GT Pro-Am battle that we see for what is fourth and fifth place as that continues. GTX, they are still together in the race order. GTX still got the Maserati leading GTX in 12th overall, but 13th overall. About a second behind, and hanging on to the Maserati is the Vortex. So the problems that we saw them have in qualifying, they've gone away. The team have sorted that out, and the Vortex now running at great pace here and staying with the Maserati, which we were worried it wasn't going to do. 992, we've got a 5-second gap between the leaders there. Rick Breukers for Red Camel in the 909, 17th overall. Yannick Mettler for Zellerju Racing is second in 992, first in the 992 AM category. So that's a class leader within the 992 class. That's the number 910, 18th overall. And 992 pole sitter Martin Rump, he's dropped a third in the process and a further 7 seconds behind. So out of character for 992 cars to spread out somewhat and become a little bit stretched.
Yeah, but it goes a little way to explaining why the grid is formed like it is these days. I think we had a full year in 2025 of grouping the cars within category. So irrespective of their individual lap times, GT3 were always going to be at the front of that grid, then GTX, then 992. There were one or two question marks as to how fast the Vortex was going to be in race trim, but it is comfortably quicker than the 992 cars, so not interfering with those at this stage. Red Camel, by the way, lead the 992 division as a whole, and we now have a 992 AM entered car up to second place within that main category. So Yannick Mettler's been driving brilliantly well to get ahead of Martin Rump now. And Mettler in the 910 car is about 5 or so seconds away from Rick Breukers, so trying desperately to keep that 909 numbered car within his sights. Manuel Locke whips across the start and finish line then, and this is what I mean about the slight change of direction. Look at the Dolomites in the distance. Superb view, but you cannot afford that to distract you because you'll miss the braking point into San Donato, which is again a slight incline through the right-hand hairpin into Luco corner, where the track opens up a little bit. It's a large retaining wall over to the left on the exit of Poggio Secco, and therefore a great place for spectators to gather at the top of that concrete structure. Then a similar sequence of corners. Materassi is the left-hander, Borgo San Lorenzo the right-hander, and then a short, sharp straight before you then think about the track dropping away from you through the fast entry into Casanova, although that is a dab on the brakes. Left-hander is Savelli, and into the lowest part of the circuit now. Arrabbiata begins the incline. You can afford the car to wash out a little bit to the curb there, but this is the more challenging one because, as I say, you can't really know what's going on the exit of the corner. Often cars will have a moment, maybe a spin, and you're entirely reliant and trustworthy on the marshals signalling any hazard being ahead of you, but so easy to drop the car off into the gravel on the exit of Arrabbiata. We're now at Correntaio corner, having gone through Scarparia and Pelagio. Big grandstand on the left which overlooks the start-finish straight. This is the Biondetti chicane. Plenty of opportunity to straddle the curbs there, although there are some sausage curbs to prevent you from doing it too much. And then Bucine corner, which again drops down slightly, but it's a more open hairpin than the one at the start of the lap. And it's very tempting to head over the curb, almost too much, because if you're spotted dropping all four wheels over the white line too many occasions, then a penalty's not going to be too far away.
There is a word that every driver coach mentions when it comes to driving Mugello, and that's the word patience. It takes patience to apply that throttle. You feel like you want to nail the throttle as soon as you can. However, those long, open, sweeping 180-degree turns, you get that throttle nailed too early and the car's going to wash out. And as we've seen on many occasions across this weekend, cars ending up in the gravel when you've applied and just letting the car breathe, because you've applied that throttle, because you've carried momentum, and especially with the left-right switchbacks that we've got here, compromising the first part to maximize the exit of this part here, where we see the Mercedes of the Get Speed team, the Adam Mosaika car, the number 286. That car is currently in 8th with Ralph Bond right with him. The black and gold liveried car, almost JPS coloured, that car these days, isn't it, for Herbert Motorsport. Behind these two, you've got Max Moritz in the second of the Herbert cars. That's the 269. And so two Herbert Porsches trailing around behind the car of Get Speed team GR286, to give it its full title. That's the number 286, and it's Adam Mosaika who keeps his composure under immense pressure now from those two pesky Porsches who were coming at him.
And there was a long look down the inside at Scarperia there from the 91 Porsche, driven by Ralph Bone, who is a wily old customer these days. Not the quickest in that car, and he will admit that, but he knows exactly his role within that team. And it's often because of him and his consistency that Herbert have had so many victories through the years. That is a team car in behind then. So 269 also run by Herbert Motorsport, as again Bone thinks about a move on Adam Mosaika into the final corner. On Torsten Kratz, I should say. So we've got Ralph Bone. No, it was Mosaika. I was right first time. And then 269 in behind, who is Max Moritz. So you've got the 286 and the 269 cars. Slightly different numbering, because on the whole, the GT3 cars are 2-digit numbers. So less than 100, but they've chosen these two cars, the Herbert Motorsport car. I don't know the reason why they've gone for 269, but there is a strong connection to that number, because they carry a number of, well, in fact, there's various sponsorship deals that relate to that number as well. So there will be a reason, make no doubt about it. Likewise with Get Speed, I mean, they call themselves Get Speed Team JR286. And that's the reason why Adam Mosaika and the rest of the crew at Get Speed have the 286 on the doors.
I'm wondering what the JR stands for. There's none of the driver lineup with the initials JR. So I'm wondering if that, I mean, that's obviously commercial reasons why they've called themselves the JR286 section of that Get Speed team. The other sister car, the Get Speed car, Team PCX, that's a car that is currently leading the race overall. But this is a great battle, and those drivers will be having a ball running this close to one another. It's Adam Mosaika in the white and black Mercedes there, just holding off the black, predominantly black number 91. Ralph Bone trying all he can to get by him, but then finding himself out of position, coming out of the corner here, heading down towards Pacine, which is the final turn. This is where Ralph Bond will want to maximise. Bit of an early turn in there. Car washes out in the middle of the turn and then comes back to clip the apex on the exit. That is a variation of opinion on a theme. We've seen drivers take varying lines through that final turn. It's a sweeping open 180-degree turn to bring you onto this 1.1 kilometre straight, which is all important to maximise your speed, which will carry all the way down to this point here, which is the San Donato. Again, it's a hairpin, but it's a very open, sweeping hairpin. And patience of getting on the throttle. We saw many times this weekend drivers getting it wrong there and spinning out as they come up and over the brow to continue their lap. Ralph Bond looks very, very threatening here, looking down the inside. Not quite having the momentum to get alongside though, and that was into the left-hander at Materazzi and Borja San Lorenzo. They head down the hill towards Casanova, which is the right-hander, followed very quickly by the downhill sweep of Savelli. And then from there, this is perhaps the most focused part of the track you'll ever be, through the Arrabbiata 1 and Arrabbiata 2. Arrabbiata 2, it's a complete acceleration zone. You try to get the car set up where you can go flat chat through there, and then up and over the brow into the Scarperia right-hander, followed by Pelagio the left, And again, a compromise, the first part of the right-hander compromising the all-important. And here is a challenge. Has he got that? He's got that nose inside the Mercedes, and he had it inside the Mercedes enough into Corinthians. The Mercedes coming back at the Porsche. Very, very close racing here, Johnny.
Not so clean for Ralph Bohn on the exit. He had a whole hatful of opposite lock that was required. So yes, he flung it down the inside. Sending it is the expression in the modern vernacular. And that's fine to get the place, but then you've got to control the car on the exit, and he just about did it. But an indication, you know, Ralph Bohn, as I've said, is not the quickest in that car, but he can feel when the car needs a bit of corrective steering, and he mopped that up brilliantly well, considering the pressure from Adam Osika in behind. JR286, by the way, they're global leaders in the sporting goods industry, specialising in the design, development and manufacture of licensed sports equipment and accessories. And the connection is that the president and CEO of JR286 is John Hirschberg, who's in that car. So
there's the commercial link.
Too right.
That I was searching for, Johnny. Well done, well researched.
Danny inside now. Can Osika fend off a second Porsche? And that is the second of the Herbert cars, let us not forget. So one has managed to get by. Now Max Moritz is causing a big headache for Adam Osika, the German racer. So a number of Germans all finding one another. Antonio Sainari in the E2P Racing Aston Martin has got ahead of all of these cars, and the team will have been keeping the Aston driver informed as where his nearest rival is going to attack next. But this will have certainly helped the Spanish squad, E2P Racing, taking the heat out of their fight for currently 7th position, because 3 cars have been held up, and now Ralph Bohn is getting his rewards for that do-or-die manoeuvre into Correntaio corner, where they've just exited here now. And after an excellent bit of car control, Ralph Bohn is gone down the road. And the thing is, Max Moritz will be hoping he can do the same now.
He needs to emulate his teammate, doesn't he? He saw how difficult it was for Ralph Bohn to get that car just on the inside. And that probably came from 2 or 3 corners back, where he just gauged it correctly and rightly, and he tried that a couple of times on previous laps, and you can just see now the cork in the bottle has been popped, and Ralph Bohn has pulled away from the GetSpeed Team JR286 version of that Mercedes. And now Max Moritz trying to get the same job done. Not as easy as we perhaps feel. It's not just a case of just driving around and getting by. It's these cars are absolutely flat out through the turns, using all of the track and more. And as we get another look, here is Ralph Bohn. We described how he got past. He poked the nose of the Porsche down the inside of the Mercedes, and then as the Mercedes went on the brakes, Ralph Bohn came off the brakes, Johnny. This is where he's checking the momentum. The back end went, hang on a minute, that's a bit too fast, I'm going to break away from you here. And great experienced driver that Ralph Bohn is. He's been in that Porsche at many angles, so he's not unfamiliar for that car to have done that. But all very much heads-up driving for everybody involved there, not to have a crash.
Well, he was carrying the same speed that he would have been in probably a qualifying run, but of course approaching the corner from a much tighter angle. So then needed to allow the car to wash out a little bit on the exit, but he didn't necessarily have all that space at his disposal because he had a Mercedes glued to his tailpipes. So excellent car control. There was no opportunity for Adam Osika to immediately repay the favour, and now Adam is again far more concerned with what's going on behind him, with the advances of Max Moritz in the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches, again in a 3-digit number entered car, 296, so almost the white billiard ball or pool ball on the roof of that car, on the nose of that car as well. And that time through, Moritz had a big old moment coming out of Arrabbiata, kicking up the dust into the face of Mauro Calamia, who's not that far away, in the Dynamic Motorsport Maserati. I think that was him anyway, unless there's a back marker that they have just cleared. might well be a different car. How far back is Calamia? 6 or so seconds. So maybe it was one of the TCE cars that this duo have just overtaken. Still, Maro Engel leading, by the way, by 3.5 seconds. So he's got a reasonably comfortable advantage over Pierre Caffa. But it's maybe not as much as I might have expected this far into the opening stint. 40 minutes done. Remember that these cars on not too much of a fuel burning circuit. These cars, as you said, it's more about momentum rather than flat out racing, although of course you are burning through quite a bit of fuel on the main straight from its start to its end. But a GT3 car should be able to comfortably do an hour-long stint, maybe 65 minutes or so. And now a little bit wide from the Mercedes of Adam Osika. So is that a chance for Max Moritz to do a repeat manoeuvre? Not quite a repeat manoeuvre compared to Ralph Bohn at the same corner. He wasn't quite close enough to pounce, but now we'll be aware that Adam Osika might make a similar mistake in the remaining bit of the stint. Again, that Mercedes isn't quite as quick to the apex as the Porsche is behind.
You've got, in Max Moritz's position in that green and white Porsche there, you've got to keep the pressure on. You've just got to stay on the rear wing of that car in front of you. Adam Osika is, again, in his position, got to stay composed, haven't got to try to be flustered into making a mistake just because the Porsche is filling your mirrors. You can feel the presence of the car behind you and pushing. He's now focused on that 992 Cup car that is ahead of him, who will be part of the 992 race, having its own race, of course, not wanting to stifle its progress too much. The Mercedes should be able to get by this car pretty easy. It's the 992 Cup cars are very, very quick on the straight, but haven't got the aero to get them through the corners quite as quick as the GT3 cars. And now through the right-hander at Casanova, the Mercedes just moves to the inside, hasn't been disadvantaged at all, I would suggest, getting by that 992 car. And he's, if anything, that's given him a bit of a breather. But hang on, there comes the Porsche straight back under the rear wing, and the pressure is back on. Starts exerting it again, does Max Moritz in that Herbeth car.
So this is all going into the memory banks of Max Moritz to try and work out exactly where his Porsche is a little bit quicker. Maybe from a strategic point of view, those looking after the Ralph Bohn car at Herbert can jump across, quick radio message to their teammates looking after 296 to say, we feel the Porsche, because of the balance of performance a lot of the time, has a slight advantage in this part of the track, not so good in another part of the circuit. But that's again the beauty of how we equalise the performance of these cars. Here's the opportunity, surely, as Osika goes a tad wide at Buccine corner, but the drag off the corner, or the traction off the corner from the Mercedes, is far better than the Porsche, Joe.
I did mention there's a variation of opinion on the optimum line through that final turn, and I think that was a prime example where the Mercedes looked like it was about to wash out. However, what he was doing was he was washing out in the middle of the corner, but coming back at the apex to optimize and kind of 50p the exit to give him that push out of the corner and down the straight. And now that pressure continues from Max Moritz. This is great driving from both drivers. It's very hard to contend with pressure like we're seeing the Mercedes being put under, but likewise Max Moritz is doing a great job by literally not firing himself into the rear end of that Mercedes, and great driving. This is great to watch.
You're squaring off the corner, aren't you? So yeah, it becomes more of a point and squirt situation, like a karting approach, really. As you've always taught me about karts, is that majority of karts have a rear axle, which is basically a solid bar. There's no differential incorporated in there. So the less time you're spending turning the corner, rotating the car, the better. And I just wonder whether the Porsche is a shorter car, and also you have that pendulum effect with the rear engine as well, so that will help it rotate, whereas the Mercedes, it has the lump over the non-driving wheels, and maybe it's just more difficult to get the thing turned around and consistently steering. Here's the Porsche's opportunity again. Oh, but just ran out of traction around the outside there. There's not a lot of grip because they were already this early on in the race. Be a fair few marbles, I would have thought, on the high line there.
Well, that's where Ralph Bond got by the Mercedes, remember. Here we go into the, what hairpin is that? That's the Corranchao hairpin, isn't it? And the Mercedes...
Ralph did it on the inside.
He did it on the inside. The Porsche ended up on the dirty outside line. It seems that the Mercedes has a problem getting the car turned into the corner. So it goes slower into the corner to optimize its line out. The Porsche is quicker into the corner. That's why it seems to be tripping over the Mercedes. And now the Porsche, having slid on the marbles and gathered it all up, the car nearly falling away from the driver doing a really great job to hang on to that slide, and now it's all about recovery and getting back towards that Mercedes rear bumper as we pick up a Mercedes and Lamborghini battle.
For 13th position, and Adam Konopka's not spent too long behind Dominic Ang at all. That's the Viper Nizza Racing Mercedes. Viper Nizza with experience with other cars, I seem to recall, although they've had a Mercedes for a little while now. So number 65 overtaken there rather swiftly. But remember, Adam Konopka had qualified, I mean, collectively with two other drivers, up in 6th place. And he's had two mistakes. The first of them was on the opening run into San Donato, where he ran far too deep on cold brakes and cold tyres. And since then, went through the gravel down here at Savelli corner. So that has significantly delayed the Slovakian racer. But Konopka's now up to 13th place, having got ahead of Malaysian racer and Malaysian team Dominic Ang and Viper Nizza Racing.
And as we saw, that car going very wide at turn 1, being caught out a little bit on the outside line. The Viper Nizza car, though, Dominic Ang not being able to stay with the Lamborghini, so getting on with his race, getting towards the final stages of the lap, a little bit of back marker in front of him. Dominic coming through the final turn as we look back towards the leaders. Mauro Engel leading by just under 3 seconds from Pierre Caffer. The purple and black car, the number 28 from the Get Speed car. Mauro Engel, that car is totally optimized, isn't it, when we've got a driver like Mauro Engel at the wheel of the car. So we are seeing that car perform at its absolute optimum. As Mauro down the inside, or is he? Yes. Oh, he's coming very late on that. It's the leader of 992, the red camel car there. Rick Breukers very heads-up driving from the Porsche driver there, keeping out the way of the overall leader. As the chasing Pierre Caffer Audi a little bit further back, gap out to 3.4 seconds. So a little bit of the gap between first and second beginning to ebb and flow as it's done pretty much the whole race, but fundamentally we've got a very strong lead here. I say strong, comfortable lead with 4 hours and 42 minutes to go today, followed by 6.5 hours of racing tomorrow. We are in the very, very early stages with the first drivers in these cars. We've got to cycle through our whole team of drivers for all of our cars, so we're not really going to see how the performance levels of the varying degrees of capabilities of the drivers will pan out in our Pro-Am and Am classes throughout all of the classes down the field.
And remember that, well, there are kind of some basic rules regarding drive time for an individual racer. So once you've got into the car, for instance, you might have started today's race, you then can't be in the car on this single occasion more than 2 hours and 30 minutes. It used to be an old rule that said you couldn't breach 2 hours in one go, but it is now 2.5 hours, which gives you a bit more wiggle room. But 2.5 hours is an awkward number if you're in the GT3 class, because generally a car on a full tank of fuel will do an hour, slightly more than an hour in fact. But you'll be hard pushed to do 2.5 hours on just 2 tanks of fuel. And that assumes that you're pit stopping under green, by the way, because there are then different rules if there's a code 60 and you pit the car. I won't launch my way down that rabbit hole just yet, because it's a minefield. But there are many documents that will help us through that. the other thing to bear in mind is this sliding scale of 6 hours, which obviously starts when we got going today, an hour and 20 minutes, only 50 minutes ago. But that's constantly moving, this kind of bracket of 6 hours that moves all the way through the race. And it becomes really awkward overnight because you're still dealing with 6 hours, I assume, and you can't be in the car for any more than 4 of those 6 hours. So you've got the 2.5 hour rule to worry about in one go. Then you have to get out for a suitable rest period, but you can't breach any 4 hours in any 6 hour rule either. And then there's, depending on your combination, how long the minimum and maximum amount of times are for each individual driver, whether you are an AM or an AM Plus or an AM Spirit, and then you have the Pro Am and the Pro drivers as well. It's a good job that each individual team just has to worry about their own car. You and I will have to think about strategy for all of the cars in the race. So we've got a very tough job here, Joe. Not to be sniffed at.
It's not digging a hole, though, is it?
No, it's not a real word.
No, it's not.
No, okay, fair enough.
That's all. Yeah, we've got still plenty of race to go, and we are not going to go down that rabbit hole yet, Johnny. There's plenty of time for us to disappear down that rabbit hole and invariably try to work out strategies. Let's have a look at the Maserati, the car that's currently leading GTX. It's great to have this car here. It's a GT2 spec, which is slightly slower than GT3, slightly quicker than GT4. So yeah, work that one out. I've puzzled me as well why they spec'd it as GT2, but it's a new category of racing that I think was created by SRO, wasn't it?
Yes.
Back in a couple of seasons ago, 2 or 3 seasons ago. The rest of the field, though, continuing on their way. 992 being led by the Red Camel car with a gap of quite a considerable gap, actually, just over 7 seconds. The gap that Rick Breukers has pulled out on the Sebelju Racing entry. Yannick Mettler, Martin Rump still third. He's fallen back further, well, 21 seconds, 22 seconds. Martin Rump has fallen behind in third place as we go on board on the stream with Torsten Kratz crossing the line now in the Hofer car. That Hofer car is currently sixth overall, but first in the AM class, in the GT3 AM class. So that is a class leader, the distinctive Hofer colours, the pink livery. And then behind them, E2P Racing's Aston Martin, having a great race, these two drivers. Antonio Siniero chasing down Torsten in the Hofer car. So it's Mercedes versus Aston Martin. And this is not necessarily, yes, it is an AM battle. That's first and second in the GT3 AM. I thought for a moment there that the Aston was Pro-Am, but it's not. We've got 2 GT3 AM cars battling for first and second in class. They are currently 6th and 7th overall. So again, what we're seeing here, little battles, little personal battles beginning to break out all the way down the field, and this will be the case all the way down to the flag. I think the race will break up through the pit stop phase and the various degrees of competitiveness of the driver lineups throughout the classes we will see. But right now we've got a great Mercedes-Aston battle created for the AM class overall lead, which at the moment is that Mercedes. Yeah, matte black with pink trim, I think is the way to describe that.
Nobody's touching Maro Engel right now, although Pierre Caffa has been running in close from the off. Yeah, almost an hour or so ago now. We began the race today, by the way, at 12:10, and therefore with 5.5 hours due to be run today, we will be done maybe just after 5:40, depending on where the race leader is in relation to that checkered flag. But the checkered flag will be ready to come out at 17:40 on the dot, and we'll wait for the race leader. But the gap back to Pierre Caffa has fluctuated between 2, 3 and now 4 seconds. So gradually Maro Engel is inching that gap in the right direction from his perspective. And a little bit of traffic here and there, maybe on one lap, not so much for him, but then the next time when Pierre Caffer gets to the same traffic, could have been more of a delay. Just, it's a question of where you find them, and traffic can be a real problem around Mugello because it is a momentum circuit, and it becomes not necessarily a narrow track, but a single file track in a lot of places, and all you've got to do is just wait for the next opportunity to be able to go two abreast safely. And that can often give a firm advantage then to the guy you've been chasing for sometimes many hours.
And it's not the widest track we race on, is it? No. It's a predominantly motorcycle venue, this track here at Mugello. And so for these relatively wide GT3 cars, the place can feel very, very claustrophobic, in fact. I just noticed driving the track at turn 1 at the San Donato hairpin, that has a massively claustrophobic feeling. The corner feels tighter than it actually is. You've got to tell your mind that it's not as slow as you perhaps think, and you can get on the power, etc. But it's got a closed-in effect because the sides, kind of overlooking that first turn hairpin, sort of crowd you in, and you've got like this sort of lovely, warm, homely feeling of being closeted into that hairpin. And then you go up the hill and you kind of break out into the skyline. It's kind of like gives you that feel when you drive this track. But, you know, if racetracks were easy, everybody would be doing it. And they're not. They've all got different character throughout. Wherever we go, I mean, we're going to Spa in April for round 2. As we've got more dust being kicked up by the number 69 Audi. That's the Simpson Motorsport car. Continental car there. Yeah, mentioning Spa. Then from Spa, which is the iconic track that continues through the undulations of the Ardennes region, really captures the area. Spa, even the modern circuit. Paul Ricard is a complete character of its own, very flat on that plateau just north of Marseille. And then from there, the Grand Prix track at the Nürburgring. Here's the Audi going off again. He likes that bit of gravel, does Florian Scholze. It's a Continental Racing by Simpson car. He did that on lap 1, didn't he? Showing signs of being off track there with lots of dust on the sidewalk. But continuing on, no harm, no foul, just costing him a bit of lap time, managed to keep it together. And chasing down that Viper Nisa car, which that is not in the race. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. The Viper Nisa car just ahead of him. The Vortex was showing in between these two. The Vortex losing touch with the Maserati somewhat by about 20 plus seconds, 25 seconds.
I know what you mean about there's some large retaining walls here and there around this circuit though as well, and this place is no stranger to some strong wind. I know on Wednesday it was incredibly blustery because we're in the middle of the Mugello Valley here, so it's a real channel for some strong wind between the mountains. And actually down at that first corner and at Poggio Secco as well, that might give you a bit of light relief rather from the crosswind. I don't think we're suffering too badly from that today, but cars can become very unstable if the wind is not necessarily right in your face or helping you along the main straight. Aston Martin again making a good bit of progress. Two front engine cars were level pegging into the braking area. Antonio Sainario has just been going about his business quietly, but with great effect, and is now right with Torsten Kratz again.
Well, yeah, he's kind of dropped away as these cars make their way through traffic. They're very, discretion being the better part of valor. They're kind of very cautious with how they deal with the back markers, which is exactly what you would want from a driver at this stage of any long-distance race. And the Aston undoubtedly has the pace to catch the Mercedes from the Hofer team ahead of it. However, doesn't quite have the pace to mount a really definitive challenge to get by. We'll get onto the rear bumper of Torsten Kratz in that black and purple Mercedes, but then we saw him go alongside into turn 1, didn't quite have the momentum to get by. And again, just nice, calm, composed driving from both of these drivers, knowing just what the capabilities are. And Torsten Kratz doesn't need to give the position away, of course. He's quite within his rights to stifle the progress of the Aston Martin as long as he can. Antonio Sainiero from the E2P Racing team again, staying very calm and composed in mounting that challenge.
Neck and neck again. This is Jake Hill with a very good run out of boot in a corner, pressurising Manuel Lauk. Feels like Manuel Lauk's been going from pillar to post here, feeling like he's not necessarily got the quickest car. Surely Jake will have the inside line for Luco now. And yes, he does. Right around the outside at turn 1, San Donato. And you think, well, you know, where's the advantage going to come from that? Well, it delivers you into the apex for the very next corner. And you've got to be thinking many corners ahead, really. Where do I want to be by turn 2? Well, that's on the outside, which has become the inside, and he gets the place.
That's quite a challenge to go all the way around the outside at the San Donato hairpin. And well done to our TV production team there to pick that one out right at the moment when Jake Hill in the Ferrari from ERA gets ahead of Manuel Lauk. He's followed him pretty much since the start. This was a three-car battle, remember, with Yannick Redant in the Red Ant car, the Adjith Red Ant car, breaking away past Manuel Lauk and disappearing. Now we've got Jake Hill having gotten by the Proton Porsche. He is going to have to make up about 11 seconds or so before Jake Hill gets back on terms with the Adjith Red Ant Mercedes. We'll see how that progresses.
The other thing that I'm also trying to be wary of is the amount of time each driver needs to be in the car for, and the slight grey area, which I'm delighted to say Peter Fry is helping me out of now, who is from the organisation Creventic itself, is which of the GT3 AM cars, of which we have many, sit in what's called the AM Advantage subcategory, and then you have GT3 AM in just AM. Oh, this is more important though, because we've had a spin in the 992 class, another category that involves AM combination cars, 928 HRT Performance, and Jonathan Kearney has had a moment. That might have been as a result of contact. I didn't see the start of that incident, and I think we got to it as it was part way through, but that was coming out of Borgo San Lorenzo corner.
He was crowded by cars there, Johnny, so I don't know exactly what the crack was there. Yeah, it's the Continental Audi down the inside of the 992, the bright yellow Porsche being taken out somewhat. Now, whether or not the Audi made contact with that left rear wheel remains to be seen. He seemed to be able to spin the car around, but the culprit there, the number 69, got down the inside. The Porsche, apparently unaware of the presence of the Audi, and turned into the corner and was flipped round. Florian Scholzer at the wheel has had a bit of a character building start of this race. He's been into the gravel at least twice from what we've seen, and the coming together there will have stifled that car's progress a little bit longer than he perhaps would wish.
There was definitely a hit.
There was definitely a hit,
but
yes.
Your concern is, was it on the wheel, and therefore is it going to push a drive shaft where it doesn't want to go?
And it can also, what it tends to affect immediately is the toe angle of the car. If it bends the toe, if it hits hard enough to bend the track control arm at the rear, you then have a toe out or a toe in situation depending on where on the wheel it hits. And that will just wreck the handling. However, that car has not come into the pits. Good. That car has continued past the pits as far as I can see, so that indicates to me it's something the driver would pick up immediately.
We've had just over an hour, by the way. Started at 12 local time. It's now 13 minutes past 1, so 4 hours and 27 minutes to go as we head for Sara in the pits.
It looks like QMMF are getting ready for a driver change. Not sure what happened there. I saw him stumbling down the leaderboard. Maybe you have a better idea, but I'll see if I can grab one of the drivers. Do you fancy having a quick chat and telling me what just happened?
I have no idea. I'm waiting for him to come back to know, but I think there is a puncture and he took the shortcut, so...
But he's making his way back to the pit, so we'll be able to see in a moment.
He's refueling at the moment, and we'll do a driver change also.
Cool, we'll have a look and get a better idea when he gets back here. Back to you guys, and I'll let you know once the car is back in the pits.
Yeah, well, being referred to there was what's known as the shortcut. Now, there is a shortened version of the Mugello circuit that we're not using this weekend. However, if you have a drama in the first sector of the lap and just into the second sector of the lap, then you're not obliged to complete the lap. If you've got a puncture, let's say, or the car is really struggling for forward momentum, you can cut that lap short, use the back door route into the pit lane, and that, by the sounds of things, is exactly what the QMMF racing team have just done. Now, of course, that lap will not count, so you're effectively you have a lap taken away from you then, because it's an incomplete lap. However, you can get into pit lane rather more quickly than going left at Cervelli and having to go through the two Arrabbiatas, the run into Carintaio corner and Bucine. So it cuts about half the lap away, but it obviously can't give you an advantage and a full lap to your quota. The other thing to remember is that cars are coming from your left at top speed running into the pit, so they have absolute priority. You have to wait for the route to be clear into the pit lane. The other thing I don't think we've mentioned yet is that in a very traditional way of going racing with the 24H series, it's not a hot pit lane, as in we're not fueling cars in the normal pit lane area. That is done in a quadrant actually before you reach the main pit lane area here in Mugello. So the first job on a standard pit stop will be to head for fuel, which has its own speed limit of 20 kilometers per hour. The car is fueled, and only then do you enter the main pit lane to do a potential driver change and a tyre change.
And what we should remind, if you are new to this form of racing with the 24H series, it's effectively a fuel pump, exactly what you would use at your local service station. It is a fuel pump with a trigger handle. It's not any kind of high pressure, sophisticated refueling equipment. It is done at a rate that is regulated, and it is sometimes a situation where you have to queue even. And that can certainly, it makes the engineers, the race engineers trying to work out race strategy, the mind boggles somewhat as to, you know, factoring in the fact that your car has got to get into the fueling area. You have team members waiting. It's not like you're waiting for a shop assistant to serve you the fuel. You've got team members waiting for the car, and they will service their car with the refueling. We've somehow got Ralph Bond, Johnny, behind Torsten Kratz now, as I'm not sure none of these cars have been in the pits.
No.
But Ralph Bond has been overtaken by Torsten Kratz. Now, I believe that Ralph Bond was ahead of... No, he was ahead of the Get Speed car, wasn't he? Yes. So that Herbeth car has gotten by the E2P Racing and continues to make progress. So Torsten Kratz now under pressure from Ralph Bond. The E2P Racing Aston has gone into the pits for its first pit stop of the race. It's into the fueling area, to be exact. So that's broken up the battle that we were watching earlier of the Mercedes versus the Aston. But now the Mercedes can't rest because it's now got a Porsche to contend with.
And a Porsche in behind as well, about to join the party. Actually, that's a car that's been lapped by these two GT3 cars, but because now the speed between the two GT3s is a little compromised as they fight amongst themselves, Mullner Motorsport, who are running third in the 992, second in the Pro category, are not that far away. So 921 still having a good race as we head back for Sarah.
He just got out of the car. Can you tell us what you were feeling? The guys have gone away to check the tyres.
Yes, it felt like I had a puncture, but must be something else. Maybe overheated or gathered some rubber from track. So I moved to refuel and change driver.
Well, we'll see what happens. Who's in the car now? Is it Jassim?
Ahmed Imad.
Oh, Ahmed's in the car. So Ahmed's jumped in the car. We'll see what he feeds back to the team. We'll catch up with you a little bit later on.
QMMF Racing from Qatar by HRT Performance. So it's the Qatari's driver lineup, and of course carrying the colours of the Qatari flag, but run by the German outfit HRT Performance, who are very experienced in preparing and racing Porsche 911s of all vintages, but particularly the 992 derivation these days. There is a 992 class, of course. So Ahmed Al-Emadi Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi, who was put in for the first bit of qualifying yesterday, and Faisal Al Yafai, who we just heard from just then with Sarah. The MP Racing Gosner family Mercedes is still very much a going concern, although they are struggling to be fighting with the rest of the GT3 runners. Manuela Gosner in for the opening stint, down in 25th position overall, but about having a clean race in the early stages of day one. Mauro Engel leading now by 8 seconds over Pierre Caffa.
And we've got the Proton Competition Porsche of Manuel Lauck into the pits. That's the car that fell behind Jake Hill in the era Ferrari, isn't it?
Yeah, so Jake's had to bide his time a little bit, but 4th place currently is his reward, and he's got about 8 seconds to try and find now on the car next up on the road, which is the Ajit Redant Racing car of Yannick Redant in the 93 car. In fact, Jake Hill in the era Motorsport Ferrari is now going to pit in number 81. I'm assuming the fueling area is nice and quiet, therefore, and there's more than a few spaces up for grabs. That's the other thing as well. You don't necessarily run the car fully out of fuel. That would be the ideal scenario, but the problem is everyone's generally going to be doing that at the same time. So there has to be a team rep down there, a mechanic, just looking out for the number of bays that hopefully are vacant. And then they will send the message to the team saying, yep, box, box, box now. This is the prime time to do it. The 90 numbered E2P Aston Martin. So the British car, but in the hands of the Spanish outfit. And Sarah's not too far away from that pit stop and watching other things too.
Well, E2P just came in, new boots, new tyres have gone on the car, although it will be a set that was used yesterday in qualifying, as they have to use them in the race. I believe it's Antonio out and Oliver has gone in.
So Antonio Sainaro with a cracking opening stint in the E2P Racing Aston Martin. And the new driver, well, won't have to head for fuel. This is the difference between the Dubai 24 hours and here in Mugello. Dubai, the fueling quadrant was at pit out. So they were doing their normal pit stop there, maybe serve a penalty, come in, do a driver change, a tyre change, and then it was the job of the ingoing driver to immediately head for fuel to get the car brimmed, and then, well, not brimmed, up to the official allocation that you are permitted as per the sporting regulations, and then sent out. Whereas as an ingoing driver here, you've got an easier job. The car's already been fueled, should have been at least, at pit in, and then all you have to do, drive straight out and onto this fabulous Mugello circuit. There is a glimpse of Yannick Redon, who now has a bit of peace in his Mercedes. Did he stay out? No, he's just made a stop, in fact. No, he did stay out. So I couldn't identify him because he's now leading the race. Ajit Redant Racing out front in number 93. Here's Sarah again.
Sorry, just with you there. We will be Stefan heading into the car here for, you caught me completely off guard.
I did.
Santilok Racing are about to make a driver change. They're just waiting in the pits, getting ready. That is car number 18, Santilok Junior team. And we have a driver change. Pierre Caffa coming out of the car and Stefan Tribordini jumping in the car. We caught up with him a little bit earlier in the hospitality. He was getting ready. He said he'll be doing around a 2.5-hour stint, which is, of course, is the maximum time allowed. There are some new tyres going on. I'm just getting out the way. They're getting ready. They're the Michelins. They look like they are brand new tyres, but I'll come back to you. They haven't quite come in yet, but we will be catching that on camera for you shortly.
I knew you were the consummate professional, you see, Sarah, so I would just throw to you anyway, or I might do that when I fancy a bit of lunch, frankly.
She's coming up here, actually. Yeah. So Sarah's going to take a break from the pits soon. Just jump in, Sarah, if you've got one of the drivers. As the current leader, Yannick Redon, brings the number 93 Mercedes in, has to use the grass to turn right into the fueling area. It's a hairpin right, a very, very tight hairpin right. If he didn't use the grass, Johnny, he wouldn't have been able to make that turn.
Well, he's
practiced.
He would have knocked a bit off the splitter, I think. And this goes again to what we were saying in the race at race speeds, that the rotation of that long Mercedes is not as easy as it might be in a Porsche or one of those shorter Audi R8s, as the Vortex arrives at the same time as well. So they will have been doing that all weekend as a practice to this first fuel stop for Yannick Redon, but I hadn't realised he had to put as much tyre on the turf there. Thank goodness it's not wet, which we might have a bit of wet weather tomorrow, you reckon?
Well, the forecast is iffy for tomorrow afternoon, just towards the checkered flag, Johnny. You know,
awesome.
Absolutely, in the entertainment business that we are.
It's the perfect script, isn't it?
It kind of is, yes. Hopefully, he'll not destroy too many races. I was going to mention there. We mentioned the Audi of. Who am I talking about, Johnny? The Sonderlock car. Pierre Cava handing it over to a driver that we said that was going to do 2.5 hours.
Yes.
Whether or not that won't work, because these cars will only do just over an hour. So he's going to get maybe 2 hours 10, 2 hours 15, not quite. He's going to come in under the 2.5 hours, which is his maximum stint, which is kind of perfection, really. If you get 2 full fuel tanks of fuel on board, you might be able to stretch that if we get something like a Code 60, but that remains to be seen. Sarah's got something in the pit lane. Sarah?
Well, that was Stefan jumping in the car there for Santalot Racing, but if I'm heading down a little bit further, we just saw Jake jump out of the Era Motorsport. I did have Kyle Tilley, who was happy to have a quick word with us, but he's disappeared now. Trying to find him. Let's see if we can grab him. Jake, was that a good stint? It looked good for us.
Sorry, just having a little drink. Yeah, it was, do you know what, it was fantastic. Yeah, it was good. Good start. Managed to get a couple of cars straight away and then just chipped away. We were a little bit slow, sort of in the mid-stint, really. Just struggling for car balance a little bit. But to be fair, as the fuel load came off, I think it's starting to cool down a little bit out there. The car came alive, and I think we ended up being third quickest car on track at the end there. So, yeah, overall, I'm pretty pleased. It was a good first stint, and we're in a good position.
You were watching a little bit of a battle up front in the first few laps. What did you think? Just sit back and wait for the opportunity?
I did. I thought, you know, those two were going pretty hammer and tong at it, and I just thought, you know what, just chill, take your moment, and it might come to me. But unfortunately, I just didn't quite have the pace to get past the Porsche and the Mercedes at the same time. But nonetheless, like I say, it was a good stint for me. I'm happy, and yeah, just we're in a good position. Just keep going.
Time to refresh and get ready for tomorrow. Thank you so much for having a word with us. See you, Jake. Well, I will come up now and relieve you for a bit of lunch.
Remains to be seen whether Jake's going to be required today, actually. I mean, he will have to take about half the time he's been in the car as a rest period now, so to make sure that they don't breach the 4 hours in any 6, but there is scope for Jake to get back on board that car. I need to remind myself in which subcategory the 81 Ferrari runs in. The initial entry list saying that just everybody was in GT3, which isn't quite the case. So car 81 is a Pro-Am car with Dwight Merriman the Am, Ollie Bryant's an Am Plus, Ryan Dalziel a Pro, obviously with all of his experience most recently in the US in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, and Jake Hill is a semi-pro, the equivalent being actually a silver in the FIA rankings. It's always intriguing to me as to how much weight a British Touring Car Championship victory brings with it, because the old days of the BTCC, when it was considered almost a global championship and pulled in so many different drivers of different nationalities, I think if you won the BTCC in the 90s, you would have been equivalent of gold these days. But even a BTCC championship on your CV doesn't necessarily elevate you to gold, which is better for Jake Hill and better for the others, actually, because the opportunity as a silver are far greater than being gold. You can be this sneaky silver, the secret weapon that I'm sure Jake Hill is enjoying being in this year's championship.
Yeah, there is a way of using, especially when you've got a very fast sneaky silver, as you put it. If you've attained silver grading, then you're invariably got a bit of pace about you, I would think.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you get the grading. We've cycled through pretty much everybody. Rick Breukers, remarkably. So we've got the GT3 cars, all right, the start of the race with their tanks brimmed, but we've had about, what, an hour and 20 minutes or so. We started this race at 12:10 officially, didn't we? So we're just coming upon the 1:30 mark. So that's about an hour and 20 minutes. So we're just inside of an hour and 20 minutes of fuel use. I can't see us doing another hour and 20 minutes of full green running from our GT3 runners. We know the 992 cars can stretch further. That's why we've got Rick Breukers in the number 909 leading this race overall. He's able to go a lot further than the GT3 cars, and this is perhaps, Johnny, with the first stint just being concluded, this is perhaps the first and maybe last time we'll see a 992 car leading the race overall as he peels off into the pits because he's needing fuel now.
But it's a great chance for the 992 category to take the spotlight. We can see that as well at the Nürburgring during the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series races, when just better fuel mileage from a Porsche Cup car gives it the chance at the end of, normally at the end of the first GT3 stints, for that 992 car to lead a lap or a handful of laps. Rick Breukers was scored as the race leader at the end of lap number 41 as he entered the pits. So well done to him. Of course, you know, it's a nice little moment within the race, but it's not of any great value to Red Camel. Ultimately, they are looking to finish as the top car in the 992 class. Don't forget, though, as well, there are varying levels within Pro and AM. So you have a thing called AM Neutral and AM Advantage in the 992 class. They all run at the same minimum race weight, which is 1,310 kilos for the Porsche Cup cars. There's a maximum refuel amount of 110 litres, but under a code 60, that does vary a little bit. And also there's the difference in fuel flow as well. So always important to know which subcategory you're in, even if you're in a fairly staple division like the 992s, which is one make racing at its very best, and a Porsche car that's more designed actually to do a 40 or 50 minute race, but we're thrashing them through the course of 12 hours, which is some undertaking, and you have to do some little bits of adjustment here and there just to make sure the car is going to do the full distance. We got a new voice in the actual booth this time. It's nice to see your face, Sarah Esser, sitting next to me. How have you enjoyed it so far? I mean, putting the temperature aside, shall we say, because you normally live in Dubai, so you're slightly used to higher temperatures than 8-9 degrees or whatever it was this morning, but it's been a good start.
It was pretty nippy this morning, wasn't it? 4 degrees, and then the sun came out. Now it's looking a little bit cloudy out there. Wondering if we are going to get a bit of rain tomorrow. You mentioned, obviously, we're hammering these cars through 12 hours, 6 and 6, but they go into Parc Fermé tonight, so no work can be done to get the cars in any sort of state of repair, I guess, if they need to overnight. But I've enjoyed it so much. There's a few familiar faces. I mean, I've just had a chat with Jake now. I saw him in 2024, the year that he won the British Touring Cars. That was at Brands Hatch. That was pretty incredible to watch and be there. But also a lot of familiar faces from the Dubai 24 Hours as well. A few new faces as well. So it's good to get involved, and I've never been here at Mugello.
No,
what an interesting track, full of culture. I mean, even walking through the corridors, you see the odd little bit of, I've seen a couple of Ferrari memorabilia down the hallway. So loving it, and also just enjoying the racing. I mean, there was a good battle going on at the beginning, but it's an endurance. We're here for the long stint. We were talking this morning in the car about the sort of strategy going into today. Obviously, it's the survival piece on the grid. A lot of the drivers that I spoke to reiterated that, just in it, got to stay there, survive.
Well, Maro Engel was sort of keeping his powder dry a little bit by saying, you know, the thinking process amongst the team is keep the car clean, make sure it's straight by the end. You can't do anything overnight, as you said, so if you've got a wing hanging off or even something as minor as like a door mirror, there's not really a great deal you can do about that. Little superficial changes are generally okay. Like I mean, one of the big things you can do overnight is you can finish with one driver and start with a different driver in the morning. And there are some necessary adjustments to be made, like actually changing the angle of the door mirrors, and you are allowed to do that. You can clean the windscreen of any detritus as well. But if you start thinking about suspension settings or ride height, things like that, absolutely a no-no, because effectively the cars are locked down then overnight. So there is a very short list of things that you are allowed to do. The cars are almost guarded. I think they are literally guarded overnight to make sure that nobody does any tampering, because at Creventic, underhand tactics are very, very rare, but you never know. There's always ways of sort of bending the rules a little bit, and sneaking in the dead of night to do some changes is not beyond the realms of possibility.
Well, I wouldn't want that job, sitting here overnight. I mean, it's pretty nippy during the day. It must be even worse overnight. But
yeah,
interesting, I'm sure. Obviously, in the paddock, it's full of all the teams' trucks where they bring everything as they go through the season. This is the first race of the European season, an opportunity to see what's in store and who to look out for the rest of the season. But taking a look back at the track, we've got the number 28
race leader
leading the way. Do you want to run us through?
Well, Jordan Boisson is an interesting guy. I think you did have a quick word with Jordan yesterday, and I want to say he's the AM in the lineup, or one of the AMs at least. So you've got Maro Engel, who is a world-class GT driver, but then you've got people that are supporting him, because there aren't actually any GT3 teams, i.e. GT3 brackets pro teams, that we had quite a lot of in Dubai. The highest combination that we have within this weekend's entry is a Pro-Am division. So yes, you've got the pros. Maro Engel is a platinum race driver, and has driven for Mercedes, the factory Mercedes team, for year after year. But Jordan Boisson's not wasting any time here. He may be leading the race. He also can't lose too much time in amongst traffic. And when I say traffic, he's catching the tail enders in the other categories there. And that was a very compromised exit coming out of the second Arrabbiata, because they were two abreast. Those back markers were two abreast, having their own scrap, and Boisson's got to find his way through safely but very efficiently at the same time.
Well, 15 seconds up on Stefan Tribordini currently for the Santilok Junior team. We were talking in the car this morning around strategy for the day. Do you try and get on the lead lap? Because obviously the time gets, not a very technical term, but crushed. You lose that time as we restart the grid tomorrow. So do you want to be at the back end of the lead lap with a full fueled car, or do you want to have slightly less fuel and refuel in the morning?
I think there's a massive advantage to be gained, because if you think you might be a minute away from the race leader, and let's use that as an example. So Jordan Boisson leads, and a minute back currently is something like Max Moritz in 2:69. Now, if they can fashion a scenario where they're a minute back at 5:40 tonight, they gain 60 seconds overnight, because they're not off the lead lap. They're still within one lap of the race leader. And the idea then of gridding the cars up for the restart tomorrow is that all of those gaps just evaporate magically. And to me, if you've had a pretty bad Saturday, but not bad enough to lose laps on the race leader, that's a huge advantage then going into effectively the second half of the race. And I'm sure there'll be one or two teams thinking, right, how can we utilise, perfectly within the rules, how can we just all of a sudden be sucked back onto the race leader as if by magic, and then be meters away from them rather than 65, 70, 75 seconds back.
And what happens with the classes? Because we can see a couple of the 992 still up there a little bit, Herberth Motorsport. Do they get back, or do we need to check the regulations, or do you know the answer, John?
I do know the answer because of years of trying to get the answer, and eventually I had a breakthrough a couple of years back. You have a document that's issued called the Restart Laps document. The tricky thing is, if you're in, let's use a 992 as an example. 992, it might have a gap of, let's say, 5 seconds between the leader in 992 and the second place car in 992. But as they cross the line at the end of today, you might have a very awkwardly placed overall leader sitting between the leader in 992 and the second place car in 992. And the results will show you that the second place 992 car was a lap behind the category leader, and that is not the case. It's going to be meters worth. So for a little while, Creventic kind of, well, said, well, sorry, you've lost the lap because of nothing within your control. That's just where the overall leader was. But they now do have a way of measuring it so that everybody within 992, if you're in the lead, within the lead lap of the category leader, then everything will get bunched up quite rightly within your division. So they try and now make it fair for all, but it did take a few years to sort that little crease out.
Good bit of information there, and apologies, it isn't Herbert in the 992. They're in the GT3 more than comfortably.
We have two Herbert Motorsport cars, remember, but they are both in GT3, you're right.
And we've just seen one of those, Max Moritz, make up a place on Dwight Merriman in the Era Motorsport car. They are in different cars, one in the Porsche, that's the Herbert Motorsport, and then a Ferrari for the Era Motorsport. That was the battle for 7th we've just seen. Now we've got a bit of a chain going on here. Let's pick up with the racing.
Well, the first Porsche you see is not a GT3 car. I can tell that because it's not got the flared wheel arches. It's not got that massive rear wing that the GT3 cars have. So the job of 269, Max Moritz, was to safely get by that 992 car. Is that the Treble 8 Seb Lejeune racing car? The Seb Lejeune cars, I think, are similarly liveried, but it might be Anthony Vince, who was well aware that there were some quicker cars that wanted to get through. By the way, exactly 4 hours to go today, so that tells me we've had an hour and a half now already, 90 minutes in, and you could, if you started this race, still be in these cars for another hour in this one slug. But you're not going to make 2.5 hours on a single tank of fuel, as many of the GT3 cars have already proven. They've headed in for fuel, and Joe was kind of asking the question. There are many ways of cutting that 2.5 hour cake, because it's an awkward number and it's deliberately awkward. 2.5 hours doesn't fit into 2 fuel windows neatly. It doesn't really fit into 3 fuel windows either. So there's this extra bit of drive time that some teams might utilise, but probably not, because all you're doing there is weaving in an extra pit stop to get your driver out and then put a new one in. So they'll probably go, right, as soon as the second fuel load is burned, get that driver in, get them out and into their rest period as quickly as possible. There's the Haas RT crew, and as you made the point earlier on, Haas RT being brave this weekend, just entering with 2 drivers, but I suppose it's more manageable compared to a 12-hour race, which is 12 hours solid, like from start to finish without a gap. At least they do get an overnight rest period, but it's the Gulinks family that share that Haas RT car.
Yes, well, I was speaking to them earlier on, still unsure how they're going to split the drivers. I guess that's something we can get into a bit later into the 4 hours that we've still got to go. Now, let's take a look. Who are we picking up with here? Lovely livery. Unsure which car it is. Let's take.
It's still Haas RT, I think.
That is still the Haas RT.
Number 21.
Oh, it is. I haven't seen the above view. You get to see it up here on camera. When I'm in the pit lane, I see the side view, slightly different. But yes, it'd be interesting to see how they split the regulations. I mean, it's quite complex to go through and work out all the different all the different classes, and then all the different what would you call it? the different ways of chopping it up. Well, there's lots of different rules around each one.
You have classes, and then I call them subcategories within the class. Yeah, that's sort of my terminology. It depends which document you're looking at as to how it's worded, and I have seen many differances. Side by side in the Porsche 992 class, so this is the 22nd and 23rd cars overall. I can tell that by the very smart Lumirank digital numbers in the windscreens of these cars. So that's the all-green Krone racing car, or RPM Racing as they call, with Tracy Krone at the wheel of 907, having a good battle with Ahmed Al-Amadi in the QMF by HRT performance car. And in fact, the Qatari driver got the position, kept the position on the chasing American. And now Haas RT's Audi looking to sneak through as well. Now the Audi should make short work of these Porsches, because although a Porsche Cup car is very good down the straights, it won't have as much downforce into the corners, and that's why the GT car is the much better car to have in the twisty bits.
Well, for anyone who is just joining us here, it is the Michelin 24-hour series, the first race of the European series. and we have 12 hours, only one 24-hour race in this series. That'll be in Barcelona at the back end. We're here in Mugello in the beautiful Tuscany hills. I mean, the weather has been a bit variable. It's very wet earlier on the week, but now it is nice and dry, and perhaps there's clouds coming over, so let's see, it might be a bit of rain. Currently leading the race is Jordan Boisson of Get Speed Team PCX Racing. Then following is Stefan Tribordini, who is the second driver for Santaloc Junior Team, another French driver in a French team, followed by Ayrton Redant, who is in the Ajith Redant Racing. Big fan following there with Ajith Kumar, who, I mean, in Dubai, it's nuts. The number of fans that turn up to watch Ajith. They didn't have the best of fortunes over in Dubai, but great to see that car has been completely repaired and ready to go for the European season. Ajith is also another fellow resident of Dubai, but he told me he's going to probably be basing himself out here in Europe for the European season. Another team that is based out in the Middle East currently, but made their way out, is the QMMF by HRT Performance team, with 3 Qatari drivers, and they've made their way out to Europe for this race and probably going to be staying here to ensure they can make the rest of the season. Now, leading the 992s currently, we have Fabien Dons, part of the Red Camel Jordans team in that Porsche 911. And then we have Conrad Tox Laveau, and he is racing for Molnar Motorsport, and they're currently leading our in second, sorry, for the 992. Then we also have the TCE category. We can't not give them a bit of love. We have not only Motorsport, and then followed by Asbest Racing, where we have Pia currently in the car.
Yeah, Pia Olsen, who has been driving that car for, I think, all of last year, and now into this. Yeah, TCX is a little bit of an equivalent to GTX, as in they're not officially TCE cars, but they do fit within the touring car category, and the X can stand for lots of different things. It's normally extra or extreme, and TCX therefore runs outside of the normal homologation rule set of TCE, just like GTX is not officially GT3, the GT3 version of the rules, and very much not the case for the GT2 Maserati. So we've got to find a category that they can run in legally. GT3 a global category. The TCE division for touring cars is a global category. In fact, we have TCE Europe here in Mugello this weekend. Great to have an Aston Martin as part of the entry, by the way. That's not the Aston Martin, that's the Ligier. The Aston's in behind it. But slightly more rare is an Aston Martin run by a Spanish team, because you know, I'm used to seeing Astons in British racing green, having a huge following at places like the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But I need to be aware that Aston is a global brand and very attractive to teams from elsewhere around the world.
And not just a Spanish team, all 3 drivers are also Spanish, currently in the car. Just trying to find, we've got Oliver Campos. Earlier on today, we saw Antonio jump out the car. That was around 30 minutes ago. That's Antonio Salnero. That is our semi-pro driver for that team, and that's finishing up the team is Pablo Berguera. Lots of the mechanics are Spanish as well. I went down there trying to have a word with them. I mean, my Spanish isn't perfect, learning at the moment.
Yeah.
A little bit going on, but was unable to get any sort of good conversation, all on my fault.
Did they not understand what you were saying? You surely were keeping it simple. I'm also trying to work out what, you know, that the English-French bridge is called franglais. I'm just wondering whether there's an expression that we should use for your Spanish, which is more like
Spanglais failing?
Yeah, that'll do.
That will do. I mean, it wasn't the best of Spanish, but anyway, all Spanish team. And who are we picking up?
Well, E2P, I'll tell you about the history of them. They come from more touring car style racing, but E2P were an ever-present for year after year at the Barcelona 24 Hours, and I do hope that they've now got the funding and the commitment to do ideally the whole season, because as you mentioned, the final stop on the European Tour for the 24H series this year is the Barcelona 24 Hours, and wouldn't it be great again to get a GT car in the hands of E2P at their home race in Catalonia?
Spanish trio.
Spanish trio.
In Catalonia. Well, back here with the Mugello 12 hours. Perhaps you can explain why it is 5.5 hours and 5.5 hours, because a lot of people will be sitting at home doing the maths going it's a 12-hour race, but that doesn't make 12, that makes 11.
Well, unfortunately, there's a thing that exists here at Mugello called a curfew, because you will know that in one direction there's quite a lot of housing. We've not quite been over the hill to Scarparia yet, but all the racing has pretty much got to be done by 7 p.m, I think, and we're not allowed to start at 7 a.m. So you've got to then work out a way of running for a 12-hour period, but yeah, be you're confined by the start and the finish times of a racetrack which goes about its business. It's been here since the mid-50s, I think. So those that have sort of moved into the area are well aware that there's a racetrack here, but a special license would be required to try and squeeze in a 12 hours. There are places you can do 24-hour races, obviously at Le Mans every year. At the Castellet circuit, there's a 24-hour race there often as well. But here, you're just not allowed to race all around the clock, so you fit it in where you can. And in the past, we used to do 3 hours on it, because this used to be a Friday-Saturday meeting, so you might do only as few as 3 hours on a Friday night and then 9 hours on a Saturday. And that was very much then a sprint race followed by an endurance race at a totally different style. And then staying on the lead lap was a bit easier to do, because you only had to kind of last, and you had this long line of GT cars that were just pounding round for 2 and 3 hours, and then a complete reset, and then you were into the Enduro. So that was quite a nice way of doing it, but in more recent years it's become a more even split.
Well, we've also got all the support races as well earlier on
Which we
today.
didn't used to have, actually, in the early days, which was just the Mugello 12 hours, and that was pretty much it. So it feels like, yeah, a lot of interest now elsewhere within single mate racing and shorter races, which is great for the future of Creventic.
Absolutely, builds out like a much bigger race weekend. We had the Radicals on the track earlier on, and then we also had the prototypes out. Some interesting racing going on there. Great to see them out here, and some wonderful drivers in those cars. But back here with the GT3s and the 992s on the track for the Mugello 12 hours, still leading the way is Jordan Boissin. Not too long ago, around 30 minutes to 60 minutes ago, we started seeing some driver changes, obviously due to the regulations, but also time to jump in and grab some fuel and change the tyres. I wonder when that next window might be. We've got 3 hours 49 left on the clock, perhaps around just inside the 3 hour mark, as in just beyond the 3 hour mark, so maybe at like 2 hours 45.
It's all dependent on how much fuel you've got and can you do another lap, because these cars, after about an hour, maybe 65 minutes at a push, they will be running out of fuel, and that's just the state of a GT3 fuel tank. The other thing to be mindful of is that from the start of the race, the fuel can be absolutely up the tube, brimmed to the absolute max. Whereas after that, every time you come into the fueling area, which is separate, I'll remind you, from the main pit lane, you're then you're confined by the allocation, which is in that regulation thing. So there's no real option to fill the car to the brim anymore. You have to monitor how much fuel you're putting in, and there's a set amount of litres depending on which category you're in, which obviously you can't exceed. But it's all governed by, have you seen one of these smart pumps down at the fueling area?
In Dubai, I believe, I saw.
You saw one?
Yeah.
Well, it has to know, first of all, who you are. So the mechanic down there plugs in a special card and goes, right, you're in GT3, you're in GT3 AM, you're running to the AM Advantage rules, let's say. So I now know the fuel rate, which is the speed that fuel is delivered at, and how much fuel you're allowed. And thankfully, it's all now computerized, whereas in the early days of the Mugello 12 hours, the guy doing the pump had to get it right themselves, and there was always a scope for a bit of error and potentially a penalty if you got it wrong. So the smart pump is better, and I'm amazed at how quickly they can kind of digest the information, because also it's dependent on the state of the track, and by that I mean, are we under green, as we are now, or do we have a code 60, which is like the full course yellow thing?
And there's no fueling in the pit lane here either. It's all done at the far end of the pit lane. Perhaps later on I'll take everyone down there and we can have a quick look around. That would be a good behind the scenes. We also have, what was I was going to tell you about, oh, we've got a bit of a highlight here.
Well, this is a few moments ago when the Aston Martin had a good run on the black and gold Porsche in 4th position. So again, E2P getting a lot of ground here. Oliver Campos around the outside, and he'd kind of got that move done even before the acceleration point. So Ralph Bone, I think, knew the game was up in the Porsche there. And the E2P Racing Aston Martin once more gains a spot up to 4th position. I was saying for a lot of the qualifying sessions yesterday that I thought the Aston Martin was out of position. And collectively, those 3 Spanish drivers are doing an excellent job to now be toying with a podium. Well, certainly not that a podium tonight counts for a great deal, because it's not a split race. Well, it is a split race, but they're not independent races. You don't get any points for finishing in the top 3 positions tonight, but I think E2P would be wishing that was the case.
And no trophies for finishing anywhere near the top for today. It's all going to come down to tomorrow. So it's all about getting yourself in a good position for tomorrow. Going back on the fuel, there's quite some steady gradients in terms of incline around this circuit, which will also have an impact on the fuel. Taking a car around a similar circuit on a flat gradient would be totally different in terms of the impact on the fuel. You'd be able to take it for a lot longer distance.
Well, I suppose compared to Dubai, the fuel burn is going to be less, because of not so much gradient change. Although I would imagine Dubai is a faster circuit, i.e. you spend more of the lap with the throttle wide open, because you've got the start-finish straight in Dubai. You've also got that very long straight coming out of the bowl at turn 9, is it? Down that long straight and then into 10. I've always thought that this circuit, because you spend a lot of it, 5.2 kilometres, and what I'd like to know is how many kilometres are you having to put steering input in, because there's a lot of corners in this place. It is about momentum more than anything else. There are some straights, but other than the main start-finish straight, it's a lot of short, sharp bursts of the throttle, and then you're off the power again. So yeah, your point about gradient is a good one, but also how much is it wide open throttle? At a place like Le Mans, that's a 13.5 kilometre racetrack at Le Mans. 80% of it is full throttle, though. I mean, you are flat to the boards for 80% of that lap. Therefore, there's a very high fuel burn compared to another long circuit in Germany, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, where it's just corner after corner after corner, and actually fairly light on fuel as a result.
And that's what makes taking series around different circuits so exciting. And Le Mans, obviously, an iconic race throughout the international racing calendar. Well, a bit of flashing there from, I believe, which car was that?
269, I'm going to say, Max Moritz.
That looks like it was Max Moritz. I like their Scottish tartan that they have on the car.
I hadn't seen that. Is that on the side of the car?
Up, down the middle, a strip through the middle. It's like a green, reddish tartan. Have a look the next time it comes around, or I'll grab a photo for you down when I'm in the pit lane.
Well, my next question is, why is that?
Well, I'll go and find out for you later on.
There isn't a hidden Scottish driver, I don't think, in the lineup, but there'll be a reason for it. Maybe one of the guys that is either bringing funding to that car or doing the driving this weekend is a tartan fan. So here's the Audi from Haas RT, not that far away. This is the number 21 car, not too far away from a Mercedes, but that Mercedes is not on the same lap. No, it is, I beg your pardon. It is Adam Osika battling away with Peter Gulinks for Haas RT, and therefore they are 8th and 9th. Run up a touch wide coming through Biondetti, the high-speed chicane round the back of the grandstand. The other thing we were noting is that, bearing in mind how these cars are built by very, very different manufacturers, there was never any guarantee when you put them all on the track at the same time that one wasn't going to have a very big advantage over the other. So you have this thing called balance of performance, where the weights of the cars are carefully equalized. Their ability to turn has to be looked at as well. And the Audi, here we go, is going to show us a good example of how it can potentially turn a lot more easily than the Mercedes. But the Mercedes is so much better out of the corners. So the Audi did well through San Donato and the hairpin, but couldn't get the power down, and away pulls the Mercedes a little bit more. But the Audi looks much better on the brakes and much better through the corners as well. It can just rotate that much more readily. So this fight is still on for 9th and for 10th place. No, 8th and 9th places, with the Mercedes marginally ahead over the Audi as they started this lap, and they're going to stay in that order. Now they're both catching the Viper Nizza Racing Mercedes from Malaysia. And this is, again, the unknown entity of longer distance racing, Sarah, is that around the next corner you might encounter a scrap that has nothing to do with your category. It might be 3 abreast 992 Porsches, but you've got to go, right, I need to get past these guys, and in a hurry, because I myself have got a couple of cars on my boot lid.
And also the way you would approach that today versus tomorrow perhaps would be aggressive, but not as aggressive as tomorrow, where it actually means something, because you want to make sure you don't get caught up in that scrap and end up in the gravel.
Yeah, well, indeed. I mean, it's all about context, and if you compare a fight now compared with a fight in the final hour tomorrow evening, it's going to be very, very different. And people like Mauro Engel and Pierre Caffer, you will see, will be plugged in for the closing stages of tomorrow's race. They're the gun drivers, as we call them. They're the quickest thinkers as well as quickest racers. Another good run for the Audi, though, for Peter Gulinks. He's got a slipstream from the Mercedes and Adam Osika. And the Get Speed Mercedes might not be able to do much about it, although down the inside will break a tad later. And even though the Mercedes can't corner quite as well as the Audi, it gets a terrific run off the corner. And again, Gulinks is probably feeling a bit frustrated here. He's thinking, I've tried this overtake 6 or 7 times now and it's not worked. But persistence is often key. You've got to sort of put that out of your mind and go, right, we go again in a lap's time.
And you've also got to think about the overall, like how much it's burning the tyres, how long do you put the pressure on, whether you're attacking or you're defending, or do you just sit there perhaps in the tailwind and, you know, save a little bit and then go for that later on. But as we said earlier on, you just want to be within the lead lap or within, you know, a short distance of the car in front to be in a good position. Well, let's take a look. We've still got Jordan Boissat leading the way for Get Speed team. I mean, the French are doing well here at the top, followed up by Stéphane Tribordini from Santalok junior team. We saw these two teams battling out for quali yesterday, very close on their fastest lap times in terms of their fastest possible lap times in the car. Then we have Ajith Red Ant Racing, currently being driven by Ayrton Redant. I've been told earlier on today that is the correct spelling of the family surname.
Did you ask them what they prefer? Because, I mean, we've always said the play on words is the team name, and it's too good an opportunity to miss, isn't it? Your family name is spelt Red Ant, so let's call the team Red Ant and put a massive red ant on the side of the car. So that works. But being Belgian, I kind of think, we think that surely they've always traditionally said their name as Redon.
Well, let me go in there later on and ask them to correct me. Whenever I've spoken to them before, they've never corrected me, probably out of politeness. But
I've never known a race before, other than Creventic, where you have red ants scrapping with red camels. It's a strange combination. And well, I'd like another red type animal in there somewhere. Maybe that's a future target for Creventic for the rest of the year. You never know.
I mean, what a thing to put out there, Johnny.
What a thing to throw
but
at
they're
you.
not quite scrapping yet. I wish they were scrapping a little bit more. I mean, the red camels are a little bit further behind at the moment.
To be honest, it sort of ruined it after Red Ant stepped away from the 992 class. They used to be in the 992s, and now they're in GT3. So, yeah, it's not a straight fight. You make a good point.
Although Red Camel might be on the podium and Red Ant maybe not. I mean, they're just sitting off, but it's still a long way to go of the 12 hours of Mugello. Then we have both of the Herberth Motorsport teams sitting currently in 5th and 6th with German drivers in both. We've got Ralph Bonn for one of the teams. I don't know how we're distinguishing these two teams. I'll check that shortly. So
between the two Herbert guys?
Yeah, we've got the 91.
Yeah,
and we've got the 269 just currently just behind them.
Herbert Motorsport is effectively the Renault twins team, and they drive themselves, they race themselves, but they also have customer programs too. So you've got to remember that even though they are teammates, they're team cars, but they're funded entirely differently. So if it came down to a dogfight tomorrow evening, let's say, between the 91 and the 269 Porsches, there wouldn't be any team orders. It would just be a complete dogfight to the finish. So, I mean, that's an exciting prospect as well.
That would be very exciting if we saw that.
As long as they didn't take each other out, because that's the real disaster scenario, clearly. Don't hit your teammate is #1 rule in motor racing. still no let up in this relentless grind of Peter Goolings trying to find his way by Adam Osika. He's tried every trick in the book here, and it's not quite worked for him. That Audi's very strong, particularly at the end of the main straight, going into San Donato, that first hairpin. But he can't get the exit he needs because the Mercedes is so good then in those lower gears and that drive from the Merc. So, and this is why balance of performance is so interesting, because from an official point of view, you want to try and make a Mercedes about the same lap time as an Audi. Something I hope not too crucial came off the back of. Now, did it come off the Porsche Cup car, or did it more likely come off the Mercedes? Because I wonder if there'd been some contact between this Audi and Mercedes earlier on. Has something now finally given up the ghost? Didn't look too crucial, but also the worry is that debris flying into the air, you never quite know where that's going to land either. But that's the reason why there's debris fencing all the way around the racetrack, to try and contain that.
And also why we got the marshals out there, to be able to spot anything. I mean, racing wouldn't be possible without the marshals. Touch wood, we haven't had any of, I don't want to say the word, C60. We don't want to be saying that too early, just in case. But, I mean, it's been pretty good so far. Back in Dubai for the 24 hours, they kept on rolling in, especially in that 3 a.m. stint. I mean, it's a different sort of race completely, but...
Did we have a code 60 on the first lap of the Dubai 24 hours? It was pretty early on. It didn't take us long at all, unfortunately.
There were 66 cars in the field, though, going through that turn one. Slightly fewer here, but still an incredible grid out here. We've got 28 cars still out on the track.
And also, I mean, team managers will look into things. Oh, now then, hang on. You said there'd been no code 60. This is the power that, as a commentator, we have. You see, Sarah. I went through a spate of going, oh, look, we've had this race, we've had 2 hours of it, and not a single caution. And literally within the next 2 seconds, the caution came out, and everybody was #blame Johnny because of that. And I am convinced we have more power than we actually realise. We very nearly needed a caution then because of a half spin for Tracy Crone in the RPM racing car. That was at Materassi and Borgo San Lorenzo corners. He actually controlled it fairly well, didn't let it phase him too much, and has rejoined. There's the Maserati in its gold and black colours, and there is the E2P Racing Mercedes. Now, is that a genuine overtake for Oliver Campos? Which Mercedes is that alongside him? He is in the 90 car. So no, that might actually be Jordan Boisson trying to put a lap on Oliver Campos. Because Campos, the next car that he would expect to be on his tail would be Ralph Bone. And what's the gap? 7 or so seconds. So that is not actually a move for position. It's and this, I suppose, is the innate confusing nature of a longer distance race, is that sometimes you've got a car that hasn't had a great start, now with a much faster driver in it, and this is an opportunity to gather back some of that time.
Well, that's where you find a lot of the traffic on track as well. So in the endurance race, we've got lots of different classes going on here, different sort of speeds of the cars, and you have to let someone through if they're in a faster car and in a kind of a different race from you. They're on the track at the same time, but that's also the fun of it, the complexity of navigating the track. So like you say, you know, there's a lot of cars that have lapped each other sort of in theory, but they're still out there racing. So they have the race they're on, but also avoiding the cars from the other classes and any of the back markers in their own race. Now looking at the red Camel that we were talking about earlier on, they're leading the 992, currently being driven by Fabian Dons. That is the 909. Now we're picking up with Igor Sorokin in the 928. They're in the 3rd position currently for HRT Performance. They're chasing down Molnar Motorsport, who is currently being driven by Conrad Tox-Leveau. Although, let's see if we can see the difference in the time. That's in class rather than the overall race.
Yeah, it's difficult when you get 992s either side of other cars, because then you've got to do a bit of maths, which I always struggle with, to find out a true gap, for instance, between Fabian Dance and Conrad Leveau, which is what you're trying to do. Have you worked it out?
I'm still trying to work it out. Looking at the timing screen, to be honest, I haven't been up here very long, and I was just thinking it would be there and that I wouldn't have to do maths. Well, but I'll try and do the maths and work it out.
Certain columns will tell you the position of a car behind the overall leader, and then there's another column that gives you a shorter gap, or it can be a shorter gap. So I reckon first to second in 9.92 is about a minute, potentially.
Just under a minute, I think. We've got like 56 seconds.
Okay.
I think.
I'll buy that
on
for
that
$1.
one. And then we've got, well, it's a whole lap behind. So a minute 47 maybe for third position.
Is that back to third place in 9.92?
From the leader of 9.92.
Yeah, but remember that the 9.92s from third downwards are all in the AM category, so that the race leader in AM is HRT Performance, and they're really only concerned about being the best and the highest placed AM car. So you see that extra column there that says 992 AMs? That's the real crux of the 992 scrap, if you like. If they can finish ahead of one of the 992s without the AM bit, then that's an absolute bonus, but the championship points will be delivered according to where the AMs all finish comparatively. So yeah, for Igor Sorokin, he's not going to lose too much sleep about knowing that Conrad Leveux and Fabian Dance are so far in front, because that's not his fight. He'll be much more bothered about how readily Ahmed Al-Amadi is catching him, and that's only 4 seconds. So 4 seconds after, I mean, how many hours have we had now? 2? And a 4-second gap between the two in 992 AM is mightily impressive.
Exactly 2 hours, but also that car that's chasing them, the QMMF, they came in thinking they had a puncture. Haven't quite got to the bottom of what was going on there, but Faisal couldn't work out, Faisal Al-Yafai, he couldn't quite work out what it was that wasn't quite feeling right. I did look at the tyres when they came in. I mean, there was a lot of rubber and sort of debris. He went in, pick up, he went into fuel, but he also came in slowly, so picked up a lot more than if you were coming into the pits faster.
And the other interesting thing was that his teammate, who were you talking to prior to the current driver driving in, because he said to you Ahmed was going in.
Jassim Al-Thani.
It was Jassim, that's right. And Jassim suggested that the car on its way into the pits had actually taken the cut-through route there, because, I mean, that's what they were told to do. We were actually sat in the driver's briefing yesterday when Jeroen Steenhuis, the race director, was delivering all of the crucial messages, and I was thinking, is everybody paying attention here? Because they'll then say, well, you didn't say that. And I was hearing Jeroen saying absolutely everything very clearly and concisely. But he said, if you suffer a puncture in the first sector and even the first bit of the second sector, there's always the option to nip into the pit lane via that shortcut. But of course, the lap that you've just started then doesn't count, so it's ultimately quite a delay. But in terms of a net situation, you're probably going to gain rather than doing the full lap on only 3 inflated tyres. So it's a bit of a help to you, but I am therefore amazed that QMMF have still kept within, well, it's now 2.5 seconds of the AM race lead, despite what could have been a massive drama there.
So Ahmed Al-Amadi is putting in some great lap times to be able to close down the lead for the AM category of the 992, who is leader is being led by HRT Performance by Igor Sorokin, but still a long way to go. I mean, we won't really know until later on tomorrow, to be honest.
So got 3.5 hours to go for day one of the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello, as now Maserati is facing the wrong direction and potentially has stalled as well. This is Amedeo Pampanini, who was leading in the GTX category. Only a couple of cars, of course, entered into GTX this weekend. Yellow flags at turn 5, but a good little spin turn there from Amedeo Pampanini to get the car righted, put in the right direction without the need for a caution. Good driving that for the race leader in GTX. And the Michelin 12 Hours in Mugello, live here on the Radio Show Limited Network, live here on the Creventic Motorsports TV channel on YouTube. And we have 3.5 hours still to go today. Now, a significant lead change in the overall GT3 battle, and this is for Pro-Am as well, let us not forget. We're talking about Jordan Boisson and his decent progress through traffic. However, this was the overtake that finally happened for Stefan Tribordini. So Boisson in the Mercedes, he's over to the right, round the outside for Stefan Tribordini, who was very impressive in qualifying yesterday. It was still a drag race out of San Donato corner, where in another Mercedes versus Audi battle, generally that Mercedes has had the advantage, but actually Jordan Boisson couldn't make that pay. He couldn't hold Stefan Tribordini back, and for the first time, well, since the pit stops, we have a new leader. And I don't think, actually, in all of the run into that first phase of pit stops, did we see the number 18 Audi that earlier on was in the hands of Pierre Caffer. Have we seen this Audi in front of the Mercedes? So that is a significant breakthrough for Santilok Junior team. They now lead after maybe a slight error from Jordan Boisson. Although we've got to remember that Boisson is a bronze-rated driver, and on the balance of play, Stefan Tribordini is probably, in terms of the delta times, the kind of average times, the slightly quicker driver. So an intriguing fight between two Frenchmen going the way of Santilok and their Audi. And car number 18 now leads by 5 and a bit seconds. Joe Bradley is back from lunch.
This is what we expected to see, isn't it, Johnny, as we flip-flop through and cycle through our drivers. Johnny's going to pop away and grab some lunch, which I've got to say is, as its usual, excellent. Quite a menu as well. Lots of veg, lots of bean salad and meat to choose from, Johnny. Hope you enjoy that. I'm going to be joined in Johnny's seat by Sarah, who is getting a bit of a break from the pit lane. With Santilok Junior team, I've got to say, from qualifying yesterday, this was my favourite for the race win. I know it's a big punt for a 12-hour race, but just looking at the way that those drivers, and all of the drivers in the lineup, are positioned, it's going to be a hard car to beat. I still know there's a long way to go. There's 3.5 hours to go today, Sarah. So, you know, anything can happen, isn't it?
Well,
everything's in the script.
Well, they've only just taken the lead off of Get Speed. But interesting that you're making that call so early on.
I made that call yesterday.
Oh,
I was going to say.
Okay.
I just made that call now.
Noted.
I made that call yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yeah.
Well, they did win. They did take pole. No, they didn't. They were second.
Get Speed.
Get Speed took pole. They were just behind, very close behind, actually. But I'll keep a mental note, and I'm sure you will remind us. There'll be no worry about that tomorrow.
Unfortunately, there's no money involved.
There is no money involved. But if they come through to win, I'm sure we're going to be hearing that all the way on the plane back. Well, Stefan Tribordini, he was looking very relaxed this morning when I saw him out and about. We also got a quick word with him on the grid.
He had an early lunch, didn't he, in preparation for what we're seeing now. So plenty of time for that to digest, and he's in the car now for a while.
Well, we've just had the QMMF car head off. He was doing an incredible job to close down that space. Was up to just 2.5 seconds behind, just leaning over so I can see the HRT performance. Looks like he's just gone off there in the gravel. Oh, that's not going to be a good one for the car. No doubt we'll have to come in and check. Nothing's caught up. Manages to rejoin the track.
Yeah,
I believe
that's the section of track that kind of drags you in. It's just before the Arrabbiata corners. It's after Casanova, the Cervelli left-hander, where you're trying to carry speed, but he was way off track well before the apex of the corner, wasn't he? So maybe he got it wrong through Casanova and was gathering, what we saw there was him gathering it up from the right-hand bit, let alone the left-hand bit. So, again, just speculation. The good news is that the number 974 is back on track, continuing after catching the attention of the driver, who is, by the way, who is at the number 974? It's Ahmed Al-Amadi, who's dropped a couple of places at least.
Fifth.
I think, by the looks of that.
3 places down into 5th. That is Ahmed Al-Amadi. We've also got Douglas Koo, the Viper Niza Racing, gone in for fuel. Let's see what else is happening out on track. Stefan Tribordini now taking the lead for Santilok Junior team, closely followed by Jordan Boisson for Get Speed team. I mean, there must have been an overtake there. We missed it. He's now 6.7 seconds behind the lead. And we have the Spanish team, Oliver Campos, also a Spanish driver for E2P Racing. And He is 56.5 seconds behind second place, which is Jordan. And who is leading on 992 now? We've got that split into two. Red Camel, being driven by Fabien Dons, is leading the 992 Pro. And then for the AM category, we still have Igor Sorokin HRT Performance, now being chased down by one of the Seb Lejeune cars. I think I can see that. I'm just having a look across we swapped positions in here, didn't we? So now I'm a little bit further away from the timing screen,
so, yeah.
Testing my eyesight.
Yeah, there's a massive one behind you, by the way.
I know, but
have a look on your left shoulder.
Crook neck.
There it is. There it is. Even bigger, much better. Big. I sometimes sort of glance across there, across Johnny's shoulder. But yeah, we'll begin to struggle. Lots of traffic here for the Red Ant car. He is getting through traffic, just putting what looks like a lap on the Hofer car. The Hofer car with Chantal Prince at the wheel now, dropped down to 17th and 6th in the AM class. Chantal now a lap down, certainly off our leaders. But the Red Ant car, the car ahead of the red and white one is the Aston Martin of E2P Racing. And I've gone away for a spot of lunch. I've come back and we've got an Aston Martin in third place, Oliver Campos at the wheel. He might be quite a distance back from the two cars at the front of the field, but he's only 10 seconds ahead of Ayrton Redon in the Ajith Redon car. So that's a turnout. That car has made massive progress in such a short time.
I forgot that happened during the time you were on lunch. I have a question for you. When you were away, we were looking at the Scottish tartan that's on the Herberth Motorsport. Do you know why that could be? I mean, the drivers are Max Morris, Vincent Kolb and Robert Renauer. Maybe it was one of the sponsors?
Max Morris? What nationality is Max?
German?
Yeah, with a name like Max Morris, it's not very German though, is it?
You think he could be the reason?
I wonder if he's the family. I wonder if it's a family tartan from Max Morris. Who? That's a job for you, Sarah, isn't it? when you head after the lunch, after we cycle through our lunch seating arrangements, you can maybe ask that.
I will.
Yeah.
I will head down and investigate when I'm back in my comfort spot.
Because there's no other Scottish-sounding sort of names in that car, is there?
Definitely not. Vincent Kolb? No.
No.
Robert Renauer? Definitely not. They're German.
No.
They're all German, actually, but there must be some things.
Yeah, maybe.
In the heritage.
Whether it's a family thing or a commercial thing, that's... Sarah will find out.
Well, I thought you're a book of knowledge. I thought you may already know, but I will go and find out.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know. It's the Herberth cars over the years have moved away. I mean, that black and gold livery that we see on that Porsche there at the front of this three-car train, that's Ralph Bond still at the wheel of that one. That's been black and gold now for, I think this is possibly its third season in that livery. We have got a Code 60, the first Code 60 of this race, which is interesting, and it's for debris, so some sort of trim, looks like a very flimsy trim, has come off one of our competitors. It's on the start-finish straight, and it's right on the racing line, as we've got one of the Porsches peeling off. So Code 60 being called, I would imagine, Sarah, that it's going to be a very quick Code 60, if that is the reason for it. I'm presuming the Code 60 is for the debris, and for that debris to be collected, it's in a precarious place. It's in pit in, which hasn't really got any massive access. And as I say that, there's one of our marshals.
One of our marshals heading out to pick that up. I might get blamed for that Code 60. While you were away at lunch, I said, I didn't want to say the full word. We said a C60 just to avoid it, but it might be commentator's curse, because that was only around 15 minutes ago. And here we are, our first one of the race, nearly halfway through this race, 3 hours and 17 to go. It definitely looks like that was what was causing the Code 60. He's picked up whatever that debris was. Perhaps we can have a look at a replay. We've got one of the cars coming in for fueling. Is that the Vortex making its way through?
It is. That's the Vortex into the pits. This might be, I mean, we've had... Yeah, we're getting towards the GT3 cars, getting towards that 1 hour mark since their last pit stopped. I'll just need to check the analysis to make sure that is exactly right. But that 1 hour may be top-up time. We're well inside the driver times of 2 hours 40 max, aren't we? So Ralph Bond's been in the car for a chunk of time. He's been in the car 2 hours 8. So Ralph Bond getting towards the time that he will need to get out of the car. He's about 20 minutes away. So the other driver that stayed in the car, Oliver Campos, he's been in the car just over an hour. We've got Max Moritz been in the car 2 hours 9. Sorry, 2 hours 8, not 2 hours 9. 2 hours 9 for Adam Osaika in the second of the Get Speed cars. 2 hours 9 for that's the Haas RT. Yeah, Peter Gwilnex has been in the car for over 2 hours. So they are the drivers that are close to that 2 hours 40. Is it 2 hours 40 max?
2 hours 30.
2 hours 30 max.
Yeah, 2 hours 30. Just having a look over at Era Motorsport, if they're going to be making a change. I mean, there was a bit of a conversation earlier on whether Jake Hill might jump back in, having to really swivel round to have a look at this board because I can't see your small text of your one. That is car 81. Dwight Merriman still in that car. We did see a lot of those changes around the same time earlier on, which is why we can see those cars all with drivers that have been in around 2 minutes 9, 2 minutes 10 now. Well, that was the quickest code 60 I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, we knew it was going to be a quick one. A little bit of debris that needed to be collected. We've already gone green. So it hasn't really been one of those opportunities for any kind of strategic playing around with pit stops and refueling. They've gotten straight back on with it, and with no change, Stefan Trubadini in the Sonderlock car still leads by 8 seconds from Jordan Boisson in the Get Speed car. They've got 1 minute 45 from the Aston Martin of E2P Racing. Oliver Campos, one of those drivers that has been in the car a while. However, on saying that, he's only been in the car just over an hour, so plenty of time. So we're about 20 minutes away from seeing the likes of Ralph Bourne and his other Herbeth Motorsport teammate, Max Moritz, who's down in 7th. They're about 20 minutes away from their maximum driver time for any one stint.
Well, anyone that is tuning in on YouTube, if you have any questions for us, feel free to pop them in the chat, or even for me when I go back down into the pit a little bit later on. If there's anything you'd like to know behind the scenes, or perhaps within any of the teams and garages, let me know and I'll have a look. I know there's a couple of questions on here. It is definitely Parc Ferme. I can see a question around there this evening. Not Parc Ferme for the drivers, but Parc Ferme for the cars. So the state of the cars that they're in later on today will be the state they bring them back out again. Now we can see the 114 currently in. This is not only motorsport, one of the 2 cars over in the TCE TCX category. They're having a quick, well, I wouldn't say a quick driver change. That looks like a pretty steady driver change.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a 3-lap lead on the other car. This is the Ligier GS2R. That little sports car that has got its own one-make series, hasn't it, in France? A little bit disappointing, actually. When that car first made an appearance, we thought it would be an ideal car to come Creventic long-distance endurance racing. However, that doesn't seem to be much of a take-up on that. But there's no sense of urgency there. They're the only car, they're only one of 2 cars in the TCX class. They're up against the Seat Leon Cup racer. That's a TCR spec Seat Leon of Asbest, and they've got 3 laps on that car. So they are driving their own race and pretty much enjoying the drive of just getting the challenge of getting that car to the finish over 12 hours, I suppose.
Definitely. Well, we're having a look now as they wheel the tyres that have come off the car into the garage. It's quite dark in there, can't really see, but maybe we can head back out to the pit lane. They've got 3 drivers, Filippo Tornaghi, I hope I said that right, Gino Rocci and Alberto Antonucci. And we've got a question coming on YouTube. Are the cars where they end today where they'll start tomorrow? Well, yes, but they'll lose some time between them. So say there's 60 seconds between the lead whoever's out in front and the second car. Tomorrow they'll start back on a rolling grid, so they'll lose that time.
They will resume the same track position, but like you say, you could be in the lead by 90 seconds, and it's effectively like putting a safety car out. So we're going to put a safety car out overnight and then resume it tomorrow morning. But yes, that 90 seconds will erode, and it will literally be inches and centimeters between the cars when they roll across the line to take the restart. Usually we do see them line up. However, it's all provisional when we finish tonight. How they'll line up tomorrow morning is when we see there may have been some penalties. We've been caught out like this before, where we've turned up the next day expecting to see a car on the front of the grid or near the front of the grid, and it hasn't been. And so we've got the potential of penalties, but fundamentally the answer to that question is yes. Where they finish the first 5.5 hours will be where they pick up and start the final 6.5 hours.
And for the series, there's no points to be picked up this evening. It's not a separate race. It's not two parts. It is one race sort of split across 12 hours. We were also talking earlier on about why it's 5.5 hours today. That's due to the curfew of the track we're in and the surrounding vicinity of the Mugello Valley, because there are lots of residents around here, and you'd be able to hear it for quite some distance.
Wasn't it you who said, isn't it so peaceful and tranquil around this part of the world? You know, it is. It's a beautiful part of the world, and as much as this part of the world loves to see the sound, loves to hear the sound of racing engines, I have always found it very civilized to break, go off to a local restaurant, have a nice dinner, a couple of glasses of wine if that's your thing, and then to bed, back to the track in the morning, and then finish it all off. It's much better than just a slog all the way through.
Well,
and even
yes.
better than a 24-hour slog, isn't it?
I think so. Well, I think it also plays into the strategy a little bit. And we've got some questions coming through here about how it works in terms of lapped cars. So perhaps you can take us through to explain it in a little bit more detail. So say a car is 2 laps down. How do they start on the grid tomorrow?
They will start 2 laps down off the leader. So they will line up with all of the cars on the same lap, line astern. If you're a lap down, you're behind that train. It's not necessarily, I need to clarify that, it's not necessarily where you finish in track position, it's where you finish in results position. So if you are a lap down off the leader, but you're ahead of the car in second place and you haven't quite been lapped, I need to clarify that, because I think I'm going to contradict myself and say that's where you're going to start. You're going to start ahead of the car in second place. The only car you've been lapped by is the leader. So basically, as you come across the line, effectively the cars would be lined up like that, track-wise. But again, guess who's going to find that out? From one of the officials ambling around the pit lane.
Well,
task yourself with that.
I am.
Just to clarify that, I think the second way I've described that as how you finish on track is how you resume. Because it seems a bit unfair if you've just dropped a lap off the leader, but you're keeping second place behind, and you can, try and fight back if you're in the same class.
Well, once Johnny's back from lunch, I'll go and get some more clarification. There's a lot of chat going on actually in the YouTube chat, so we'll get that clarified for you shortly. While we were talking about that, we did see E2P Racing come into the pits. They also had a driver change. I think it will be Pablo Berguera, I think that's how you say it, is now in the car.
Yeah, Berguera. That's how I would say it. He's on his outlap now. Resuming, came out of the pits in 10th place overall. We are in the realms of cars pitting and getting back into where they perhaps should be. They're a natural position as we went through the pit stop phase. It's not affecting the top 2. That is very much the property of Sonderlock Junior Team and the Get Speed Team PCX. Still Tripodini and Boisson. That's the number 18 and the number 28. The Audi is the 18, the 28 is the Mercedes. Third place, Ralph Born. He's now been in the car 2 hours and 17 minutes. So he's got about 13 minutes before we were kind of going to sort of tap him on the shoulder and say you might be wanting to think about coming into the pits, and having completed his 2.5 hour maximum.
That's also the same for 2 other drivers just behind him with 2 hours 18. Just trying to work out the line. I think it's Adam Osika for the Get Speed Team JR28 6. And then also for Peter Gerlings, who is in the Haas RT. That is the team of 2 drivers. But what happens with 2 drivers and the limits they have? I guess one has 2.5 today and 2 hours today. And then tomorrow, 2.5 for the driver who did 2 today. Tomorrow?
Well, it's 6.5 tomorrow, so you've got that extra hour on today. And I think what Chris Donker was kind of alluding to was it's a little bit easier to work out your 2. You haven't really got a choice, have you? You've got one driver in the car. You've got one driver sitting in the pits. Who am I going to put in next? It's the one sitting in the pits, isn't it? So I think that's what Chris meant. They're also pretty much, it doesn't really matter where they are performance-wise or ability-wise. As the Ferrari comes in, that is the ERA Motorsport Ferrari that has come into the pits now. Dwight Merriman into the pits. He's done, now that's the AM driver stint from that car, dropping down the order to 17th overall. That looked like it might be Ollie Bryant getting ready to get into that car. We'll confirm that when it leaves the pits. So that's Dwight has done his bit, job done, into the pits, handing over to his teammate, and the ERA Ferrari with that white and purple livery.
I'm loving the purple, I must say. It's not a common colour you see out.
It's not, is it? I don't know where the ERA team have come by that livery. Again,
Another question for me. I'm building a list, aren't I?
Another research mission.
We can see Kyle stood here over on the side. He used to race in this team. He is now team manager. I was trying to catch up with him earlier on. That's Kyle Tilley, but I will catch him a little bit later on and find out.
Kyle has always been the team principal of ERA, even when he was driving. And I think he's chosen to, you know, rather than burden himself with organising the team, etc., and driving as well. I think we had a chat to him. I think I chatted to him at last year's Imola Classic, where they were running cars, and he said he's going to step back a bit from the driving because it just becomes too much to consider, and you're not really giving yourself a full crack at doing the driving because you have to, you know, you're not able to focus fully on the driving. You're also, as you're driving around, thinking about the logistics of where you're going to feed the team tonight, perhaps, or you know, how the team logistics are going to be, or maybe even thinking about the planning for the next event, that you've got this massive operation that you're kind of overseeing. So yeah, we're seeing
well, he's also got the races elsewhere where he's overseeing.
Well, they're also represented in the Sebring 12 hours this weekend,
yeah,
which is happening this afternoon American time. It usually kicks off about 10 o'clock, doesn't it, Sebring? I'm not sure of the race start. Don't leave this broadcast, please.
One of the beauties of what we've got going on here are the onboard cameras. Well, we're currently on board with Anthony Vince in the 888, one of the Seb Lejeune cars. Do you want to take us on a lap?
Yeah, let's do that. If we're going to stay on board with Anthony Vince in this 888 numbered car, it's a car that's been going very, very well. It's 4th in class. That's a 992. Anthony just following in the wake. We're at the top part of the track now. We're going to make our way downhill somewhat towards the sweeping right-hander at Casanova, and then this is a corner that you really need to get the car across to the left to maximise. It uses all of the curb, then you've got to get it across to the left to maximise the way that you take this Arrabbiata 1. Arrabbiata 2, using all the curb on the left there, should be just an acceleration zone. You just flat out through that corner, up and over the brow, on the brakes, turning sharp right into Scarperia, immediately into Pelagio. And this is where you can sneak a place or two here. If you come out the corner better, it's into the Corrential hairpin here, and it's a one that turns away from you. Adverse camber there can easily end up going too fast and washing out, but gathering it together, tripping over the car in front, through this flat out left, flat out right, not really much of a problem there, and towards perhaps, not even arguably, the most important corner on this whole track is the left-hander now at Boccini. As we've got another code 60, Sarah, you mentioned it, yellow flag at turn 11, and the code 60 flag is flying, so we're under purple conditions. If you are new to Creventic style racing, code 60 means at exactly the same time, all of the cars slow down to a speed limit of 60 kilometers an hour. So it's effectively like putting out, you might have seen a virtual safety car in other forms of racing, where everything goes on to, somebody described it as a scale electric on a half power when you have a cross wire in scale and all the cars slow down and go the same speed.
Or you could say it's like putting the limiter on your regular road car to a 60.
Yeah, going to limb mode. There is the leader in taking advantage of this code 60. I'm not sure. There is the reason for the code 60. I was about to say we're not sure why the code 60 has come out, but there it is. There is the clue. The vortex is off into the gravel, and what looks like, Sarah, it has contacted that tyre barrier quite heavily because it's disjointed the tyre barrier.
I mean, they've had a troubled weekend, haven't they, with that wheel balance on the front end. They were fixing it overnight. Philip Bonnell in the car right now, so I will put, that's another job on my list later on, to go and find out what's going on with the vortex. Talking of the onboards, we were checking them out a little bit earlier on. When Johnny was up here with me, when you were out at lunch, we were talking about how much time they put under full power, under left or right. I guess the only way is to be able to check is watching the onboards. It would be a little bit of a manual way of doing it, but I mean, that's one way. All the onboards are available on YouTube to have a look and watch back. We've got a few of them on the cars here. Wow, he's really quite sunk that car in there. Can't see them coming back out today. What do you think?
It's Vortex.
Don't like giving up, do they?
They never give up. I mean, you know, they'll repair it. They carry a lot of spares. I was about to say that car it must be like driving a firework. They've got a V8 Chevy engine under the where it says 701 there on the number board. Underneath that cover, it's a tube frame on carbon tub. There's a bracket that holds the engine in behind the tub. Yes, Vortex doing what Vortex do really, and giving themselves a lot of work in the pits. That was a chat on the a comment on the chat. But that thing, the power to weight ratio is immense, and you've got amateur drivers driving the car. That is a big handful. They do really well getting that car around in the sort of lap times that we're seeing, and really sort of competing with a Maserati MC20 in GT2 spec is quite a thing. But that looks to me, Sarah, as though he's come through the right-hander and then got it wrong and speared off towards the right there. Again, just speculation. That car doesn't look too damaged, actually. A little bit of realignment of the front suspension on the right-hand side. A little bit of bodywork, maybe. A bit of gaffer tape needed. The tyre barrier has done its job, I think. It's not damaged that car too much.
Quite a bit of gravel gone up there, though. I mean, yesterday when I was in qualifying, the amount of gravel they were digging out from some of those cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I used to hate cars going into gravel. It used to scare me because you only need a small stone. And I think that interview you did on the grid earlier, before the start, they mentioned some sort of debris getting in one of the brake calipers, didn't they? That was effect of the car going into the gravel. As we've got the Red Ant car into the pits, driver change there, Ayrton Redon getting out. Not sure who the driver is, who was that getting into. You didn't see that, did you?
I didn't, but I'll have a look in a second.
Well, we'll be able to see once they get out of the pits. We've already got the leader, the Sonderlock Audi, and the second place Get Speed Mercedes. Now, Stefan Trebordini, we knew he was double stinting because he told you that at lunchtime, didn't he? Or his lunchtime, wasn't our lunch, it was our coffee time, wasn't it? So he stayed in the car. Patrick Charlet is now in the Get Speed car. The Red Ant car leaves its pit box, and we will get an update when it gets out on track. It's Ajith Kumar. Ajith Kumar, his first stint in the 2026 Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello, as Philippe Bonnell gets a lift back after burying his Vortex into the tyre barrier. And I think that was at that looked like it was at Scarperia, the Scarperia Pelagio part of the track there at the very top, the highest point of the track there. The Vortex certainly looks all right on the left-hand side. Recovery teams getting that car out of the way. Once they get it beyond the tyre barrier and onto a truck, it'll take the back roads and all the access roads that you can take shortcuts to the paddock, get that car back to the paddock. The team can get to work on it. I'm pretty sure they'll have that back very shortly.
So we've had an interesting question come in, which I will go and check later on with the stewards. Just wondering, if a team like Vortex retires today, what grid position would they pick up for the second part of tomorrow? Well, they're in a 2-car class, so they will be in the second class, but it'll be interesting to see where they are on the grid. But unless you know, I'll go and find out a little bit later on. We've also had a question come in about why the 921 Tox Laveau is currently driving that car. Why they didn't come in the pits during a code 60? Why would you not do that?
Write that down as one of the questions you would ask. I'll tell you why you don't do that. It depends on where your car is, track position-wise, and how long you think the code 60 is going to last. If you've just gone past the pits and the code 60 comes out, you've then got to do a full lap at 60 kilometres, which is what, 5 minutes, I think, here? If I might be able to tell you. Yeah, it's about 5 minutes or so. So by the time you get round, by the time you then get an opportunity to come in for fueling and pit stop, the code 60 might be over before you get a chance to leave, and that's going to cost you track time. So it's not necessarily a given. It's not necessarily a given that every time the code 60 comes out, you will dive in. Now, excuse me, got a bit of a cough. Usually, the driver will get a look at somebody goes off into the gravel. You can then sort of preempt how long that recovery is going to take. And it's a relatively quick recovery. After recovering the car, we've got to then reaffix the tyre barrier. So that looked, again, as though it just been dislodged rather than damaged. There was another, what was the first part of that question?
It was regarding Vortex. So, if a car like Vortex doesn't get back out today...
Right, so it's not retired, it's just effectively in the pits. And if that clock ticks by and it's still in the pits, if they then continue working on it overnight, which happens, they will take a penalty for working on it outside of the race time. And they'll take, and the penalty is quite defined, find it in the regs. So they'll take a penalty. Their race is already kind of destroyed by the fact that they're going to spend 3 hours in the pits. So it's all about just, remember, this is Pro-Am racing. Bit of a motorcycle race going on in the link roads. Better turn the cameras away just in case. But they're going to resume, and they're going to then just soak up the day of having the joy of driving their race car around this beautiful track as we've gone green again, Sarah.
We have, and the chat is livening up. Now we've started answering the questions. I mean, they're all going crazy in the chat, and also a lot of Ajith Kumar fans out there glad to see him in the car. Sadly, he didn't get in the car in Dubai, one of his fellow drivers.
Yeah, he didn't. So this is effectively the first. We saw Ajith in the Abu Dhabi 6 hours, of course, in the Middle East Trophy. He did. We were looking forward to seeing him at Dubai. I was part of the street parade on the Wednesday before the race, and then Nick and I had to go off and do some karting.
It was a bit crazy, wasn't it?
It was mental, wasn't it? It was great. There was huge.
I tried to find you. No chance.
Did you? Did you really? Yeah. I mean, Nick was right in there at the driver's door with Ajith, getting an interview, surrounded by this crowd. Now, it certainly wasn't a football crowd. The adulation that this man bestows upon his fan base is phenomenal. And you know, he's such a lovely, approachable bloke. How serious does he take his racing, though? That he was sat on that wall there at the start of the race, and you asked him that question, and I knew you were kind of intruding on his mental preparation, I thought. Did you think that?
Yes, I know. Yeah. They all looked like they were just having a little... I mean, it looked casual because they were sitting on the wall, but
no. They weren't talking, though, were they?
No, no. They were all thinking about what they're up to and what's going to go on in the race. But it was a nice moment to get there.
Oh, it was great. I mean, don't get me wrong. You've got to do that. So that's your job, you know, and we've got to impose sometimes. But the all four drivers, there was Kobe De Bruyke, there was Yannick Redont, and there was Ayrton Redont, all sat on the wall. Ajith was there. They weren't having a conversation. They were just absolutely just mentally getting in there and just thinking about what was going to, you know, what their race was going to be. So seeing Ajith get in the car, that's great. I mean, he's the AM driver. He understands exactly how he's going to be used strategically and tactically, and he'll get in there, and his race engineer will have told him what his time is, what they're expecting from him, and he needs just completely hitting those marks, hitting those apexes, not getting, you know, don't push, just hit your marks, produce the lap time I know you're capable of, and just be consistent.
And he's a great addition to the racing paddock and the Creventic paddock here for the 24-hour series. Lots of questions about what's coming up next in terms of the following races. We have 4 12-hour races and a 24-hour race in the European series. First up, we're here in Mugello. Beautiful start to the season. Next, we have the 12 hours of Spa, which will be on the 17th to the 19th of April, so just under 1 month away. And then we'll follow that with the 12 hours at Paul Ricard, and that will be the 5th to 7th of June. I might be joining you there, I hope so, let's see. And then we have the 12-hour Nürburgring in July. So they're all around a month away, one a month, and then at the back end of the summer we have the 24 hours of Barcelona, and that's at the end of September, so make sure you join us for those. You can always pop down and join us at the circuits as well. I mean, what way to see some of these incredible drivers that we have out here.
All iconic tracks as well, you know, all, as I call them, bucket list tracks. If you've done any race driving, if you've done any competition driving, these are places where you want to say, I raced there. Spa, Paul Ricard, Nürburgring, Barcelona, all got a massive, rich history, not just of sports car racing, but of course all the elements of motorsport. It's somewhere that you want to be, and they've done a great job. Creventic, the organisers of the 24H series, done a great job in putting those deals together with those circuits to enable these drivers, who are effectively their customers. The drivers, the teams, they are the Creventic customers, and it's a calendar which you want to be part of, isn't it? It's a great series. It's a challenging series. It's not easy to race any kind of anything over 12 and 24 hours. And then add in the complexity of how we're going about our racing here this weekend, with a break in the middle of 5 hours 30-minute race today, and then rejoining tomorrow for the final 6.5 hours. It's, you know, we are just going to effectively press the pause button and then restart tomorrow in the same race order that we're seeing how we're going to finish. There's the Ligier that we saw in for a pit stop, and that now at the wheel of the not only Motorsport Ligier is Gino Rocchio. Hopefully I haven't marmalised the pronunciation of that. Gino,
make it more Italian, like Johnny does.
Ricocchio.
Gino Rocchio, maybe.
I don't know. Another one. Put that on the list. How do you pronounce Gino's name? That car currently leading TCE. And again, just enjoying being part of the series, isn't it? It's a great little car. If you've seen them up close, they're a proper little race car. Ligier producing these cars. They're, again, very, very fast, very light, very powerful. Power to weight ratio, I'm not exactly sure of the exact figures. I could probably find it somewhere on the internet, but again, it's the very little fast little sports cars to get your teeth into as an entry level into GT racing.
And they're in the TCE, TCX class, those cars. Well, we have current leaders of the GT3 is Get Speed, when we've obviously got separated GT3 Pro-Am and then the GT3 Am. Then we have the 992, the 992 Am. There's only 2 cars in the 992 Pro category, currently being led by Red Camel. And then we've got the GTX, so we have 2 cars in that category, although one is currently in the pits being repaired. Team of Vortex, I mean, they never give up. We can see some lights flashing there from one of the Herberth cars. And then we have 2 cars in the TCX category, currently being led by Not Only Motorsport. Now on board with Ajith Kumar in the Ajith Redant racing car. They're currently sitting in 6th position.
In a strong position, aren't they, really? They are still in contention for certainly a podium. They are 5th in the Pro-Am class. And as we cycle through the driver rotations, by the time we get to tomorrow early evening, which is when what is the timing actually of the race finishing?
Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, yeah.
6:30.
Is it
So
really?
it starts at 12:10. So long as it stayed the same as what is on my piece of paper
It
in
is
front of
60,
me.
yeah,
Start
exactly
grid at 11:35.
So 6:30, we are going to be into the sundown, aren't we? We're going to be in twilight. We are going to be in twilight by the time. Not quite twilight this evening. This evening we're scheduled for 17:40 hours, 5:40 hours. So the sun will be low in the sky, but it'll certainly be nowhere near dark, where we'll be certainly in twilight by 6:30 tomorrow. Kumar there at the wheel of that Mercedes, then the distinctive red and white livery of Red Ant Racing, a team that's been a very welcome addition, the family-run team. Bert Radont and his sons Ayrton and Yannick started off in the 992 Porsche class, and then graduating to the faster GT3 top level fastest class in the Creventic series. And the two young lads, the two brothers, certainly not out of their depth in any way, shape or form, and proved to be very, very quick race drivers. And I've got to say, this man here, Ajith Kumar, has impressed me with his level of development curve as well. Ajith coming into Creventic racing in the Porsche class, got a lot of laps under his belt on the track test days, and then stepping up and graduating to the faster. Faster in lots of ways as well. You've got a lot of aero on these GT3 cars, which if you've come from a non-aero car, it's very hard to get into your head that the car will go through the turn. However, he's acclimatized well, and he's showing good consistent lapping, and that's all the team will be needing. That's all you need from your driver, especially your AM driver. You're not going to put any pressure on them. You're going to certainly put pressure on your pros. That's what they're there for.
Yeah, well, I think if I remember correctly, when I spoke to Ajith, he actually started in motorbike racing.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, which this is originally a motorbike circuit. And it's been made for that.
Yeah.
But I did ask him earlier in the weekend, not on camera, it was off camera, whether he'd ever taken a motorbike around this circuit, and he said he hadn't. We have one comment coming in saying there's a TCR Europe race after this. That is sort of why it's finishing early, but also not. There is restrictions on the track, but yeah, there will be a TCR race on later on today, and tomorrow we'll have 6.5 hours of the second half of the 12-hour race. You're a wealth of motorsport knowledge. Someone has said here one of the daughters of the Vortex team owners is racing in single-seaters in the UK this season. Do you know who this is?
Yes, it's Solène Amarouche, daughter of I forgot his name.
Amarouche?
Is it Lionel?
There was an Amarouche racing in Dubai 24 Hours. A lot has happened in the last 2 months.
Yeah, she's moved on. I mean, she started racing with her dad and this team that has produced this car. I mean, commissioned by the people involved with Vortex. Moved on from a tube frame car to a carbon tub car. But yeah, I'm not. What sort of single seaters has she moved into? Has she moved into Formula 4 or something?
Well, it was a guy called Rory that made this comment, so let's see if he comes back and gives us any information. Otherwise, we'll get on the old trusty Google. But looking over at the 992s, there's 2 cars in the 992 Pro category, being led currently by the red Camel Jordan's team, and around 20 seconds behind, I believe, well, 24 seconds behind, is the Molnar Motorsport team. That's a German team, currently being driven by Konrad Tox-Levaux. And then leading the 992 AM category is Seb Lejeau Racing, being driven by Anthony Vince. That's the 888 car. Seb Lejeau have 2 cars out here today.
One of which Lionel Amarouche is in to drive. It's the 910.
Right now.
Yeah. He's out there now, is he?
Yes.
Yes, he is. Yeah, Lionel. Or as he's known, father of Sunel, in this case, is out there in the Seb Lejeau car and currently 5th in the 992 AM class.
Well, we've had a change in the lead here. Having a look back as it goes, there's one of the Seb Lejeau cars coming through, followed by Herberth Motorsport.
Yeah, and that's the Herberth car taking advantage of getting through the traffic there. Patrick Chalet in the Get Speed Team PCX car being tripped over somewhat And Rolf van Eycken taking up the cudgels of this lead, 19-second lead now. So I'm not sure that wasn't the cause of the lead change. So Herbert Motorsport, but into the lead. I don't know how many times I've said this over the years in 24H Series racing, when you see Herbert just going about their business and then ending up in the lead of these races. Now, it might be that we are, you know, flip-flopping through. They've just had a change of driver. Rolf Born did come in inside of that 2 hours 30 maximum time. Rolf van Eycken now at the wheel and has come back out, and after cycling through that pit stop phase, finding themselves in the lead and ahead of the Get Speed Team PCX car by a full 19 seconds. The Get Speed car has just over 13 seconds on the third place car of that's the ERC Bratislava Lamborghini. Now, everybody seems to be around about the same stint time, between 14 and 20 minutes. All of our front-running drivers are. Zdeno Michelin is at the wheel of the 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini in third. Vincent Kolb in the other Herbert car 269 is fourth. Further 20s, well, call that 26 seconds behind. Sorry, no, my eyes deceive me. 3.3 seconds behind. The car that is 26 seconds behind is the Ajit Kumar Red Ant Mercedes. That car in fifth place. And then we've got a further 44 seconds before we see the two-driver entry of Haas RT. Their number 21 Audi, Nicholas Guillenex, at the wheel of the number 21 now, having taken over that car. So that's your top six in GT3. Red Camel Jordan's seems to have been at the front of the 992 class since the start. At one point, the 992 class car led the race overall. That was when we cycled through the first pit stops. That was quite a thing. Currently 10th overall, leading 992. Second in 992 is Mullner Motorsport. That's the car now with Conrad Tox Levaux at the wheel. That was the car that started on the class pole position, remember. Currently 13th overall and into fueling. So that car, Conrad Tox Levaux, bringing the Mullner car in and losing second place to Anthony Vince from the Sebelju car, Sebelju Racing team. There's the leader in. Rolf van Eycken taking that hairpin right. That is a tight turn, isn't it?
It is, catching them out. Well, I'm heading back down to the pits. Johnny is back.
You've got a massive jobs list, Sarah.
I do, I know. I've got a nice list of questions to head down there. I also believe very shortly we're going to have pizza delivered to
3 o'clock, yes.
All the garages, just coming up to 3 o'clock now. 2 hours 39 left. So I'm going to run down there. Who doesn't love running for pizza?
Grab your cameraman, let us all see the pizza.
Oh, of course, don't you worry. You can...
Shall I message?
Salivate from up here, but I'll make sure I bring you a slice. Well, I'm heading back down. I'm going to hand to Johnny. Anyone on the feed, if you have any questions for me and you want to know anything, pop them in. I'll check the YouTube chat. It's been good interacting with all of you. Johnny, commentator's curse. We had 2 code 60s when I was away. Don't know if you saw, but they were pretty quickly my fault, not your fault this time. Well, I'm going to hand it back to Johnny, and he's going to be rejoining Joe. I'll head down to the pits to find out where the pizza is.
Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for filling in up here in the commentary box, enabling Johnny and I to grab a spot of lunch to get us through to the end. 2 hours, just under 2 hours 40 remaining in this race. We've got a Lamborghini that's leading the race. And it's a great looking car, this Lamborghini, isn't it? There it is, the ARC Bratislava car, the number 44. We've got Zdeno Michelin at the wheel, lapping in the, well, last time through 1 minute 50. He's in the world of traffic, which pretty much is the standard, and that will be the standard all the way at the checkered flag, I would think. But at the moment, a gap of 3.5 seconds over the second of the Herbert Motorsport Porsches, the one with Vincent Kolb at the wheel. He's been at the wheel for about 20 minutes now. Rolf van Eycken is in the pits with the other Herbert car that has came in from the lead. Ajit Kumar is into the pits as well. Ajit Kumar seemingly having just taken that Red Ant car out, I just Red Ant Racing's entry back into the pits for fuel, and I'm not quite sure why that would be, because he hasn't been out that long, or certainly didn't feel that long. The way that time flows, though, Johnny.
Well, true.
Did you have a nice lunch?
Very nice, yeah. Very, well, you suggested that the choice was going to be pretty good, and I would agree with you. Bit of pork, bit of, what else did I have? Mixed veg, pasta, obviously, with some ragu. So it was all very good, and a bit of research as well, because I had a nice chat with Jake Hill's dad, Simon, to kind of update me on his opening stints. A very quick conversation with Pierre Caffer. I was trying to work out, well, we were trying to work out why Marco Werner is here, and I thought, well, Pierre, former factory Audi driver, Marco Werner likewise, and he said, I didn't even know he was here. I had no clue. That's news to me. So
well, he's in a different paddock, though, isn't he? He was connected with Maxim, who Dirks,
yeah,
who won the prototype Cup Europe.
Well, my mind went blank because I remembered seeing Marco Werner under one of the podiums from the support races this morning, and I was thinking, was that the radical race or was that the prototype race? But you're spot on. It was the prototype in Cup Europe, and Maxime Dirks, the
he seemed
Belgian
happy
racer,
to see Maxim in that first spot, didn't he?
He did.
So
yeah.
we presumed that he was connected in some way, maybe driver management or something.
And Maxime is run by Aust Motorsport, so whether there's a connection with Aust as well, and they just employ Marco as a sort of driver coach, or whether he comes coupled with Maxime himself, I'll have to try and work that out. But I'm sure we'll see Marco Werner in a 24H Series paddock again in 2026 at some stage. It'd be good to get the full story on that.
Well, now that Sarah's been made aware of the presence of Marco Werner, and it would be remiss of us not to get a chat to him. For all of the fans out there, Le Mans winner, winner in the American Le Mans Series as well, factory Audi driver, and certainly on the premises here at Mugello. As the number 269 comes into the pits from second place, the RC Bratislava leading at Lamborghini in also. That's going to hand the lead to that car there. The blue and yellow Haas RT entry, the number 21. That wily old fox, Chris de Donker, has got that car into the lead of this race. And yes, by the way that the pit stop phases have sequenced themselves out, but that's what endurance racing is all about. Using the pit stop phases to strategize. And Chris was telling Sarah, I should say, just how much of an easier job it is when you've only got two drivers in the car. And it's quite logical, Johnny. You've got one driver in the car, you've got another driver sat in the pits. Who are you going to put in next?
Exactly. Decision made, isn't it?
Just how long you keep him in the car, I suppose, and how long you're going to strategize with your fuel stints.
If you are new to this type of racing, by the way, and you see Haas on the entry list, we probably should point out that there is no connection with the Formula One team Haas. This is Haas RT with the Antigua and Barbuda national flag adorned on the roof of that car, and they have been an entrant from that part of the Caribbean, I think, since its inception, since it became into being, and has existed for far longer than the Haas Formula One team.
Same spelling.
It is.
Surname is the same spelling. Yep. Sandrine Haas, team owner, massive advocate, massive motorsport fan. Her son is in World Rallycross. So being around motorsport, certainly in the Caribbean area, and struggling with the cold, I've got to say, over here, like our very old Sarah is. But what a great job showing that car at the front of the field now. Just click through. That Sarah running down, that is the E2P Aston Martin. Never a good sign on the trolley jacks, on the trolley dollies, I should say, being swiveled round and pushed back into the garage. So a problem. That car was doing so well as well.
Yeah, very consistent across all three of its drivers. This is the second season that the Spanish squad have had the Aston Martin at their disposal. Here's Sarah. Are you at the mouth of the garage then for E2P?
Matteo, the team manager for E2P. I mean, you were tracking so well up to this. What happened? What do you think it might be?
Something in the suspension broke. Something at the end of the damper. Very, very unlucky. We were really looking very good. But Mugello is like this. In the last 10 years, we couldn't never finish this race, and I think again Mugello is not been very good to us.
Well, it's too early to say. Let's see if, you know, maybe you can get back out. Do you think you can get back out today?
Yeah, we will get back for sure. The guys will put it together. But yeah, not the luckiest place for us. We have to get back, see if we can get a good position. But I think we were genuinely fighting for the overall podium, which was very important for us. So yeah, very broken-hearted.
Well, I know, very disappointed, but still a long way to go. Anything can happen in endurance races. Got to stay in it. So let's see where you come back out once the problem is fixed.
We'll see. Yeah, it's a long race still. Many things will happen still in the race, and we will get back and fight and never give up. So we will be back.
Thank you so much, Javier. Javier Matteo, team manager for E2P.
Such a shame that, Johnny, because they were up towards the front of this field, and now it's become an exercise in enjoying driving the track here at Mugello, which is a bit of a shame. I'm pretty sure they wanted to be competitive.
Yeah, so sadly, in the standings now that will, first of all, deal with the top 10 overall, E2P will be shown. No, they won't. It'll be the second slate before we see them. But bear in mind, they were consistently 4th and 5th in the opening hours today. However, maybe an unlikely team name at the top of the charts right now is the number 21 Audi R8 for Haas RT, the Antigua and Barbuda team. Although with the Belgian flag alongside their name as well on our timing screen. Nico Gulinks does the driving currently, who is a Belgian racer, and he heads John Hirschberg in the Get Speed team JR 286 entered AMG. Number 286, obviously, from the sporting company, the sporting wear company JR286, and they are currently in second position, trailing the race leaders by just over 50 seconds. Then Rolfin Eichin, who was a former race leader not too long ago, only about 10 minutes or so ago. The 91 Porsche from Herbert Motorsport led the way, but that has recently come in for a pit stop. Then Zdeno Mikuláško for ARC Bratislava in the 4th place car, number 44, ahead of 269 Vincent Kolb in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Next up, it's Red Camel Jordans.nl. Now their Porsche Cup car is as high as 6th place overall. They lead the 992s, and their nearest rival is a long way back after some difficulties for Mühlner Motorsports. Ajit Kumar pilots the Ajit Red Ant Racing Mercedes. We're going to go code 60, by the way, because of an incident at turn 9. We will get to that very shortly, but let's continue the standings. The 28 car, actually, it's worth mentioning because I'm talking about Ajit Kumar right now. Ajit Kumar has had a moment at turn 9, I'm being told by our producers, and we will get to that number 93 Mercedes in just a tick. Patrick Charlet in the Get Speed team Mercedes is in 8th place, and there indeed is the Ajit Kumar Mercedes that has found its way to the Arrabbiata gravel trap. Ernst Inderbitzen for Santalok Junior team is in 9th place, and in 10th place it is Paul Scheuchner for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. But the cause of this code 60 is Ajit Red Ant Racing, the Collywood superstar, film star of the global film genre known as Collywood. And it's only when you go to places like Dubai and Malaysia that you realise quite how big a name he is. And I'm sure he's got a small following from closer to home here in Mugello as well, and many, many other followers on the YouTube stream witnessing as well. So, whilst we're under this code 60, a good opportunity to refresh your memory, or maybe you're just joining us, so to catch up with the action on 90 laps. This is what has happened so far. We got underway at 10 past 12 with the full fanfare. The trophies on offer today displayed right in the middle of the grid and bang on time. An Audi and a Mercedes led the field away. Maro Engel in the Mercedes for Get Speed, Pierre Caffer in the Santalok Racing team Audi R8, and they kept within 5 seconds of one another, although we did have one or two off-track moments, namely from Adam Konopka in his bright yellow Lamborghini. Also a cracking battle for Ralph Bohn to be involved with, eventually getting the better of the Mercedes that he had to sit behind for a little while. A spin as well for Jonathan Kearney in one of the 992 Porsches after he was rudely assaulted by one of the GT3 Audis, and also a spin for the Maserati too. If you've been a spectator at the Arrabbiata gravel trap on the exit of that corner, there has been no shortage of incidents and problems there. It is a traditional place where cars will fall off at the racetrack. Also then the GT cars needing to get by some rapid in places, the 992 Porsches. They're still very quick down the tubes, so you need to pick your opportunity to get by. But Nico Gulinks enjoying his moment in the sunshine. That 21 car for Haas RT has since pitted, so the order is going to change again. And John Hirschberg for Get Speed team, they've just got a pit stop in the bank as well. Although bear in mind, pitting under a code 60 will only give you a very small amount of fuel compared to your maximum allocation under green flag conditions. So I got as far as the lower order of the top 10. Let's just run you through from 8th place, the 28 car, the former race leading car that was driven by Maro Engel earlier. That car then, the Get Speed example, is in 8th, ahead of the Santalok Junior Team 18 Audi, currently being driven by Ernst Inderbitzin. And then in 10th place, it's the number 69 car of Paul Scheuchner for Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport, with another R8 LMS. The only Ferrari 296 in the field is being driven now by Ollie Bryant, car number 81, and that car is just feeding back into the mixture in 11th position. 3 cars in behind are all in the fueling area now, so the 12th placed car for Anthony Vince is the 888 Seb Lejeune Racing Porsche Cup car, but they are leading the 992 AM subcategory. We had Viper-Nizza Racing's Mercedes for Melvin Moe in 13th, ahead of Roberto Pampanini's Dynamic Motorsport Maserati, having also just done fuel. Igor Sorokin for HRT Performance is 15th, ahead of Paul Meyer and Mulner Motorsports 16th. Then it's Dennis Marshall and Alexander Prinz for Proton Competition and Hoffa Racing. 19th place is Abdullah Ali Al-Khalifi, who goes back into the race for the Qatari team QMMF by HRT Performance, number 974. And in 20th position, it's the 910 Seb Lejeune Racing car. Outside of the top 20, Ivan Jacoma for the driving experiences. They have a Porsche. Then it's Chazelle Technologie course for the 920 crew. E2P Racing, we've dealt with the Aston Martin, sadly in the garage for extra work. MP Racing's Mercedes is on an out lap and rejoining in 24th, ahead of RPM Racing's Porsche. The Ligier for Not Only Motorsport that leads TCE. Asbest Racing's Seat Leon, and that is Rafael Guires, who's just pitted, and Philippe Bonnel. Well, Vortex have had their dramas, including a pretty significant off into the gravel and damage to the nose of that car, but 701 is at least back in the race. We're going to go green in less than a minute's time, but before we have a chance to do that, let's nip to Sarah, E2P News.
E2P have just gone back out in behind us, heading out the pit lane. But also good news here with Vortex. I'm with Philippe Bonnel. Philippe, do we start with the bad news or the good news? Should we start with the bad news, finish with the good news?
Beginning with the bad news.
Let's begin with the bad news.
I made a mistake. Even after 10 years of Creventic Championship, we can do a mistake. I made a mistake with the throttle just at the exit of the turn 7 or 8. That's like that.
Well, we're all human, aren't we? We're all human. Everyone can make mistakes anytime.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is you turn the car round very quickly. Yes. Already back out there.
We have a splendid team with 10 splendid guys who help us every weekend of race. And as you can see, we stay maybe 10 or 15 minutes only in the box. I'm very lucky to work with them.
It was very quick, and in true Vortex style, never giving up.
Exactly. It's the Vortex mantra, never stop. Never stop. We try to never stop. I want to know if Arnaud Gomez is actually in the car. I would like to know if if the car goes well. No.
Well, let's see. We'll have to listen out for what he said. We'll have to hear what Arno says when he comes back in. Will you be getting back in today or perhaps tomorrow?
No, probably today. Probably today in 2 hours. I don't know what time is it.
I think there's about 2 hours 30 left.
Probably in 1 hour after Arno.
Well, it was a good guess. I've just had in my ear 2 hours 20, so I was very close. Well, after Arno, we'll see you back in. Thank you so much for stopping for a chat, Philippe.
Thanks a lot.
Philippe Bonnel, the Vortex project continues to march on, I suppose we say. And yeah, you try and keep a good team down like that. Mercedes nose to tail. Now, were there some antics prior to us getting to this battle? There certainly were. And that was Ajit Kumar falling off the road at Arrabbiata to cause the previous Code 60. Doesn't really give us a clue, Joe, as to how he ended up there, whether there was another car involved or whether it was a mistake from the Indian racer.
The car is on an absolute knife edge through Arrabbiata 2. You take compromise at Arrabbiata 1 so that you can absolutely go flat chat. It's an acceleration zone, Arrabbiata 2. And once you've committed to that right foot absolutely buried, keeping it down, just letting the car breathe. If you miss your turning point by a couple of meters and miss your apex, the car is going to wash out. It's going to go out over the curb and into the gravel. And I think that was what we've seen. He's not the first driver to have done that today, and he's certainly not going to be the last driver. The Vortex in for a bit more attention. Is Sarah with it?
Philippe was joking it was the best tool they have in the team. A bit of masking tape has gone over the seat next to him, I think. We couldn't really see, but a bit of masking tape went in to patch something up, but it doesn't look too serious. Perhaps it was flapping away.
Now that Sarah, just a little bit of a learning curve for you. That isn't masking tape. That is known as...
Not masking tape,
no,
sorry, it was black tape.
Gaffer tape.
Gaffer tape.
Or tank tape is the technical term. If you are going to be a part of endurance racing...
Definitely not masking tape.
You need, no, masking tape. Masking tape is to when you paint something and you mask it off.
Quite easily ripped, isn't it? Whereas actually you can tear gaffer tape, but it has a weave in it, doesn't it? Like threads through it.
You look back at 1980s Formula One, and 1980s Formula One cars were kept together by gaffer tape.
Yeah.
Which hasn't really changed in design. It's like you can send an aircraft to space. You send a rocket ship to space, kept together by gaffer tape. So it's gaffer tape or tank tape, Sarah?
Complete Freudian slip. I know it's not masking tape because masking tape is like paper.
That's right. we are very particular about gaffer tape applications with our fan base. And tie wraps.
Or cable ties, depending on your persuasion.
But depending on what part of the Atlantic you live on.
Yeah, and that. And that. But there's nothing. Yeah, there's no substitute for a bit of gaffer tape and a bit of a tie wrap, because that will quickly get something together as well. You always have to be quite cautious about what you're taping up, though, because most rules in motor racing say if it goes anywhere near a door, exterior of a door, you can't tape a door shut. So if it starts flapping, taping it shut is a big no-no, because if the car were then to have an accident and hampered the driver from getting out, either on the left or the right, the officials will go, sorry, no. I know it solves your problem, but it doesn't pass a scrutineering anymore.
Sorry, your mic's still open, I take it. Sorry, where did... they were applying the gaffer tape inside the car.
Yeah.
So there's something come loose in there. Did you get a chance to have a look over their shoulder and see where they were applying that tape?
Sort of gap is left from the seat that gets taken out in the passenger side. But let me ask, I'm right outside Vortex. Well, near enough. I was with E2P.
Yeah, that might be where they keep the battery, by the way.
Let me see. Philippe, sorry to bother you again, especially when you're munching on a little bit of chicken. It's okay, you're not going to be on the mic. But what was it they were taping?
Sorry, can you repeat?
What were they taping up with the gaffer tape?
I don't know what you mean.
Your best tool, yes. I know, the gaffer tape is your best tool, but what were you taping up inside the car? What were you fixing?
Just a box, electronic box inside the car.
Electronic box inside the car. Well, there you have it. News fresh from Philippe, grabbing a bite to eat.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. We're very particular at where we apply gaffer tape, Johnny. We need
well,
to know
thank you so much for giving us that word. Enjoy your little nibble to eat. Sorry to catch you there.
No worries. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
We need a clarification, Sarah, because there is a
Don't
lot
go
of
back to him again. He's gone into
please
his
don't.
run.
No. Thanks for that. That's clarified that for everyone. So, yeah, a legal application of tank tape, gaffer tape on that one. We've had a little bit of speculation that the 28 is going slower.
Which, bear in mind, was our pole-sitting car, and that was the car that was driven so quickly by Maro Engel at the start of the race as well. So many people's favourites prior to the start of the Mugello 12 hours, I'm sure. What do the sector times look like for car 28? Oh, it's Patrick Charlet who is at the wheel. So Charlet is overtaken going into... Which of the left-right sweepers would that have been? Materassi, I reckon. And then the exit coming through Borgo San Lorenzo. It might just be that we're so used to that car being driven, almost having its wheels driven off it by Maro Engel. Yeah. Now there's an AM at the wheel in the form of Patrick Charlet. His lap times are, with the greatest of respect, not going to be close to Maro Engel.
But he's not a million miles away. He's only a second or so off in sector 1.
Yeah.
But as we were just speculating there, he was overtaken by a 992 Cup car. So whether or not he was recovering from an issue or just dealing with something. And there's the Aston around the outside. That's the E2P Aston Martin just going around side. And I believe Sarah is in the pit lane with perhaps an update from E2P Racing. Sarah?
Actually, did you find?
Yeah, I expected. Yeah, the damper broke. The end of the damper just broke off. So I think in a curve or something like this. So yeah, the guys changed it really fast. But yeah, we've lost 5 laps. Keep pushing.
It felt like you were out very quick, but obviously 5 laps here is very quick.
Yeah, the level in this championship is very high. All the teams are really doing a great job. The cars are very even. So 5 laps is something we will not catch up with any kind of rhythm. So we will need the rest to be unlucky to get even, which is unlikely.
Well, good news is you managed to turn it around pretty quickly. Quicker than I thought it was going to be, to be honest.
Sorry, I didn't get that.
You managed to turn the car around pretty quick.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, the guys are fantastic. And but yeah, we're a bit broken-hearted. We were expecting a good race this weekend.
Well, nice little setup you've got here. One of the only teams that have this. Well, I think you're the only team that's got the setup here.
Yeah, all the style. We are the only ones doing this on the wall, and it's something we like. We see the rest of the teams. We smell the cars. We see what happens. And I don't know why the rest of the teams are inside the garage seeing nothing. They rather be at home. I don't know why they're not. But yeah, all the style, and we're the only ones here.
Well, it's nice to see you and join you here on the pit wall. Good luck for the rest of the race. We'll see if you can make back up that time.
Yeah, they'll come back fighting, and the thing is, you know, there's a chance, I suppose, even though you're not going to necessarily get a good result in the overall, you can departmentalise Saturday and go, do you know what, let's just try and win, or metaphorically win, the Sunday instead. Well, just see where you end up, you know, in the grand scheme of things. But if you have a good Sunday, that'll just give you a good memory of the Mugello 12 hours as a whole.
We've got just under 8 hours 45 minutes of this race.
Yeah.
And what the problems you've just been addressing can easily happen to the competitors around you. So you've got to get out there, you've got to keep pushing, you've got to get the car back on track, to get it out of the pits. And it was, I've got to say, a cracking job there to change a damper in such a speedy time. To analyse it, obviously that'd be clear to see a broken damper, but they've got the car back out there. Now, if they have a clear run, fingers crossed they have a clear run, adversity happening around them, you've got to be in with a chance. And that mindset of just like not letting the adversity affect you, it's how you react to the adversity, is where you get the results in this long distance type of motorsport.
And having to do a big job like that in the race when the car's hot and bothered and you're having to work your way around some incredibly hot components in places, they'll be very grateful that they've had a chance to run that car for a full year in 2025, because I have to remind myself that E2P Racing are now an Aston Martin crew, because they had many, many years of running a Porsche 911 in the GT3 category. And I actually caught, I think, one of the drivers in the catering unit. I didn't ask his name, but there are 3 Spaniards who drive that car. He had the look of a driver, if you know what I mean. And I said, is this now the second year that the Aston has been in place? He says, yeah, we were at the Barcelona 24 hours last year. We did the whole of the 2025 season. So they will have learned a lot about not only running that car, but also when they need to repair it, how quickly to do that as well. And that's the other thing, you know, the drivers are working out how to master a car that works very differently out on the track, but you have to factor in these repairs, these quick repairs too. So it is a massive learning process in the opening few races last year.
And not just from a driver's point of view as well, Johnny. The team, the operating manual for a race car is quite a thick document, and for the team to be able to run the car and things like that, things where, you know, knowing how that, for instance, using the problem that they've just addressed, how the damper comes off, what's the quickest way that something detaches, and then what's the quickest way for the reattachment to occur on the car is something that the team gets a grip of and the team develops, and the knowledge of what you want is when any kind of problem manifests, you want the team to be able to go, yeah, we know what that is and we know exactly how to rectify it.
Yeah.
And that can only come with time and using that particular type of race car, and that's what we're seeing.
You think about the teams that we associate so much with a particular mark. Herbert Motorsport with their Porsche 911 GT3 car, Red Camel with their Porsche, although of course go back a few years and they weren't a Porsche race team, they were very much running in the TCE part of the Creventic series. And there are others as well who deliberately stick with one manufacturer because they'll know the car inside and out, therefore. So Get Speed now very much associated with Mercedes, although that wasn't always the case. Santalok Junior team have been an Audi R8 team for best part of a decade now, maybe more. So yeah, if something goes wrong on any of those cars within those teams, they'll just know how to tackle it straight away. It almost becomes muscle memory. The 44 Lamborghini cresting the rise there out of Arrabbiata, and it qualified pretty well as the fastest GT3 AM car. Adam Konotka didn't have the most ideal opening stint with a couple of half moments, but Zdeno Mikulascu is now firmly planting that 44 car into the podium positions. Again, the current order might have a slightly different look to it depending on when cars have pitted and when they still need to pit in the remaining hours today. But I get the feeling that ARC Bratislava's position is a legit one, despite Adam Konopka's slightly wayward moments in that opening hour.
That ARC Bratislava car doing a cracking job here at the hands of Zdeno Mikulascu. He's got the car in third place, led this race for a short while. He's about 3.3 seconds just behind the Herbert Porsche of Rolf van Eycken. And we know how quick Rolf van Eycken has been over the years. He is managing that car in second place. They're behind about 64 seconds behind the leading Haas RT Audi of Nicolas Guillenex. And then behind the top three, Jonathan Hirschberg in the Get Speed team JR286 entry. That's a Mercedes car 286 in fourth place, a further 34 seconds behind. A little bit of a space of 11 seconds for the second of the Herbert cars, Vincent Kolb in fifth place. Luke Breukers, the first of the 992 cars, would you believe, in sixth place overall. They've got at least half a dozen GT3 cars, more than that, more than 6 cars from the GT3 class behind them, and leading the 992 class by a good 2 laps now, which is a fantastic effort from a team, Red Camel Jones, a team of volunteers. And I've just heard that we have a special delivery down in pit lane.
Mugello style with pizza. Here's David showing us what is to come for all of our teams. Bit of Creventic tradition, handing out pizza to all of the teams mid-race. So we're going to get on doing these deliveries. If there's any left, Joe, I'll bring you some up to the commentary box.
Yes, it's a long way to the finish, and I like what I saw there. They've basically ordered those pizzas from the Lola pizza place in Scarperia. So
I know
the
that place.
Pizza shop.
Anna Trend is an excellent pizzeria. I want to go and eat there now later on tonight. But yeah, I've spent a number of weekends covering the Mugello 12 hours, staying in the Hotel dei Vicari in Scarparia. And the great thing is, you walk out the front doors of that hotel, cross the road, and you're straight into the pizzeria opposite, Anna Trend. So Creventic know precisely where to go for some of the best pizzas in town as well. And I bet Anna Trend were thinking, wow, that's some order to deliver on a Saturday afternoon, Sarah.
A motorsport athlete's best diet.
This is racing drivers' food. This is the team are very happy. I just saw them walk in with all the pizzas, and thank you, Creventic. It's a nice little treat. So I'm sure, yeah, me and the boys, I might have a slice or two and hand it over to the mechanics.
Very nice. Well, you've got dressed, so you're definitely not going back in the car again today.
No, I'm done. I think Ryan will finish the race, the gold, who's in our car. So yeah, Ryan will jump in after Ollie. Ollie's doing really well at the moment. So yeah, just keep our head down. Like I say, we're having a good run. Just keep it clean and keep going.
That's the goal for day one, isn't it? Well, we'll see you back here tomorrow. Enjoy the pizza and enjoy the time with the team as well.
Nicky Lauda will be rolling in his grave. All that stodge before you get into a race car. Luckily, Jake Hill isn't getting into the race car, so he can sleep that off. But Peter is a little bit dubious choice of stodge.
I agree if you're just about to go into a car, but there's also a lot to be said, even in kind of more conventional sport, should we say, field-based sport, that after a soccer match, football match, you have to get carbs in because of the expenditure of energy for the last 2 hours or so. And the quickest way to do it, I mean, I know this from sort of witnessing away teams when they're getting on the coach after an evening match. How can you get all that energy back on board when they just order a pizza? Like stacks of them being delivered. And you think, is that healthy? But it's not really about being healthy. It's just about trying to get energy back on board as quickly as possible.
Yeah, we need 2 hours and 5 minutes more of energy here in the box. So if there is any pepperoni going down there, Johnny and I would
we'll see to that, won't we?
We'll not turn the way the carbs. Oh, thankfully, I've never been a fan of pineapple. So just what sort of choices have the teams got down there from their pizza delivery? Yes.
The teams. Now, we've just had, I can't tell from the front end if it's Seb Lejeune or the Q. It is Q. No, it's a Seb Lejeune car, the 910, just heading out now down at the pit lane. I think it was just a change of tyres, but I'll check. It was a little far down that I couldn't see. Our elves here in the background are still delivering pizza. David's the most popular person in the pit lane right now. But other than that, it's pretty quiet down here. But I've got that list of questions. I'm going to go and hunt the answers down. First stop will be in the stewards.
Right, we'll wait for you to update us on that one. Just want to make a note of this, Johnny. Lapping last time by, 1 minute 50.3 from our leading Haas RT Audi, who we are watching going around. That's the blue and yellow Audi. The car that's chasing them down, 1 minute 48.2. So taking 2 seconds a lap is Rolf van Eycken in the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. So with both drivers just over 50 minutes of stint time, they're pretty much on a similar pit stop strategy, I would think. I don't know where the driver stint lines up with fueling, though. So we're all ears and eyes at the moment because we're not far off. The stint time being, if that is a fuel window as well, we are not far away from seeing our 2 leading cars, or 3 leading cars actually, not that far away, as well as the RC Bratislava Lamborghini, from a pit stop need to refuel, potentially. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, if my information is correct, which fingers crossed it is, Rolf van Eycken has been in the 91 Porsche for 15 laps, whereas Nico Gulink's pitted after Rolf came in. The slight differential is that Nico pitted under a code 60, so it's not a like-for-like stop, whereas Herbert got a green flag pit stop in. The Haas RT Audi did not. Now, they kept the lead as a result of that, but they're going to run out of fuel more quickly than the chasing 91 Porsche. Let's get back to Sarah. Where are you now?
Well, I'm in the Viper garage. I'm in a team we haven't spoken to yet with Dominique. You were in the car earlier on, and you're currently running in 16th, 6th in class, I believe. first time out in Mugello. How are you enjoying this circuit?
Well, definitely fun circuit to drive in. First time for the team here. Very challenging track, but I think and the weather is quite cold, much different than like in Sepang in Malaysia.
I'm being told we're not getting this. Can you join me at the front of the garage? Is that all right? It's not making its way through. Dominique's going to come with me to the front of the garage. You know, pit lane things sometimes. Can't always get. Thank you so much, Dominique. Sorry, caught you out there. But can you just start from the top again? How are you enjoying this circuit? First time here for the team.
Yeah, I think it's quite fun for the team as well. First time coming here. The track is quite challenging, especially with the cooler weather. Compared to where we are in Malaysia, it's much cooler. So learning the cooler weather than learning the track. Definitely challenging track. Yeah.
And how realistic is it on the sim, assuming you've done some sim practice back home, looking at the gradients throughout the track, or has anything surprised you?
Of course, in the sim, there's no fear, you know, but in the real life, the long speed corners is much scarier than the sim. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for coming out and having a quick word. Sorry to pull you out from the garage, but good to chat with you.
Yeah, no problem.
Well, it just shows you the attraction of a racetrack like this in the centre of Europe to manage to get those that were very active at the start of the Middle East Trophy last winter at the Malaysia 12 hours, the first ever Malaysia 12 hours, and Vipanitsa Racing, no stranger to the Dubai 24 hours as well, which is slightly closer to their base. But it's encouraging for the future, isn't it, Joe, that, yeah, we've got all the kind of usual European teams here, but those from further afield are very, very welcome as well.
Yeah, and finding the ultra-competitive nature of motorsport in Europe as well, the Vipanitsa car enjoying their race here in Mugello, which is what fundamentally it's all about. I mean, primarily the top teams are here to win the race. That's not necessarily the case for everyone. We're here to enjoy the participation and the competitiveness and just seeing how well you do. And the challenge also of getting your race car to the end of a 12-hour race is something that you can't just overlook and take for granted. What we are seeing at the moment is the Zdeno Michelin ARC Bratislava Lamborghini overtaking the Rolf van Eyck Herbert Porsche and chasing down the leading SRT Audi down to 51 seconds now, Johnny. So the Lamborghini, one of the fastest cars, if not the, in fact, I'm going to say it, the fastest car on the track at the moment, with Michelin absolutely on fire, pulling away from the Herbert Porsche behind him and chasing down and reducing that gap, albeit it's over 50 seconds, but it is coming down ever so slightly.
And now there's a little bit of a question mark in my mind as to when did Michelin actually make his stop in relation to the Code 60 coming out. I'm wondering whether I can track back far enough to see whether when the Code 60 was announced, whether that interfered at all with that stop. So the Code 60 came out at 11 minutes past 3. That is pretty much 30 minutes exactly ago. And then soon after that, did we have a pit stop from car 44? Or was that car already in the pits? Yeah, he was already in and gone. 3 minutes 42 seconds total spent in pit lane, 3 minutes and 14 in the fueling area, and that should amount to a full tank of fuel or a full allocation of fuel for the 44 car. So if they're okay, then that should suggest that Vincent Kolb got his full amount of fuel in the 269 Herbert Motorsport Porsche as well. The one that could be really in a delicate position is the race leader, Haas RT, because the latest regulations, if you pit under a Code 60 and need fuel, the Code 60 refueling amount is only 15% of a normal allocation. So of your maximum refueling amount, you can only take 15% of it, and that is unless anything is specified otherwise in the balance performance publication as well. But 15% is a good number to go by, and that's significantly less than we've had in the past. Sometimes the rule previously was 50%, but it's as little as 15 now, and therefore Nico Guelings is going to run out of fuel far earlier than Rolf van Eyck, and much earlier, I suggest, than Michelin in the chasing Lamborghini, which is now up to second position, by the way, and also much earlier than Vincent Kolb, The next car that will probably have to pit at about the same time as the Haas RT Audi is the 286 Get Speed Mercedes, because John Hirschberg also pitted during that last Code 60, so could only take 15% of fuel during his stop as well. We have entered, by the way, the final 2 hours now of the race, which, if you're plugging a driver in at this point, is a useful number to have in your mind, because that new driver, the ingoing driver, can stay at the wheel until the end of this portion of the race. In fact, they could stay at the wheel of the car even if they were put in half an hour ago, because 2.5 hours is okay. And one or two might just do that just to simplify matters, as we're watching again the sky blue and black Haas RT car dive bombing a couple of cars into the Materassi corner. Number 21 leads, but by a diminishing margin now, 42 and a bit seconds back to Zdeno Mikulascu, who is far better placed regarding the fuel rotation. Car 44 in second place. What's happening further down the order? Müllner Motorsports' Paul Meyer, number 921, is leading in the 992, effectively pro class. And Igor Sorokin is running as the leader in 992, as we get a little bit more news from Sarah Esser.
Down with Martin from Müllner Motorsport. You're on the strategy. A question that's outstanding from earlier on. Why did you decide not to pit the 921 car? Conrad was driving it at the time, I believe, on the Code 60.
Yeah, we are looking always a little bit more on the complete result of the race, and I want to stay out as long as possible, because sometimes you're not gaining so much advantage under Code 60, and in the end it's about the whole package, and I hope we will succeed.
Well, Paul Meyer, one of your other drivers, he's just jumped in the... Has he gone in already? Is he in there? He's in there now. He had a quick trip to Rome overnight. He was brought into the car quite last minute anyway. Tell us more about the decision to bring him in.
I did not understand you.
Tell us more about the decision to bring Paul Meyer into the car quite last minute.
Yes. We have been working together in Middle East Series last winter, and he is a quite good fit to the team. We won together Barcelona of last season, and he was available to jump into the seat, which was still free at the beginning of the week. And then, because he was already in Italy, because he had a meeting in Rome, he just was able to join us.
Well, he managed to make it back from Rome in time, and he's in the car right now. Looking over towards tomorrow, are we going to see some interesting strategy decisions from you then, if you like to always do the opposite?
Yes, it will happen. You will see something maybe completely different from all the others.
Well, I'm going to be keeping a keen eye out for that. Thank you so much, Martin.
That is going to be an interesting look from the Müllner car. Paul Meyer, we know that car is optimised when Paul Meyer is plugged in. They're currently leading 992. They are on 102 laps, and they have got a gap of 20 seconds on the erstwhile leader, which is the Red Camel car. That 909 car has been seemingly the class of the field. That flapping bonnet there on the Porsche is nothing to be alarmed about. Yes, it's not aerodynamically efficient, but it's not going to cause much of a problem. A car that's caught my eye making its way through was just before he's gone in the fueling here, Ernst Inderbitzen in the Sondlock car, lapping in the 1 minute 47s, consistently the fastest car out there, along with, last time through, was the Get Speed car of Patrick Charlet, also lapping in the 147s. I think traffic may be coming into play, but making good ground was Ernst Inderbitzen, now into fueling, which we will see if or not we get a driver change in that number 18. Early leader, remember, Johnny, the Sondlock car, in quite dominant style. Pierre Caffer was the driver that got that car to the front of the field. We've got more from Sarah, who's got a bit of an update. Who's getting ready to get in?
Stefan is getting ready to get in. I always can't say Trebedini. That's it. Stefan Trebedini is getting ready to get into the car for the second stint. Obviously, he's got a max of 2 hours 30 total for today. Well, for the 6 hour stint. We've also got some previously used tyres going back on. Not fresh tyres. We'll be able to see them going back on. Quick clean of the windscreen and the driver change. I'll try and grab a word. Who was in the car before? Remind me, I can't see a timing screen right now. Been told no interviews from that driver, so there won't be any word from him. But let's see, they're going to release the car now.
Are you talking to us?
Yes, you're definitely.
We're not going to go anywhere. Well, mind you, there's pizza downstairs, so we could go somewhere, Joe.
Well, I can assure you, Sarah, we weren't munching on pizza, but we should have been talking. We were waiting for you to finish.
Sorry, I didn't know if you disappeared from my ear or something.
Well,
but
it can
anyway,
happen.
there you were.
We were listening intently.
There you go. Driver change for car 18, Santalog Racing. Let me see what else I can pull out from the pit lane. It's quite quiet down here at the moment. Maybe that's because everyone is eating pizza.
Yeah, Ernst in the bits and not wanting to be interviewed, which is a bit of a shame because I wanted to talk to him. He was making good progress getting that car back into contention. However, we respect his wishes and move on. We've got that car now in the hands of the driver Stefan Tribadini, who has been a big part of that team today at the wheel of that car. He's already done a good couple of hours at least in the car. Back in now, probably taking that to the flag. Sorry, the intervention flag, I should say. He's probably going to have one more pit stop, which will mean, Johnny, with 2 hours on the clock, well, 1 hour 51 to be exact, that car is going to be running very light towards the intervention.
Yes. So, do they get it in just before the checkered flag for some fuel, or do they keep it light overnight?
It's going to be an option because they are going to be running very, very light on fuel by the time we get to close things off for the first 5.5 hours.
I suppose if you leave it too late and you're precariously on that tightrope between do you lose the lead lap or do you not, I mean, the last thing you want to do is run the thing out of fuel and then not get to the finish today. But if you can just keep it going, even in fuel save mode, I mean, you know, you could be lapping 10 seconds off the pace if you want to in an effort to try and save fuel, but also not kiss goodbye to that lead lap, which is of so much value when we get to the 5.5 hour marker this evening. And that, by the way, will be at 17:40 local time, so 20 minutes to 6. The checkered flag, depending on which category you're in, it will wait for the overall leader, but you never know. If you're in 992 or if you're in GTX, TCE, you might actually be going around for an extra lap that you haven't necessarily factored in. So it's all a little bit nip and tuck, or can be towards the end of this part of the weekend. You must be back at Agit Red Hat Racing, because I heard the name Ayrton, famous racing name, but not the one you're thinking of. Here's Sarah.
Ayrton, a good start for the team. We can see Kobe getting ready. You were second in the car. Are you happy with the team performance so far? Are you happy with the team performance so far? Ajith did some very steady laps as well as your AM driver.
Yeah, at the moment we are quite happy. Unfortunately, had a small off, which cost I think about a lap. But lap times are improving. We're actually quite good compared to the other AM drivers. So at the moment we are happy where we are.
And what about your own personal performance? Any particular areas of the track that you're looking to improve on going into tomorrow?
From my side, I'm a bit disappointed with my traffic management, but lap times wise and compared to the other ones, we were where we should be. So for that, I'm okay.
Well, today is all about staying in it and being close to the lead lap as possible. Kobe jumping in right now. What is the task for him?
Try to get us back on the lead lap, and then we can fight for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for having a word with us, Ayrton. See you back in the car tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow, but I don't know when.
You don't know when. Well, we'll find out later on.
I bet Ayrton does know exactly when he's going in, but why would he tell us? Because there are rivals listening to us as well. Now, this is a worrying moment for one of the Mercedes, which has had a spin in a very fast part of the circuit.
That's quite good synergy, really, because I think that's the Kumar car.
You're right, 93.
That is Ajit Kumar, who has come to a halt. And that is that gravel, Johnny, that's strewn from the front of the car.
I was concerned that it might be a bit of fluid, but I don't think it is. I think it's tyre marks on the road, and it's coming out of the final corner, I'm going to say. It's because there's that very wide curbing at Bucine corner. Where is the yellow flag? Yeah, turn 15. So it's the exit of Bucine corner, having to be very gingerly in his efforts to rejoin, only because he's probably not sitting on the correct side of the car to be able to see that. Because this will be a left-hand drive Mercedes. So the problem was, with the traffic coming from his right, he had to just be reliant probably on the marshal saying, yep, you're safe to come out now. He's going to go straight for fuel. Important not to forget that, because it may well have been an in-lap anyway. Or has he just decided to pit? But why would you not take fuel now that we're in that window where he could be within touching distance of one more stop after this to get to the end?
Frontal damage as well, the winglets on that car, the front end of that car showing some damage. So I'm not sure whether he's been hit or hit something. We might be able to pick up something when our producer looks back at the footage. But what we saw there, the car just...
Spoke to Kobe. Well, here's an update.
Yeah, go ahead, sorry. Well, I was trying to have a conversation with you off air, but I think you're talking to the world. So
I am. I'm out to the world. Well, when I was in, commentators curse again, hey? I was in the garage just before that off, but Kobe said he was getting ready to get in the car, and I said, roughly how long? And he said 4 to 5 minutes. So I can tell you that wasn't a planned in-lap.
Yeah, we've just managed to grasp a little bit of footage from the replay. Well done, everybody in TV land here. 0221 doing a cracking job as ever, and it was on the outside of the final corner, the Bucine corner. It's a kind of corner where you've got to be patient. Caught Ajith Kumar out. He went into the gravel trap and then sleuthed round. Very lucky, Johnny, that there wasn't anyone else coming through that corner, because he sleuthed right back across the track, backwards into the inside of the corner, and then, discretion being the better part of valor, brings the car into the pits because he's got some damage on the front of that car. But I'm not quite sure how that would have been caused, because he didn't hit anything in that incident there. That might have been from a previous incident or something.
Well, it could have been, because he'd also had that slight off at Arrabbiata as well. But I just wonder, with the nose of the splitter of these Mercedes particularly being so close to the ground, has that run through the gravel, just torn a little bit of bodywork off at the time, or it was the spin at Arrabbiata a number of hours ago now. And that's often the fun part of seeing all of the cars at the end of an endurance race like this, because you see them in a rather sorry state of disrepair. And then as a spectator or a viewer of our footage, you might be trying to think, right, well, that bit of damage was done in that moment, and then, the rear damage was done there. And a race car never lies, unless your mechanics are very good at repairing all of that, of course. But as we've said, in the past, cars that have a load of tank tape and cable ties on them are great storytellers. And I feel like a car's not probably been in an endurance race if it doesn't show some sort of battle scars. An hour and 45 to go. Nose to tail between 3 of the Cup cars here. And down the inside will go the red Camel car, being driven at the moment by 909, has at the wheel Luke Breukers, and Breukers trying to hunt down Paul Meyer. So that has flipped around again, but Luke is currently in amongst traffic from his fellow class, but these cars are not on the same lap as him. He's miles ahead, you could say, kilometers ahead of these 992 AMs that he's now looking to try and pass, including the 888 car from Seb Lajou Racing, which has Stéphane Perrin at the wheel of that car. A couple that have just been into fuel from the 992 AM class as well include Igor Sorokin and Jean-Mathieu Leandro in the 920 Cup car. Here, though, after that incident at Bucine corner, Ajith Kumar arriving on the scene. It's somewhat of a dusty car because of that gravelly moment, but he thankfully did not forget that getting into fuel is very, very important. And that might be a thing that he's having to get used to, because I don't know how many tracks Ajit will have raced at where fueling comes before the pit lane. Sometimes if you've had a moment and the team say box, box, all you have to worry about is driving down the pit lane and then getting out of the car. But you've always got to have your heads up, and I'm sure the engineers on the radio going, don't forget the fuel.
I would imagine if certainly if I was that team engineer, I'd be saying fuel, fuel, into fuel. Box, box, fuel first, just to remind the driver, especially after a spin, his head will have been all over the place, just trying to, you know, keep out of trouble, get the car back, restarting the car if it had indeed stalled. We couldn't really tell whether he'd stalled the car, but just getting that car back into first gear even can be a little bit of an anxiety phase. The car's refueled. Kobe de Bruyker is back in the that's the first time we've seen Kobe de Bruyker in the race, actually. So Kobe de Bruyker into that car for the first time. I just will want to get his composure and be analysing exactly what happened there. We leave him to that as we watch the number 93 Mercedes continue on its way. Let's have a look and see where that car has dropped down to. It's dropped down to 20th now, 14th in the GT3 class, 7th in the Pro-Am GT3 class. So right, that's car is out of what was a pretty strong contention earlier on in this race. Just a bit of an update. The leader has come in. The Haas RT Audi has finally pulled the trigger on needing more fuel. Nicholas Gulenek's bringing in the 21. That's handed the lead back to the bright yellow ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. That leads by 5.2 seconds on Rolf van Eycken. And just looking at their last lap times, 1:51.4 from Mikko Lasko and a 1:51.9 from Rolf van Eycken. So that's pretty even Stevens there from the two leaders, who will continue to circulate.
And that, for Saturday, is the name of the game. Just keep ticking off the laps. Try your level best to stay out of the gravel, stay within the white lines. And if you can have a battle here and there along the way, then, yep, that's an extra bonus. But a lot of the time in an endurance race, you actually spend your time on your own without necessarily cars that you are fighting across the full 12 hours, always in sight. Right. Obviously, if you put in for the opening stint and sometimes the closing stint, then you will have cars at very close quarters. But otherwise, it's down to the team telling you who you're fighting and what kind of lap times they're doing, because you don't always have eyes on the car that you might be up against for the overall win, especially if you get off strategy with that other car very early on. It's almost like this virtual car that you never see, and you're having to measure your pace against it, and in true trust with your engineer who can see the timing screen.
And I think, Johnny, at this part of a 12-hour race, we have still got 6-7 hours of racing, just over 7 hours of racing. You kind of got to just focus on your car. You know that what your drivers are capable of. You know you're going to give them a delta time to stick to. And you know it's just a case of sequencing through those pit stops, running the fuel tank down, reacting to the code 60s potentially. But then just when you get to that part of the race, which we will talk about more tomorrow, where you start back timing your final pit stop to take you to the finish of the 12 hours of this event, that's when it starts to get very, very complex for the race engineers in getting the best out and maximizing that run to the flag with potentially, you know, optimizing your driver lineup and getting your fastest driver in, etc. And that's probably what we will see. Right now, though, we're right in the middle. We're nowhere near half distance even. And there, erstwhile leader, the number 21, Haas RT Audi, with a driver change between the two drivers that are down to drive that car. We've gone to the next driver in the sequence, as that car will head off to the penalty. What looked like he was heading to the penalty box to take in a penalty. I'll see if I can find what that penalty's about. It is an unsafe release. 10-second time penalty has been issued. So I'm not sure what. Yeah, he served that now. I'm just wondering why And at what point was that unsafe release? Was that from its previous pit stop? Surely it must be, because they're not instant penalties, these, are they? In fact,
I don't know.
13:43 was the time, so that's quite a considerable time away. Time issued 13:43, just served now.
Well, let me just work out when 13:43. Oh, yeah, but yeah, that might be correct. Sorry, it's also down to what time you set your laptop time by.
Oh, no,
that's about an hour.
Yeah.
But anyway, it wasn't that pit stop that it's just done. It wasn't the previous one. It was probably the one before that. Yeah. Here's Sarah to get us off this topic.
Chris, 10-second penalty there. Can you tell us where it was picked up?
Yeah, we had an unsafe release at the fuel zone the first time. Small communication error.
Well, it looked like it was quickly served, 10 seconds, and out he goes. How are you finding the race so far?
10 seconds is incredibly long when you need to wait.
It is definitely when you're waiting. Are you happy with the time so far? I mean, you were saying earlier on, when you have to do a driver change, you don't really have much decision to make.
Very happy, but the way it's going cannot be better for the moment.
Well, thank you so much, Chris, for clearing that up on the penalty question. So earlier on the first fueling stop they had.
And interestingly, going into the second part, or his second stint in that car, Nico Gulnex staying at the wheel of the 21 and already on his outlap.
The other thing we should remind people about, though, is that the car has had a couple of code 60 stops now, so not being able to take the full fuel allocation, certainly in the previous stop and possibly in the one prior to that as well. I'll have to double check or cross check to make sure that two pit stops ago was also in a code 60. But what it has meant is that for Nico Gulings, that could only be a 19 lap stint, which totals 45 minutes. So the problem with that is you're having to pit after only 3/4 of an hour, where the cars you're racing will be pitting every hour, maybe hour and 5 minutes. And therefore, we're already up to 29 laps now for the race-leading ARC Bratislava Lamborghini for Zdeno Mikulascu. And Rolf Inaikin has been at the wheel of his car for 30 laps. I don't think he was driving it. I know he was in for the previous stint as well, actually. So Rolf Inaikin has been driving that car for a good period of time now. First got into it at just after 2:30.
I've got his stint time as an hour and 19 minutes. 1 hour, 19 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much bang on, Joe. Yeah, at 4:05
well,
now.
I didn't just make that up, Johnny. I got it off the screen.
Fair enough. But what I like
that wasn't in my head.
What? Good, okay. I mean, you know, I'm giving you credit for a very good memory. You've got a photographic memory, I think. No, what I want to be happening is that your information and my information is saying the same thing. Because otherwise, if it's not,
it wouldn't be a first that it isn't.
No,
on two different screens.
Certainly not. Back to one of the Spanish teams here this weekend. That is E2P and Sarah.
They're coming in or getting ready for a pit stop here. Ollie about to get back in the car with some tyres that he used in qualifying. Just 7 laps on the tyres, according to what it says around them. Used a little bit of Spanish to speak to one of the mechanics to understand what was going on. So, yeah, we're just waiting for them to come down the pit lane now.
And if you're wondering how the newish addition to the Creventic screen for the 24H series works regarding tyres, well, all of these Michelin tyres carry what is called an RFID chip, which is effectively a barcode, but it's embedded in the tyre, and that is read by the scanners, both in the pit in and pit out. Might just be a pit out, actually, in this series. Anyway, those tyres are checked to make sure that certainly to make sure that the qualifying tyres that were used yesterday are being utilised in the race at least some point, but also just to monitor all the other tyres that are being used as well. But it's helpful for us because that information gets fed back onto the timing screen and will tell us how old, and I think I'm right with this, how old the youngest tyre on any car is. So you're not necessarily matching every single set of tyres all the way through. But if you've got, I mean, ideally, all the tyres are the same age, and then we can work out precisely how much meter is likely to be on that set of tyres. But sometimes you might mix and match here and there, and therefore the youngest tyre and how many laps it has done is displayed on our timing screen as well. I think that's in a column way over to the right, which sometimes on the framing you slightly miss out on, but it's well worth zooming out to find that on occasion.
I've got
Joe's just done that.
I've got tyre age of the two cars at the front, both on 40 laps. The Lamborghini's just gone through 41 laps tyre age on that car now. The Herbert Porsche will match that with 41 laps on that tyre as well. And you're quite right, Johnny. They will mix and match. They'll get a tyre that's from different sets and create a set from the best tyres from each set. And certainly around Mugello, the left rear and left front take a lot of battering because that's the side of the car that you're going to lead on. There's a lot more right-handers than left-handers. It's a lot. We've still got, you know, a few left-handers here, the final turn being one of the perhaps most demanding left-handers. You need to be really leaning on the car there to maximise your exit. But the right-handers outweigh that,
yeah,
so
they do.
The left-hand tyres will take more energy out of them than the other side. So yeah, they will mix and match as we get towards. I think we're going to see that perhaps tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, when we get into the throes of the final stages.
But it was always interesting to me when this new rule came in regarding qualifying and the fact that you need a new set of tyres for each of the 3 qualifying sessions, and then you have to use those qualifying tyres in the race. But I was interested in whether it had to stay as a set or whether you could split that qualifying set up. So therefore just utilise those qualifying tyres with just maybe one tyre at a time. And to my mind, the tyre that gets the least amount of wear would be the front right around here, being a clockwise circuit. So generally all the weight is on the rear, obviously rear-wheel drive GT3 cars, more so the left side as well. So that left rear is the most wearing tyre. I'm just talking about having to use these qualifying tyres in the race today, and would they think about maybe just using the qualifying tyres one tyre at a time and just stick it on the front right?
I see what you mean.
And you don't there's nothing in the regs to say it has to say as a full set.
That's right.
So you could maybe just stick them on the right-hand side. But a lot of teams go, do you know what? We're going to have to take some pain by using the qualifying tyres. Let's just take it all at once, keep it as a set, and just utilise it in an hour-long stint, and then it's out of the way. And I would imagine a lot of the teams are trying to do that today so that they've got fresh tyres for all day tomorrow then. They don't have to worry about bolting on those qualifying tyres again in Sunday's portion of the race.
Sarah's just messaged me asking the question, is there any science in keeping the tyres the same set of tyres for a particular driver on them based on driving style? There isn't really. There are some drivers who are easier on their tyres than others.
Yes.
But you basically, a driver will get in the car and he will feel the level of grip through his senses as to what he's going to get out of a particular set of tyres.
Yeah.
How he then uses the tyre is down to driving style and level of aggression, etc. I'm pretty sure that a Pierre Caffer will use a set of tyres more than a gentleman driver. A former teammate of his, Michael Doppelmayr, comes to mind. Pierre will get the maximum out of those tyres, whereas the gentleman driver, you want to just give him the most balanced car, the most balanced set of tyres that you can get. You don't want it to do anything like understeer or oversteer. You're trying to get that neutral balance right for your gentleman drivers, not getting them caught out in any way.
The other thing we have to remember is that, you know, this is a racing of a certain level which is beneath something like an FIA World Endurance Championship. In the WEC, tyres are so restricted, as in a 6-hour race you might get 3 sets of tyres plus maybe 2 jokers, as in 2 extra tyres, and that's it for a 6-hour race. Whereas here, I think the allocation is unrestricted. You can just keep buying tyres from Michelin and just keep putting them on. The only restriction is now you have to use yesterday's qualifying tyres. So those 3 sets that you used in quali need to be used in the race. But otherwise, I don't think there's a restriction.
We talk a lot about tyres, and that is because motorsport, when it comes to racing a car, whether you're racing a kart or a Formula 1 car, through all of the formulas, GT racing, long distance racing, it's all about getting the tyres to work to their maximum. That's why we take so much data. We take surface temperature off the outside edge, the middle and the inside edge of the tyre to see how your cambers and your casters are working. We also take tyre pressures to see where we are with regards to the tyre and how it's working out on the track. We don't want it to overheat. We want it to work in its operating temperature. You get a lot of assistance from the Michelin tyre engineers. You saw the kind of levels that I've worked at, where you get the tyre engineer saying, you don't want a maximum, you don't want your camber to be over, I don't know, say 3 or 4 degrees. And invariably your engineer will be saying, I need 4.5 degrees, which is when you step out of the parameters of your tyre engineer. That has come from the tyre manufacturer whose tyre you're using. That's when you step out and you're kind of on your own. And if you get an adverse reaction to that, then the tyre engineer is going to turn around and say, I told you so, kind of thing. So it's a massive science. But racing, any kind of anything, motorcycles, kart racing, this type of racing, Formula One, we talk a lot about the tyres, and that's because it's arguably one of the most, if not the most important part of any kind of competition motorsport.
It's the only thing in contact with the ground at the end of the day, and if the tyres aren't right, then the car's not going to lap anywhere near quick enough. It's not going to, as we call, rotate. And the things like downforce, ride height, the rake of a car, yeah, they're all important. But if the tyres aren't right, or you've chewed through the set of tyres that you're on, as in you've overworked them, they've started to overheat, then that is a major problem then heading into the latter portion of your particular stint. And blistering can be a problem, more so in hotter conditions. I think the ambient temperature being pretty cool this weekend in Italy is hugely helping Michelin across the board. I mean, they make a superb endurance tyre anyway, and then they will offer advice about tyre pressures, cambers, things like that. Just noticing that the Seat Cup Racer is carrying a little bit of damage on the front right-hand corner.
Carrying a bit of an eye patch, isn't it?
Oh, it is, yeah.
It's lost a headlamp from the right. In fact, that's had contact of something, quite harsh contact as well.
Yeah.
Headlamp's missing, and it's looking like it's got a bit of bodywork damage on the right front wing of that car. It's the only car in the... Well, sorry, it's one of 2 cars in TCX. It's the only TCR spec car that we have in the field this weekend, so I'm not aware of any kind of incident.
Yeah, but I was thinking there must be something different from the normal TCR homologation, because it also runs in TCX, and I think, have they not got a TCR category within Creventic, which normally that's like run to the global rules of TCR?
I think that's an old version, the Seat Leon Cup Racer. I think that's a Seat Leon Cup car, perhaps. Again, that's another mission statement for Sarah. Exactly. I mean, we're being big geeks here.
Oh, big time, yeah.
We need to know, Sarah, what spec that Seat Leon Cup Racer is for asbest. It's at the tail of the field. It's running second in TCX, so Sarah is already sprinting down to the asbest garage. It's running in TCX, and there's got to be a reason why. So it's outside of the TCR rules, it seems. And Johnny and I, being the anoraks we are, we need to find out just how far outside of TCR, even if is it a TCR car or is it a Seat Cup car? It's down as a Seat Leon Cup Racer, so it might be a Cup car.
But the other interesting thing is that on the initial entry list, it was listed as a Cupra TCR DSG.
That's right.
From the same team. And I just wonder whether have they had a problem with that, with the Cupra, which meant it hasn't been able to run, or was it just a last-minute decision to put the Seat in? They've obviously, they've got a few cars at their disposal within asbest racing, because I think it was asbest at Dubai this year that were the most numerous, as in they brought about 4 or 5 cars to race at the Dubai 24 hours.
It's at attention, Johnny. The headlamp's missing, but there's quite an application of gaffer tape on that front corner. And there it is. There is the eye. Sorry, the headlamp.
It's been in a boxing match, hasn't it? And I wonder whether the eye had just been pushed back in the socket, but no, it's fallen out.
It's fallen out, hasn't
it does require an eye patch now, as you've said.
Now, whether it's got damage, because there's a lot of damage on the wing there. So whether it's got damage, it's made the headlamp loose and then it's flown off somewhere, because that's quite a way into the gravel trap, and that looked like Puccini, didn't it? On the outside of Puccini corner there.
Go for that.
Again, they're just driving their race there. Thomas Alpiga is the driver.
Actually, it's
not
not
that one.
It's not Puccini. It is Casanova Cervelli.
Yeah, it's Cervelli. Yes, yeah, it is.
So Cervelli's the left-hander, just as the track crosses the tunnel that gives you access to the infield at Mugello.
Yeah, just before the Arabiatas, and that car enjoying the drive, enjoying the race here, and going about their business. They are second in the TCX and TCE part of the race. They are 7 laps down from the Not Only Motorsport Ligier in 26th place. They are currently 28th, but again, just the challenge of getting that car to the finish. And why not? There's the overall leader just going by there, the RC Bratislava Lamborghini. 12.2 seconds the lead that Lamborghini has, as the Seat Leon continues on its way. And it certainly looks like a TCR spec car, but it certainly stepped outside of those TCR regulations for it to run in TCX.
Now I've had a good look at it, that actually looks far more like a Cupra than it does a Seat Leon Cup Racer, and I do remember what the Cup Racer looks like, so I'm just now starting to think whether that's wrong on the timing screen and the latest entry list. Seat Leon Cup Racer, yeah, it doesn't look like that. Mind you, what we're missing now is the badge that normally sits in the middle of the grille. Has it got a badge on the back? Yes, it has. I'm just trying to work out whether that's a Cupra badge or a Seat badge. They're the same family, because for a little while, Seat actually made a model known as the Cupra before adopting the Cupra name as their more sporty brand, a little bit like Fiat and Abarth. And there are similar runnings as well. I mean, to a certain extreme, I suppose you might say Toyota and Lexus as well. Lexus being the higher-end version of a Toyota. So the Cupra badge may be on that car. And I know Sarah's working hard down at Asbest Racing to find out the truth.
She is. No pizza has arrived, though. Got to say.
Oh, what, with us? No,
Still
that's
no
right.
pizza.
No, good point. Yeah, it's on the way, apparently.
I can hear Sarah's at some sort of party in one of the garages. I mean, I know my column in the Creventic magazine is the soap opera behind every garage door. It sounds like Sarah is involved in some sort of party down there. Sarah's with Asbest, go on.
In a party, it was quite some convincing to get Felix to come and have a chat with me. So once he got up to do it, there was a cheer. So that's what you heard. But Felix has promised me the answer to one question. Lots of conversation going on in the commentary box about the spec of the car that you're running this weekend. Can you tell us more?
It's a Cupra TCR DSG, yeah, a usual TCR car, Gen 1. Yeah, 350 horsepower, the same as we raced in Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and the whole Creventic season this year.
Well, thank you so much, Felix. I've been asked to ask you why it's in TCX.
Sorry?
Why is it in TCX rather than TCR?
Because, yeah, there's no more official TCR class in the Creventic.
Well, there you have it.
Wow.
There's the answer. Thank you so much, Felix. I know it took a little bit of convincing, but you can jump back on the radio now.
Just before you go, Sarah, could you ask him how it came about that damage? What was the driver report?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Felix, one more question, sorry.
Got an eye out.
How did the damage come about?
We had contact on the front left, and yeah, we lost the headlight. The front bumper was cut off. Yeah, but now we fixed it with tape, and yeah, we hope it stands for the rest of the race.
Well, the magic tape has come back in good use again. Thank you so much, Felix. We call it magic tape, not gaffer tape, not just magic tape.
Yeah.
He's
having a big cheer for getting on the mic there.
Good man. Thank you, Felix. That's taught us a thing or two, certainly. Because I was scrolling through the various bits of information regarding the TCE class, but the thing that I had missed, in truth, and that's my fault entirely for not knowing that, is that the TCR class within TCE no longer exists. So you can put it into TC, or you could put it into TCX. There's still very much a home for TCR certified cars, of which this is one of them. And also the Alpine A110 Cup car is eligible for that part of the field. You could put a BMW M2 CS racing car in there, along with Ginetta and Lamera Cup. The Ligier JS2R is eligible because we've got one of those this weekend, of course, as well.
Good news, Johnny.
Yes,
the pizza has arrived.
I know. We've got a whole stack of it. I assume, David, that is for us as well, right? Just as soon as we finish this one. Oh, he's shaking his head.
Yeah, been delivered personally by Peter Fry.
Thank you, Peter.
Yes.
The message reached you. The commentary team needs a bit of fuel to get to the finish of today as well, so we're grateful.
They heard us.
Thank you, chaps.
This is a great concept, actually, or it's become a tradition here at Mugello, hasn't it? To order pizza in from the local pizzeria in where's it from?
Scarperia.
Scarperia, yeah, of course. We stayed there before, haven't we?
We have.
Right, pass me a piece. Hand down to Sarah and pass me a piece of that pizza. Sarah,
cheers, Sarah.
Just talk amongst yourselves.
Don't come back to us for about 10 minutes, would you?
Having a chat with the Simpson Motorsport team, who are fighting over who is going to do the interview.
Oh, well, have a chat on the microphone so Johnny and I can enjoy this pizza.
Have you had a pizza delivered? I didn't get a slice.
Peter Fry has just delivered the pizza on a little moped, which is amazing considering we're on the second floor in the main building. But he got it up the steps, and we need about, 5 minutes to wolf this down, so it's all yours.
Even Simpson Motorsport haven't saved me a slice of pizza, and here they are arguing about who's... Don't you both come in and have a chat? First of all, should we start with names? We haven't introduced ourselves.
Jamie.
Jamie.
Sam.
Sam. Well, how's the team going out there? You were looking at the timing screens, trying to work out roughly where you're sitting based on pit stops, but I think you've got a pit stop coming in very, very shortly.
Yeah, sorry, talking to me on the radio. We've got one more lap before we stop. Yeah, we started pretty poorly, actually. We ended up dead last. I think you saw we had a couple of a spin, ended up in the gravel. We managed to climb some positions back up now. I think we're doing all right. P9's not too bad, considering where we began. Vasily laughing in the background.
He is, yeah, but he's walked away. I think he saw me turn around thinking I was going to grab him. It says you're actually P4. Are you enjoying your time here at Mugello, getting a bit of free pizza?
Yeah, I think we're doing a bit better than we did last year. Yeah, see how it happens, and it's a nice place to be, worse places. So, yeah, we're going all right.
I mean, it's a pretty beautiful weekend, dry currently. Do we think there's rain on the forecast tomorrow?
Yeah, I mean, after that first air testing, it dried up, so it's been all right. A bit cold, but we're doing all right.
Well, one lap until driver change.
Yeah,
you are boxing this lap, so this is an excuse to run away.
We're going to do a bit of work, so...
Well, enjoy, Jamie. Thank you so much. Have you finished your pizza yet, or have you saved me a...
No, not at all.
Quite yet, Sarah.
Well, okay, let me see what I can find. Oh, my goodness, mouths full. Let's make our way up here and see who we can find. Going past the Seb Lejeune team here, having a little chill. Although a lot of them speak French, so I'm not going to pop in there. I can't see my friend Reese Lloyd, who is my English speaker in that team. We've also looking like we've got a stop coming in for Get Speed any moment now. Hello, you doing well? Going in for the last stint? Do you want to have a quick chat, or is he coming in right now? Sorry?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, is it, sorry, I haven't checked, but is this your first time in the car today?
Yeah, and the first time today. Yeah.
And you excited to get out on track?
Yeah, super excited, and the car is running well. We're in a good position. We've left the best drivers for tomorrow, so we're in a good position to have a podium.
Well, it's a very good strategy, I guess, because there's certain restrictions on how long each driver can be in the car over a rolling 6-hour period. I think you're just moments away from the car coming in, so I'm going to let you go and get ready, but I'm wishing you wishing you to go well out there. Thank you so much.
Well, we finished eating now, Sarah, so thank you for that magnificent bit of filling. No, actually catching up with drivers.
Drop me in that.
And more importantly, Sarah, we've left you some. So if you want it, you're going to have to be quick because it's looking very tasty.
Yeah.
And I can't guarantee you will be here if you're not up in the next 10 minutes or so. So with an hour and 13 or 14 minutes to go, you maybe want to take a quick break to get you to the end of this first segment of 5.5 hours. So give yourself 10 minutes and pop back up to the box and have some pizza. Join in the pizza party.
She's going to go quiet now because it'll be right up the stairs, and it's still just about warm as well. So And that, after, what, 15 minutes or so, will be perfect timing for Sarah to head back into the pit lane for the final 60 minutes. With the sun starting to get a little lower in the sky now, it's less noticeable perhaps than 24 hours ago when we were dealing with qualifying at about this sort of time. A bit more cloud. I don't think that's threatening cloud the other side of the grandstand, however.
Significantly, Johnny, while we were scoffing our face with Peter and handing the whole broadcast over to Sarah, the leading Lamborghini came into the pits. It's currently in the fueling area, and that has now handed the lead to that Porsche there, the number 269, flashing its lights profusely, telling the back markers it's to get out of its way. It's the green and white Herbert car. Vincent Kolb, I'm regurgitating that, Peter. Vincent Kolb in the number 269, now taking the lead, while Zdeno Michelin has brought the car in, still showing in the fueling area. And the Haas RT with Nicholas Guillenex at the wheel of the number 21, he is showing to be just over 4 minutes behind, so that's going to be a couple of laps, which he's going to get back as we flip-flop through that pit stop phase. He's going to gain that back off the Lamborghini, and then eventually when this car here pits, he will gain that back, so it's going to bring them all back together, and it is going to hand the lead back, I would think, to the Haas RT Audi when this Porsche actually pit stops.
Yeah, so again, a slightly false look to the order in the top 10. There are cars that are there, of course, that could potentially benefit from any mistakes from cars in behind that have already made their stops. But yes, Vincent Kolb got into, or began this stint well over an hour ago now. So a nice bit of maybe fuel save from a vastly experienced driver in Vincent Kolb. He's driven Audis in the past with Scherer Sport and with a lot of famous names through the years. Frank Stippler, amongst others. Frank has regularly raced with Vincent Kolb around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, and indeed Vincent will come in then at the end of this current lap for Porsche number 269, and he will turn right into the fueling area. That was an hour and 17 minutes stint, but helped out by the fact that there was a significant chunk of code 60. Well, I say significant, it was about 2 or 3 laps right at the start of Vincent's stint, but crucially he didn't pit during the code 60, or he was already in pit lane and then the code 60 came out, so he could take most of his fuel allocation, and it's shown by the mileage that he was able to produce. And if you can do an hour and 17 minutes under mainly green flag conditions, this should be the final stop for Porsche number 269, depending on whether they want to get fuel in it or not before the flag is dropped for today, and then the cars will be locked into Parc Fermé for the overnight period. Now, Joe, we were hanging back with the remnants of our pizza for Sarah.
Yeah.
She's clearly got friends in high places.
Yeah,
she's got her own pizza.
I just want to make a comment here that her pizza has got a lot more cheese on than ours did.
It has.
Yes. So you've done well there.
That's a better prepared.
She met Peter Fry on the stairs.
There we are.
He's trying to get rid of pizza.
There's a bit of a hot gossip. Meeting Peter Fry on the stairs.
Yeah, go on then.
The mind boggles. Well, if you're going to eat, then I'd better not take a slice, because otherwise that doesn't make great radio at all.
I forgot where I was there, John. I'm just getting involved in this pizza.
No, I'll have a slice.
There is the Haas RT Audi. I'm just going to say this, and then I'm going to shut up for 2 minutes. The Haas RT Audi that has got Nicholas Guillenex at the wheel. He's about to take over the lead next time by. So the next time he comes around, he's at the Arrabbiata 1 and 2. And by my estimation, with the... yes, he's already overtaken the Lamborghini, and he's going to overtake the Herbert Porsche while that car is in the pit. So he's going to snatch the lead back in this pit stop phase.
So Herbert Motorsport and Vincent Kolb in pit lane, and as you say, Nico Guillenex will keep our eyes glued to the number 21 Haas RT Audi as it goes maybe a little too deep into Corintaya, but he dealt with that well. I think, again, squaring off the corner deliberately in one of these Audis that does seem to rotate and corner well. off onto the curb on the exit of Biondetti chicane, but that won't be an immediate worry either. There is another rampant Audi in behind as well, which will be pressurising, not for track position though. That's one of the Audis, I think, trying to get some laps back again. Stefan Tribodini's a good few seconds further back, but again on a different strategy, as Nico Gulinks crosses the line and is confirmed as the new race leader. In behind is the GT2 GT2 Maserati, I should correctly say. The Lamborghini number 44 now on an outlap with Miroslav Konopka in 4th position. No, made that 3rd place because he's just got ahead of Vincent Kolb by virtue of the fact that Vincent remains in the fueling area. That Maserati's not to be shaken, you know, despite what Nico Gulinks is desperately trying to do. This is a headache that he doesn't necessarily need. But 767 being driven by Amedeo Pampanini will be wanting to try and get by, and there are other quick cars as well wanting to do the same. Now these will not be moves for position. It won't change where the 21 car is in the overall, but their cars trying to get laps back again, including Stefan Tribodini.
Tribodini trying to unlap himself on the leader there. The Maserati kind of clouding his judgment somewhat, getting in the way, but incredibly Pampanini's got that Maserati going quicker than the leading Haas RT Audi, incredibly, as the erstwhile leader of Vincent Kolb. He brought the car in, he's gotten out of the car. He will hand over the car. The Maserati's gotten by the Haas Audi. Haas has Tribodini. He's now on the lead lap, so he's got to come all the way around. If he can get past that, that Maserati is a real handful to get by. The performance levels of that car, not quite as much aero as a GT3 car. Tried to match the GT3 car and slides a little bit wide as we head down into the pits to have a look at the Ligier that is in. Engine cover off the back, looking like a gearbox issue. They've got the car on the jack. They've got the car engaged. They've engaged a gear. Engineer pointing at something on the left-hand side. Not quite sure what that might be. It might be a gear selection issue, but they're about to drop it off the jacks by the looks of things, Johnny. Yes, they have. They've dropped it off the jacks, and now they're pushing it to manoeuvre it into the garage, into the pit garage. Now they've analysed and assessed what the potential problem is. They now know what they need to do, and that Ligier, which was leading TCX, which has on 115 laps, they are 6 laps ahead of the next car in class, which is the Seat Leon, which we were talking about so much.
The mechanics had to be well aware there of what was going on, as in they were trying the drive of the Ligier whilst it was up in the air, so you had quite high-speed rotating rear wheels there and exposed tyres and wheels as well, so the mechanics had to be well aware of what was going on. That is sometimes a rule in a championship, that wheels cannot spin when the car is up on the jacks. I actually don't know what the sporting regulations, the safety regulations say within Creventic, but you've probably seen that many times before, have you?
I think you're allowed to do that. Basically, that's why you have one car controller. The mechanics are listening to one instructor. You can't have many chefs. So so the car goes up. You've then got the car controller, which is usually your #1 mechanic or your chief engineer. He will take control of all of that crew around. So when he says, take it out of gear, put it in neutral, switch it off, put it off the jacks, we're going to roll it into the garage, that would have been one clear instruction, and everybody around that car would have reacted.
Here's it, yeah.
That's the only way to do it.
But I also just want, you know, a message to all the mechanics to say, right, we're going to try the drive of this car now. Stand away, please. Don't have any flailing hands or arms, because, I mean, not that you would put them anywhere close to a wheel, in fairness, or a tyre.
You'd be surprised.
Well, if a mechanic starts to think, I can take this tyre off now, and starts to mess about with wheel nuts.
Or even in a situation like that, where the car's come in with a gearbox problem, if you're not clear and concise with your instructions to everybody, that mechanic might think he's doing a great job by, I'll clean that bit of rubber from the inside of the wheel rim and sticks his fingers in there, just as so everybody's on the same radio channel, everybody knows what's happening, and you're basically hands off until your #1 has assessed with your race engineer exactly what the problem is, and it looks to me as though it's some sort of, it might even be a drive shaft or something. They seem to be pointing to the left-hand side of the gearbox, which is of course where the drive shaft will be on that Ligier.
And work to that extent has to then be done in the garage, mainly because you can apply more personnel to it, because there's a distinct rule that says only so many people over the line into the apron area, into that working lane of the pit lane.
And what also that enables you to do is you're doing the primary job that brought the car into the pits, but you're able to do other servicing items. You may be able to replenish fluids, you're able to replenish batteries in the car, or to do with the radio, or clean the windscreen, or do other serviceable things. I think we're not... got another one for your job list, Sarah. Are we going to see brake pads and discs change towards the end of the 12 hours? I think we probably are. It's just when they're going to do that. Are they going to do, you know, the brake disc will last 8 hours. So when are we going to really sort of see that apply? Are we going to wait until tomorrow, or are we going to do it before we go into tomorrow and then leave yourself a clean run with straightforward fuel stops and pit stops?
See, in years gone by, that wasn't even a question, because when we used to do 3 hours on day one, 4 hours on day one, then all the big jobs were kept till day two, and day one was just all about the afternoon, the evening racing, stay on the lead lap, don't worry about all of the rolling up your sleeves and getting your hands dirty, crack on with that tomorrow. But there might be an argument to say, do you know what, get some fresh brakes on board before nightfall, so that then you can just attack the race without needing to think about that into a fresh day. But there'll be lots of different approaches, and that's the beauty of now a race which has a much more even split, and also cars on, well, different amounts of fuel, because some took the opportunity when those Code 60s came out to get the car in. I reckon we've had a total of 3 individual Code 60s to this point, amounting to actually only 6 laps in total, because obviously you're going much slower than normal race speed. But that's also useful data to think, well, 3 Code 60s on the first day, might yet be another one, I suppose, in the remaining half an hour. But it's good to apply, well, or to say, well, an average of one every sort of 90 minutes or so on day one. It might be mirrored tomorrow. On the other hand, if we do get a bit of wet weather, then the cautions might come more readily, and then you've got to thread your way through, to a certain degree, some of the carnage to get a good result this weekend.
The leader, though, very much in the lead of this race, but the gap is coming down, would you believe? Ralph Bon in the number 91 Herbert car, he's lapping in the 49s. We've got Nicolas Guillenex lapping in the 52s last time by. There's the chasing Porsche there, the black and gold car of the Herbert team with Ralph Bon at the wheel. He's brought the gap down to 3 seconds, so we've certainly got a race here to the halfway distance. Well, not quite the halfway distance, but you know what I mean, the break. That is coming in exactly 1 hour's time. So we've got 1 more hour to go. The stint time for Nicolas Guillenex is 1 hour and 53 minutes. So he's got about a half hour, just over, well, nearly 40 minutes in that car if his fuel stint lasts. But that is the gap now. We do not need the timing screens. And picture-in-picture on the live stream, it is a drive shaft that is being replaced in that Ligier. That's just come from the pits. They're trying to cool things down with water. It's what part of the drive shaft are they trying to cool down? Now, they're cooling the splined part of the drive shaft. Whether or not that will fit onto the or couple with, that's probably why just the expansion rates on that spline is they want to cool it down so it contracts and then fits actually on the splines of the bearing and the what am I trying to say?
I'm glued to the picture on the left, joint, frankly, because it's so busy. What are you? Have you worked it out?
Velocity joint on the
the CV joint, yeah,
the CV joint, yes. is what they're trying to attach it to.
Well done for remembering what CV stands for, because I never do. But yes, constant velocity. So what you're saying is if you cool down the metal, then it's going to reduce.
The splines have expanded and they're not quite fitting.
Because they're so hot.
Well, it looks to me as though it's struggling to fit in there in any case, so there might be a bit of... there it is. Oh, no, that hasn't gone in at all, has it? No, is it snapped? That's... that does not look right. They may be trying to knock... If they've had a broken drive shaft and it's broken and left a bit in there,
yes,
then they're going to struggle. This is a battle for the lead, though, Johnny. That's happening out on track. Gulinek's in the Haas RT now with his mirrors full of that Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Ralph Bowen right with him, down the hill, out of Casanova. That's where the move has come. And he will lead into the Arrabbiata corners through Arrabbiata 1, into the flat-out Arrabbiata 2, and then pop up over the brow, hard on the bricks for the right-hander at the Scarperia corner, and then into the left-hander at Pelagio. The Haas RT is being swamped first by the Hofer Mercedes, and now by the Red Ant Mercedes, the Adjith Red Ant car now right in the mirrors of the Haas RT car. So a change of leader.
Indeed, and the problems, if you like, for Nico Gulinks aren't going to end there either, because there's this great long queue of cars wanting to get by, trying to get a lap back on the former race leader, the Haas RT Audi. They're still trying to work out which Audi GT3 car also got by in that sequence. It might well have been the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi. So this is a storm that really Nico Gulinks has just got to weather in this portion of the race. He doesn't need to lose his head too much, and he's doing a good job in not doing that. Nico Gulinks doesn't have the same speed as Ralph Bowen's got in this phase of the race. So it is about picking your battles and saying, well, I want to be up against a car or a driver that is of equal footing to mine. And at the moment, these cars getting laps back are not necessarily ones to worry about for Gulinks. It would be a different story if we had an hour to go in the full race, but this is just an hour to go in part one of this weekend's race, which will complete 5.5 hours. But there are another 6.5 hours to be done tomorrow morning, afternoon, and into the evening. In fact, with a 6:30 start tomorrow night, that means exactly a midday start, does it? I'm now, because the pizza arrived, it landed right on top of all my sheets, and I'm not complaining.
It's a restart 11:35, Johnny.
11:30.
Sorry, no. That's when the start grid is formed.
Right.
We are restarting at 12 o'clock midday.
Yeah, okay.
And we race till 6:30.
That's what I was suggesting, because I had a memory that we would be finished by 18:30 on the dot, or maybe just afterwards. And with 6.5 hours planned, then that's surely a midday restart. And indeed, that is the case. So, Ralph Bowen judged this perfectly to the Haas RT Audi. Haas RT going through Savelli and into Casanova corner, or Casanova into Savelli, I should say. And then I think that's the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi that also managed to sneak through and get a lap back on the Haas RT car. And whilst we enjoyed that resume of the lead change, we can go back to Sarah.
Back down in the pit lane. I'm going to go and have a look and see what's going on. Full of pizza, I must say. But there was a few questions in the chat about what other times what other races are on and what times they're on tomorrow. So I was just prompting you to give us a bit of a rundown of the whole schedule. I've just joined Not Only Motorsport, who are in the garage working on something. Driver is still in the car. Let me see if I can get an idea of what is going on. Can you tell me what sort of work you're doing on the car right now? What sort of work are you doing on the car right now?
We have a problem with the drive shaft, and we're just fixing, like, we have less than an hour of driving, but the drive shaft goes wrong, and we will see it.
Well, do you think
our mechanics are doing our best?
Doing their best. Do you think it's going to be a quick turnaround? You reckon you get back out before the end of this evening?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, good luck. I hope you can.
So tomorrow's plans.
I've got it in front of us, John.
We have two support races in the morning.
Yep. And
the other way around compared to this morning's coverage. By the way, Joe and I did actually commentate on those from start to finish. So there was a 55-minute race and a 50-minute race.
Well, the thing is, to find our support package, the first race is for Prototype Cup Europe, and the race start is 8:40 a.m. You have to search on YouTube for Prototype Cup Europe to find their channel. That is followed at 9:50 with the Radical Cup Europe. Again, you have to come out of the Prototype channel, go into the Radical Cup Europe channel.
Well, yes, you're right, but there's an even better way of doing it than that.
All right.
I can tell you that at the end of your little sum up of the day.
From there, at 11 o'clock, we've got race 2 of TCR Europe, and that is scheduled to finish 11:30. And then we've got the start grid build-up, beginning to build straight after that for a restart of the Michelin 24H series at midday.
The other option, well, there are two options actually. You can go on YouTube to the channel known as Creventic Motorsports TV. So type in Creventic Motorsports TV, and from that main channel, all of the support races and our coverage of the 12-hour race, our continued coverage of the 12-hour race, are all accessible from the same page. So, yes, you'll have to wait for one stream to finish, but as that finishes, it'll pop you back to the Creventic Motorsports TV homepage, where you can just click on the next race. The other way of doing it is to listen to us on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, and that is entirely seamless. So you can turn on RS1 at the start of the day and just listen to our coverage all day without needing to tune away or change channels at all. And remember, it's a very busy weekend on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, because also RS2 IMSA Radio is in full effect this weekend with coverage of the 2026 Sebring 12 hours.
That's now. That is currently. The race has started. That goes on into the small hours.
Yeah, because, well, from the UK, Florida is 5 hours back.
Yeah.
From Italy, they're 6 hours back. So that takes us to 10:49 in the morning. Does it normally have something like a 10:30 start for the Sebring 12 hours?
No, it started a date, Johnny.
I know, but
you
did
mean
it start
this
like
morning?
20 minutes ago?
Yes, pretty much. Well, yeah, about that.
I remember that it's like a 10:30 start till 10:30
Something
at night.
like 10:30,
But
yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
it's a 6-hour difference from where we are. So yes, but what I don't want people to do is retune to RS2 IMSA Radio straight away. Stick with us for the final 51 minutes, the closing laps of this first part of the Michelin 12 Hours of Mugello, and then you can join John Hindhoff and the rest of the team as they cover this year's Sebring 12.
What is great these days, invariably, if you've got a smart TV, it's on your TV. It's on your 70-inch, whatever it is. And it's an app on your TV.
Yeah.
So it's not like the old days of live streaming the Creventic series, where we used to have to watch it on our laptops or our iPads. It's actually, you watch it on TV. It's like changing channel on a TV these days.
Yeah, yeah.
It's brilliant.
Too right. And, you know, Sebring 12 hours, it's a 12-hour race. You're not going to miss much in that opening hour. And I'm sure then retrospectively you could go back and watch it. If you've got a very snazzy TV, maybe you're even recording the first bit of Sebring, and then you can just start watching it as if it's from the start and be, about an hour behind or so. That should work.
It's bound to.
Yeah. Don't ask me how. Anyway, 50 minutes to go. Herbert are the leading car now, and Herbert just doing Herbert things. Frankly, it feels like they've been very much mid-pack for a number of hours today, and then surely it's no coincidence that they pop up as the leading car. And the big question now is, do they choose to take a bit more fuel before the flag falls tonight, or are they happy with a near-empty tank to take through the evening, and refueling will be one of the first things they need to do in the morning?
Well, that is an on-track race for 4th and 5th places there. Max Moritz at the wheel of the number 269. That's the green and white car at the front of this train of 4 cars. The yellow and black car is the Sonolog Junior team. That's the Audi, number 18, with Stefan Tribadini, trying to get past these back markers to get back on terms with that Porsche and take that 4th place from it. So Trebadini chasing down the car in front of him on the track, and that's 4th position. Let's head down to the pits for Sarah.
right, for Simpson Racing, or Simpson Motorsport, sorry, to get that correct. We were having a chat earlier on about whether we think we're going to have some brake changes later on through the race. Can you tell us whether you think that might be the case and when you might strategize that in?
I don't think we will. Maybe towards the end of the race, but it's highly unlikely.
And conditions tonight goes into Parc Fermé. What can you and can't you change?
There's not much you can change. You've only got a small time period where you can touch the car, so there's not really much you can do.
And in terms of like the brake changes, should it come around, you're going to have to do that in race period, right?
Yes, that'll be in full life pit stop.
Cool. Well, thank you so much, Joe, for giving us a little bit more of an insight into what's to come later on in the race. Thank you.
I wasn't far out, as we were hearing from Joe, by the way. I wasn't far out in terms of the start time for this year's Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, the 74th edition, in fact, of that fabulous race, because it was actually a 10:10 start, so that's a little over 40 minutes ago. So if you stick with us for another 3/4 of an hour, you will have missed hardly anything of it, and you can just switch from one RSL channel to the other and catch up with what you've missed. The shadows are lengthening in this part of the world, we can tell you that much, and were there not blinds over there on the window to the left of our or the left part of our commentary box, it might be struggling to fully pick out the times on our screens, because that sun is rather awkwardly placed now. It's going to set behind the grandstand, and just as we found in qualifying yesterday, will cause a problem for the current drivers as they're heading through the Arabiatas. The Vortex, meanwhile, is having, I think, an unrelated issue, but it has had a spin at turn 11, and turn 11 is Pelagio, potentially. Scarperia Pelagio rings a bell. I think the Arabiatas are turns 9 and 10, aren't they?
Yeah, I think you're right.
10, 11, 12,
certainly
14, 15. Yeah, that's right.
Certainly coming out of a left-hander.
Well, the left-hander is Pelagio.
Oh, there it is. Just got a bit of a tank slapper through the first part, which is Scarperia, and then trying to gather it up, and then finds himself beached in the gravel on the outside of Pelagio. He is going to have to be recovered. We've got a waved yellows at that point. In fact, we've gone code 60, or we will do, within 20 seconds. So it is going to have to be a full recovery for the Vortex. The number 701 finding itself beached in the gravel trap up at turn 11 there, Pelagio, and that will bring out the code 60. Now then, Johnny, if you're slim on fuel, you are going to perhaps choose to maybe get a top up that will take you to the intervention part in 45 minutes or so. You can't take a full fuel tank. You're only allowed, what was it, 15% of your full allocation. So that is kind of like a top up there. So the strategic element of using code 60s is kind of, with this new regulation that's been in since last year, I believe, that's kind of been negated somewhat, but there's cars that are taking notice.
Well, there's only 45 minutes to go, so you probably only do need 15% of fuel. Nobody's going to turn this down. I can't imagine that they will, because then you're perfectly positioned for the restart of the race, and maybe half an hour of tomorrow's race, which restarts at midday. So, I mean, this is what the organisers have tried to do, is stop it being a free fuel fill. But nevertheless, when we're getting to this stage of a split race with only 45 minutes still to go, everybody's going to be heading for fuel. And I mean, the only suggestion is that is the case.
The leader has. Yes. The leader has. The Herbert car is in. Rolf Bond bringing that car in. The reason why the organisers changed that regulation to avoid the chance of a team getting a free fill, it was very dependent on the look of the dice, because it depended on track position. If you've just come past the pits, the code 60 goes out, you've got a full lap of Mugello to get around at 60 kilometers an hour. And you may indeed miss the opportunity to do that. So they've kind of leveled the playing field somewhat by not allowing you to do that. It does take an element of strategy away, but it certainly negates an element of what was pure luck of where your car was track-wise when that code 60 came out. Very busy pit lane down there now for Sarah. Let's head down to her.
Double pit stop for the Seb Lejeune team, both trying to get on both of the cars at the same time, moving fast. Don't know if you can still see that on the screen. I've lost my cameraman. Don't know where he's gone. I think he's gone further up the pit lane to see some of the others. I'll join him up there now. Seb Lejeune, is he getting away? Oh, struggling to get the car going. There we go. Well, that's a 910. The 888 still having the tyres changed on it here in the pit lane. Lots of shouting, lots of moving, trying to move fast. I'm going to leave them to it and move further up. You can probably see on your screen. Is that the MP car? We've got another car coming in from QMMF Motorsport. I mean, perfect timing for a code 60 to come out 45 minutes towards the end of the race number 1 here for the 12 hours. So 5.5 hours today, 6.5 hours tomorrow. A couple of driver changes. Cars go into Parc Ferme regulations overnight. However, that doesn't apply to the drivers. So whoever they put in now will probably run it to the end if there is no other code 60. And they can choose whoever they put back out tomorrow. Hofer Racing heading out as well. I haven't been able to keep an eye on who's going in for fueling because it's sort of around the back end of the end of the pit lane, but I'm sure you'll be able to give us an update on that. Now we're watching the Haas car coming in now, and I'm going to hand back to you as the Audi pulls up right in front of me.
Well, we're actually covering both bases there, Sarah, because some excellent drone footage for those enjoying our coverage in both sound and vision of the fueling quadrant. Got to remember that there's a finite number of pumps available, of course, as well. So, yes, the instant decision might be pit, and get some fuel on board, but the engineer, or at least the team rep down there, will also have to be radioing through to say there is actually a free pump, because the last thing you want to do is drive into there and find there are no spaces, because it'd be like Saturday morning at your local supermarket and sitting in a queue, which is not what the teams will want. It's certainly not what the organisers will want either. Although there is sufficient space, actually. Once you've gone through the right-hand hairpin, you could have cars potentially queuing out the door there. This is, as the Vortex is able to now rejoin under its own steam, there might have been a bit of martial power.
I think that's been towed out of the gravel onto the track, where it's then been unhitched and then allowed to resume. So no harm, no foul. Looks like he got away without connecting with any tyre barriers or anything. And more patchwork going on the asbest Seat Leon, who is now taking up the lead of TCX after the Ligier's drive shaft issues, and ahead of the Ligier by at least a lap now. So the Asbest Racing team, and that's the headlight from the Seat. So you never know, they might get that back. Not that they've got time to do it tonight, because it's Parc Ferme conditions, of course, when we stop this race to resume tomorrow morning, or tomorrow midday, I should say.
So away goes the Cupra, actually, as we were told by Felix, and that's Felix' centre of shot now. Actually, the way it's listed on our entry list, our very latest entry list, is incorrect. It is a Cupra TCR DSG car, so one of the later spec TCR cars. Now the TCR category no longer exists, so there is the option to run in TCX, as fans up and down on the banking there enjoying a bit of late evening or early evening racing, actually, at exactly 5 o'clock now. So the clock is perfectly positioned for 40 more minutes to go. We were due to complete today's racing at 17:40, but it's very dependent on where the then race leader is, because if that car starts a lap just as the point where the time runs out, then that car will be permitted to complete the lap as well, and it will probably take us closer to about 17:43 by the time that happens. The information from Asbest Racing is that Felix plans to refit that headlight after this part of the race. However, well, has he read the regulations? Because remember, the car goes into Parc Ferme, and I'm not sure you can start reattaching a headlight like that under the sporting regs. But let's hope that Asbest read those before they start touching the car.
Yeah, you'll not be allowed to do that overnight, I don't think. You may be able to do it at a pit stop if it's clip and play. However, it's been bounced out of that housing, so
and then the secondary problem is they've covered it all now with huge amounts of gaffer/tank tape, so that's all got to be peeled off.
So it's 5 p.m.
Yeah.
We're going to finished this first part of this race in 40 minutes. The sun is low in the sky, but it's still bright sunshine out here. By the time we get to race finish tomorrow for checkered flag, 6:30, we're not going to be needing headlights, are we?
It'll be after sunset.
I know, it'll be twilight.
Yeah. I don't think you'll need headlights, but you might see one or two cars actually putting them on.
Yeah.
You're thinking about how the Cooper's going to get on with.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, there is a rule.
We'll get to a point where a need for headlights is a regulation.
Yes. But even the rule at Le Mans is that you need only one working headlight, I thought.
Is it?
Or maybe not these days, but I think probably in Creventic it is, because this is not actually a night race.
Yeah, that's right.
Unlike Dubai and unlike the Barcelona 24 hours much later on in the season, they might just get away with one working headlight, assuming the one that remains actually still works, of course, as well. And with that one not turned on currently, we don't know that.
What I can tell you is that car there, the leading Herbert Motorsport Porsche, Ralph Bourne at the wheel of the 91, who pitted under code 60, took on a splash of fuel, has gone out and continues to lead this race. He's continued to lead this race by about 43 seconds over the Haas RT Audi of Peter Gulinex, now at the wheel of the 21. Konopka, Miroslav Konopka, now at the wheel of the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini. He's only 6 seconds behind the Audi of Haas, and we'll keep an eye on that one. And Stefan Trebardini, who has gotten the Sonderlock Audi back onto the lead lap and is within 90 seconds, minute and a half of our leader. So a great recovery drive. That car was off the is that the leader putting a wheel off there, Johnny? I think it was, you know. Ralph Bourne coming out of the downhill right-hander at the one before, that's Savelli, isn't it? The one before the Arrabbiatas. Certainly getting his attention there, I think. Gathering himself up, keeping his composure. He's already through the right and left of Scarpari and Pelagio into Corintiao, with the Biondetti chicane coming up next.
There it was again from a different angle.
Again from a different angle, yes.
I mean, the car jumped over to the left. I hadn't realised quite out of the straight line or the ideal line Ralph had got. We've already commented on his ability to control that car with very little warning that he needs to apply some opposite lock. It was early on in the piece when he got by one of the Mercedes over at Corintiao corner and had to do it at a very tight angle through that right-hand hairpin, and then the car didn't like it so much as it was leaving that corner with the grip levels dropping. But Ralph just seems quite happy with that, actually. It's not going to phase him too much, and even dropping the right side wheels into the gravel at Savelli corner, he coped with that nicely and then headed through the Arrabbiatas. He's got a cup car now for company. That cup car might only be there because of the mistake that Ralph made on the previous lap.
Well, that cup car happens to be the leading cup car. It's the Red Camel car with Rick Breukers at the wheel, so that car certainly being optimised in the run to the halfway distance, or the part-way distance, I should say. We are 35 minutes away from 5.5 hours of running. We are going to stop the race and reconvene tomorrow at midday. And with our lead now back out to 38 seconds, Ralph Bourne absolutely on fire here. The Lamborghini there, that was right with the Haas Audi, has dropped to 16 seconds now. 16 seconds back in third place for Miroslav Konopka. And lap time wise, he was 4 seconds slower than Peter Gulinex in the Haas car. So I thought the Lamborghini was maybe going to challenge, not so much. That might be traffic that caused that 1 minute 54 lap time, but we'll keep a wary eye on that and we'll see just how this is looking. But unarguably, Johnny, Ralph Bourne out there and pushing on. You can see by the attitude of the car as he's coming out of these corners, going into these corners, he's right there and not readily dropping that leading 992 Cup car off his tail.
We've just had a new fastest lap of the race, faster than everybody else, coming from Stefan Tribodini. That's not too bad going, is it, in a 5.5 hour section of today's race? We're about to complete 5 hours, and Tribodini going quicker than Pierre Caffer managed in the same car in the Santalok Junior Audi, which is in 4th. Rick Breukers continues to gain.
He's not just gaining, Johnny, he's hassling our overall leader. Now, we know how good Rick Breukers is. Former Sebring winner, former Daytona GTD winners. He's got several Rolex watches to prove that. In fact, he won Daytona twice, didn't he? Consecutive years.
Yep.
In the GTD class, driving a Lamborghini. He's leading 992, and Ralph Bourne cannot break away from that Porsche.
What I'm going to say is Ralph Bourne is in massive fuel save mode here, because they were able to fuel under the code 60, having done a 15-lap stint. But remember, pitting under a code 60 only gives you 15% of your fuel margin, and at the end of the day, he can work very hard on trying to build a lead over Peter Gulings, but ultimately it's going to be for nothing, because that car will close up overnight. So there's no point in pulling a huge gap. All you've got to do is manage the race now for the next half an hour, and if he is doing a Porsche Cup kind of pace, well, so what? I mean, he might even allow Rick Breukers past here.
That actually, Johnny, explains he's saving fuel, which means he's pushing harder through the corners, carrying more speed through the corners, but using less fuel to do so. So leaning more on the car, deriving the lap time from pushing the car, and he is lapping in 992 Cup class lap times in so doing. Because like we've said, Johnny, he could take a 90-second lead to the intervention flag in 31 minutes time. That will be gone at midday tomorrow.
Yeah.
So he might as well finish with the second place car of Peter Gulings right on his tail. As long as he finishes ahead, that's job done for this first 5.5 hours.
The other interesting thing to monitor is how far back Ryan Dalziel is now in the Era Motorsport Ferrari, because as Jake Hill reported to Sarah, he was expecting Ryan, who is the pro in that car, mightily experienced in all sorts of machinery with his years. The Scotsman originally, but many years, well, many decades actually spent in North America, racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. And I mean, he used to race prototypes in the past as well as the GT cars. And what I'm trying to work out is a real-time gap now from Ralph Bourne's Porsche back to Ryan, and therefore how many cars we might expect to be on the lead lap come the restart tomorrow at midday. And Ryan's just crossed the line now, having completed 145 laps, so
I think he's the first car off the lead lap.
Yes, yes.
He's definitely the first car off the lead lap.
Yes, I was just looking at the 1 minute and 45-second gap, but that's an interval actually to Stefan Tribodini rather than to Ralph Bourne.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
Ryan would dearly like it to be less than a lap time to Ralph Bourne, but sadly it's not at this stage. So I agree with you that we're looking at 4 cars on the lead lap for tomorrow's restart as things stand.
Tribodini, Johnny, is 48 seconds off the leader.
Yes,
at the moment on the lead lap. There are 4 cars on the lead lap. Ralph Bourne, our leader, he's completed 147 laps. Peter Gulings in the SRT, the number 21, he's second and on the lead lap. Miroslav Konopka in the RC Bratislava Lamborghini car 44, he's third and on the lead lap. And then it's the number 18, the Santalok Junior Team Audi of Stefan Tribodini. He is the final car on the lead lap. Then just down a lap is Ryan Dalziel in the Era Motorsport Ferrari car 81, 5th overall.
And from a Red Camel perspective, Rick Breukers in the 992 class is currently on lap 146, and their nearest rival in the 992 division is the Michelin Motorsport car, currently in the hands of Estonian racer Martin Rump, and Martin is on lap 145. So as things stand They're on different laps, but I think within touching distance, i.e. the 9:21 car is on the category or the class lead lap. I think he's close enough to Rick Breukers for that gap to come down overnight as well.
That's a race for position right there. That's the Herbert car, the Max Moritz car 269. Then the orange and blue car's the Proton car, Konstantin Dresler at the wheel of the 73. Now they are scrapping for 6th and 7th places overall. They're on 146 laps, so they're the cars that are behind the era Ferrari. And Dresler looking very racy indeed, about to challenge Max Moritz. They've had to step around a couple of back markers here, but it looks like Moritz is massively under threat. Now, flashing of the headlamps from Konstantin Dresler. Dresler's showing and serving notice of intention here. I'm coming through, and it's where he's going to come through. Battle of the Porsches here, Johnny. Great to watch.
And we've been treated to often an internecine battle between 2 Porsches, sometimes 3 and 4 Porsches, not only in the 992 class, but often in the GT3 division as well. So that's Proton Racing Porsche in the hands of Konstantin Dresler, a former champion, not in these types of cars, but in the ADAC VW Polo Cup in, I think, as far back as 2007, but was a dominant force in that. And Konstantin Dresler has then, as he got older, been exposed to far more powerful machinery and rear-wheel drive, and thoroughly enjoys his time now in with the Huber Proton gang. So Dresler pressurising Max Moritz into a potential mistake. Interesting decision from Ajit Redat Racing. Kobe de Bruyke will pit now for some evening fuel, as getting a very good run on the Porsche up ahead in 269. Max Moritz, right in behind him is Konstantin Dresler. They've just cleared a Porsche Cup car, and the Porsche GT3 machines are going to arrive into San Donato corner, door mirror to door mirror. Is that the move done around the outside line for Dresler then in the orange and blue car? It is. Gets that sealed and signed on the exit of turn 1 and into Luco and the right-hander of Poggio Secco. So a positional change for 7th position as Konstantin Dresler gains that spot. And again, there might be a little bit of driving within the current context here, as Max Moritz is a bit ragged on the exit of Borgo San Lorenzo corner, I notice. And then into Casanova, the downhill, awkward right-hand corner. Kobe de Bruyke, I get the feeling that this might only be a fuel stop, and then he won't even call with the team. He'll want to try and limit the damage, but they've obviously said it's worth getting fuel. Maybe they just desperately needed fuel.
Let's have a look at the tyre life on that one, Johnny. Let's just check that, because, all right, remember, the way the car finishes is the way the car starts tomorrow. So let me see if I can scan across.
38 laps.
38 laps. That tyre, they're going to change tyres right now.
Okay.
They can't go on much further.
So get the tyres changed, get some fuel in the car, and they have taken the approach to sort everything out prior to the restart. So dot the I's, cross the T's, get all the jobs lists clear, and then you can start with a blank sheet of paper on Sunday morning and have a package ready to fight with. That situation obviously could have been better had Ajit Kumar not had his 2 minor discretions, one on the exit of Arrabbiata and one as he was working his way through Bucine corner, and that was a spin to the, well, strictly speaking, the outside of the circuit, but the inside of the corner. And it meant that Ajit Kumar lost a lot of time as he had to restart the car, get it back onto the track, and that turned swiftly into an in-lap for the Indian Collywood film star. And at that point, he actually got out and I think handed over to Kobe de Bruyke, who's been at the wheel of that Mercedes ever since. Ralph Bone now on to lap 151. So he's just completed the round figure of 150 laps. We'll probably be able to do another 12 or so. And he's in a great position. Yes, he's going to be conceding over half a minute to the Haas RT crew with their Audi and to the ARC gang as well. Well, actually, more than that, to ARC Bratislava and Miroslav Konopka. The way things are going, ARC Bratislava will gain back a full minute on the race leader. Santilok Junior team in a good position as well, a further 10 seconds back. And Joe and I reckon that that is the last car currently on the lead lap, with Ryan DL having to make up a further 1 minute and 47 seconds to get anywhere close to being on the lead lap by the end of this. So unfortunately for Era Motorsport, that little target, a mini target at just before half distance, looks like it's going to be missed. But then again, it's still not the end of the world. Yes, we put a lot of value on trying to stay on the lead lap, but there's nothing to say you can't gain a lap back again tomorrow.
Well, as Stefan Trebedini has proved, they've worked hard, that team.
Yeah.
And been coming back, got onto the lead lap, and now he can start tomorrow's 6.5-hour race to the finish of this 12-hour race with a plan of, because he's going to be right there, he's going to be 3 cars away from the leading car of Herbert Motorsport.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter that he's, what is it now, he is 40 seconds behind the leader. That 40 seconds is going to become merely meters when we restart. So that is why the key to this to get to the finish of the first 5.5 hours is to stay on that lead lap. You can't really manufacture if you know you've got to cycle through your drivers to an extent, get rid of your AM drivers maybe, and then leave all of your pros to do the job tomorrow potentially, or you may have to cycle through more AM drivers. You may have had to deal with adversity. It's hard to judge and manipulate the situation to stay on the lead lap. All you've got to do is go out and focus on your race and see where you pop out at the end of things. And at the moment, only 4 cars on the lead lap going into tomorrow.
Really interesting in 992, because I fully expected Mulner Motorsport to just about match Red Camel Jordans.nl stride for stride. And to be honest, if anything, you might have favoured the Belgian squad to be in front of Red Camel Jordans instead. But I'm going to suggest there's actually now a lap between them, and a lap and a bit, I think, I reckon it is. Because Rick Breukers is due across the line at any moment. That'll take him to 150 laps completed, whereas Martin Rump's only done 148. So that is a lap and a bit between those top 2 in 992.
I am looking at the 3rd place 992 Cup car, the QMMF by HRT, Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi at the wheel of the car, 13th overall, but 3rd in the 992 class overall, but 1st in the 992 AM class. And that car is only, he's 2 laps off the leading 992 car, and I think there's a gap of a lap between that car and 2nd place car of Martin Rump.
Hang on a minute.
Oh,
hang on a minute. Amadeo Pampanini has had a moment. Was this a clash with the bright green Mercedes going into Scarparia corner? That was the MP Racing Mercedes. I think I'm pretty confident in saying
Thomas Gosner, yeah.
Thomas Gosner in car 58, and that has ditched the GTX race leader. But do you know what drew my attention to the potential for something to be happening out on track? Red Camel pitted. Red Camel Jordans.nl car came in for some last-minute fuel. Now, of course, whilst that car is in the fueling area, these smart pumps will switch to their code 60 mode and only give Red Camel 15% of their fuel allocation.
Which has possibly messed up their strategy going into the second part of this race, because that was a pit stop under green.
Initially
they were going to get a full tank of fuel to take into the restart and they've got 20 minutes of running, so they would have had well over an hour of running to start off tomorrow. It would have put them in a very strong position.
What I don't know is, did Rick Breukers pass the stranded Maserati, not the Lamborghini? I keep calling that Lamborghini. Apologies to Maserati's fans. That's virtually sacrilege. The Maserati had spun. Now, what I don't know is, did Rick see that stranded and kind of radio in and say, there's a chance we'll go code 60 here. What do you want me to do? And if you get in quickly, at least you get a short blast of green flag allocation. Because remember, you're getting full allocation until the code 60 kicks in. And then as the code 60 kicks in, the smart pump registers that and will allow you a further 15% of your allocation.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter what you've already put in. It's 15% from the point that we go code 60. So they've still got a little bit going in before that happened, I like to think. Although I'm obviously not standing in the fueling area to witness that. Era Motorsport got in, and they're pretty happy with the work that the 81 crew have just done. And everybody else that probably didn't pit in the earlier code 60 is saying, well, we've only got 20 minutes to go now. Might as well get set up as best as possible for tomorrow morning's restart, or tomorrow afternoon's restart. But there is the sorry state of the Maserati MC20 GT2 car, which is going to need a quick tow from our hard-working marshals. Depending on which post each of the marshals have been on this weekend, it's either been a very quiet weekend, or if you've been at Bucine Corner or maybe the run down into Savelli, there's been a fair bit more action, including for one of the brave marshals to retrieve that Cupra headlight, which had been sitting there for a little period of time. Not really causing a danger issue, but nevertheless has now been scooped up at an appropriate point. Huber Proton Competition decide to pit during this code 60 as well. So that Proton Competition Porsche being brought in by Konstantin Dresler, the number 73 car. Also into fuel is Ralph Bone now from the race lead. And maybe there was a feeling at Herbert to say, well, everybody else behind us has pitted. Hassar T came in, ARC Bratislava came in with the Lambo, Santilok Junior team with their Audi pitted. So probably the decision's been forced upon them to say, yeah, we might as well get in as well. We're not going to lose any time. And Ralph Bone, I was suggesting, was in fuel save mode anyway. I mean, was there a decision to be made to stay out if you could and actually get a lap on everybody else? Well, maybe the calculation was made that was never going to be possible anyway. So better to pump some fuel into it, even if it is only 15%. They're going to do tyres as well.
And possibly a driver change. I'm not sure if we saw that. And Ralph
Bone, what's the drive time for Ralph Bone?
I can't tell you at the moment.
Doesn't it? Yeah, because the car is in.
It gives you the pit stop time at the moment.
What I mean is that the column that would normally tell you that on the timing screen gets replaced by the pit stop time briefly.
53 minutes, 54 minutes.
Okay. So, and the fact that it's still counting up tells us that actually Ralph did stay in the car. I was just starting to think he's nowhere close to 2.5 hours.
No.
The other thing you've got to be wary of is, has he been in for close to 4 hours of this 6? But I'm not sure he's anywhere close to that. Although he has done a lot of driving today, Ralph Bone.
He has. He's been in the car. Every time I've looked, it seems like Ralph's been in the car.
Yeah.
He's done a cracking job as well. I mean, great strategy as ever from Herbert. They're just so stealth-like, aren't they? You're looking at them, they're down the order, and then all of a sudden, they're solidly in the lead. And you think, how did they get there? How many times have we said that, Johnny, over the last 10 years or so? Incredible the way that these guys go motor racing.
Ralph started earlier today with about an hour-long stint. He then did another hour and 10-minute stint, so that was 2 hours done. Rolf Eichen got on board and did a short one in and around the code 60. So he spent 20 minutes in the car for the first stint, and then an hour and 17 minutes, which was very impressive on that fuel load for the second stint. And since then, Ralph got back on board. So it is a total time of, I'm going to suggest, about 3 hours and 10 minutes. So 3 hours and 10 minutes, 15 more minutes to go now. They're going to be underneath the 3 hours and a half marker, which is fine, bearing in mind it's no more than 4 hours in any 6. Although, of course, we're not doing 6 hours today, we're only doing 5.5 hours. So they'll have to remember that into tomorrow as well. For the first half an hour, they'll probably want to keep Ralph as far away from the car as possible.
So we've gone green, Johnny, and less than 15 minutes remaining. So maybe after everyone has cycled through their pit stops under purple, we'll take a view on where they are in a lap or so when everybody's been past the pits under racing conditions. We'll take a check on that with 10 minutes remaining or so, but there's been no change of lead while everybody has been through the pits. Rolf Bond still leading from Herbert, SRT still in second, and it's the ARC Bratislava Lamborghini still there in that third spot. Red Camel still leading 992 considerably from Mullner Motorsport, and then in third place the QMMF by HRT. GTX is still being led by the Maserati, it being helped out of the gravel after being beached by the unceremoniously by the MP Racing Mercedes of Thomas Gosner. TCE now being led by the Seat Leon after the Ligier was delayed somewhat by that drive shaft failure. Drive shaft now being changed, and only 1 minute and 10 seconds is the gap between the two cars in TCE. So still all to play for, 3 minutes away from the 10-minute marker.
You mentioned in those sentences Red Camel, Jordans.nl still leading their class considerably. I would argue yes, but not as considerably as they were leading it. Remember that the gap between the top two in 992 was over a lap. It's not more than a lap anymore, and that is crucial for the overnight pause, because Mullner Motorsport, as long as they don't need to pit in the next 12.5 minutes, will have a huge gain now back to Red Camel, and that is not a scenario that would have happened had the code 60 not come out, I feel. I think Red Camel said we're okay to pit because we've got a lap and a half's advantage, and that's now gone, is my reading on the screen. They're both on the same lap, but actually Red Camel has just gone on to lap 153. Mullner Motorsport's on lap 152, but there's less than a lap between them now.
As Rolf Bon has just gone across the line, we've got the second plate SRT car just going through the Arabiatas. So that's a considerable lead that has been maintained by the Herbert car. We're on board with Rick Breukers now in the lead of the 992 class, where we are perceiving and waiting for clarification on just what that gap is to that second place Mullner Motorsport car in the 992 class.
Martin Rump's going to cross the line any moment now, I reckon, because he's not that far ahead of Rick Breukers. That was possibly him going through there. No, that was another Porsche Cup car. So Martin Rump, there he goes.
1 minute 46, Johnny.
And in fact, Red Camel are saying, well, we're going to lose all this time anyway. You might as well come in for a bit more fuel.
Yeah.
Because we've lost the lead. Well, we haven't lost the lead lap, but our nearest rival is now back on the lead lap. So the time's going to go. Let's use it.
And they're going to fill the tank.
Yes. Although, hang on a minute.
Oh, he's gone straight through.
Rick's just driven all the way through fueling.
Yes.
So what was the problem there? He's going to reach the team, and they're going to change tyres, but the car drove through fueling but didn't get fueling, as now there's a hairy moment for the 974 car, which is the QMMF by HRT car, and that's Abdullah Ali Al Khalifa, who was one of the qualifying drivers yesterday. He went into Q1, remember. It's all getting a bit fraught out there.
The Red Camel tyres have only done 13 laps. This is a one for Sarah down in pit lane to head along the Red Camel and see what indeed has brought Rick Breukers into that pit. He pitted under green, it went purple, they've fueled a little bit of fuel and then it went purple, so then they got 15% more. He's gone straight through fueling into the pit garage. As far as the timing screen's concerned, he's still at the pit garage. So is the 909, and now he's on the outlap. Right, so now he's on the outlap. Let's have a look at his tyre life, because those tyres were on 13 laps. And now he's got fresh tyres.
Yeah. But I think they wanted to fuel that car as well, and clearly put fresh tyres on it. And yeah, let's get to Sarah for what you know.
Head down in strategy, but he's quickly told me they were trying to follow the Mueller car. There was a bit of miscommunication on the radio, so they wasn't meant to go in for fuel. At least that's what I've been told. And then they've just had new tyres put on the car.
Okay, so they weren't going to toy with losing the lead of the race by getting fuel. the mistake has come in a bit of miscommunication or maybe a misheard message where Rick drove through the fueling area, but there was never a decision to actually put fuel in the car. They just wanted to put new tyres on it for tomorrow.
Sarah, I need you to sweet talk Mr. Truswell into telling you how much fuel they've got in that car. They're going to start tomorrow 6.5 hours with a set of tyres that's had 9 minutes of running on it. So they're new. That's a new set of tyres. That's a strong. Well, I don't know if he's got. He's not going to tell you. If he's got any sense, he's not going to tell you. But we'll see. He's all susceptible to a female intervention. So she might use her womanly wiles on Truswell. He's very weak in that respect. Yes, certainly not. He did that. Is that
completely full? Is the word that's come from one of the brokers.
Yes, well, we're going to see.
Completely full.
To be honest, it's a strong way of starting tomorrow. We've got a new leader because Ralph Bon has brought the Herbert car in, and that's invariably, Johnny, to start tomorrow's 6.5-hour sequence with a full tank of fuel and a fresh set of tyres, and we'll go an hour and 10 potentially, an hour and 15 maybe. I don't know how much fuel was in the Herbert car before they've now topped up and absolutely brimmed it. But that's left Haas RT, Chris de Donker and everybody at Haas RT, Sandrine Haas as well, heard me saying to Stefan Tribadini, "You're my favourite to take this race win." And she went, "What?" And I went, "But you're my dark horse."
Ah, okay.
It's my dark horses leading into the intervention.
It's not a bad shout.
Because of the two drivers, that is.
Yes, yes. Well, the Gulinks family have driven brilliantly well to this point. They've not been the fastest drivers out there, but you don't need to be the fastest drivers because they're keeping it simple by only having two. And that is certainly doable because of the large break between the end of today's portion and the start of tomorrow. And it's not, unlike the old days, it's not a particularly long second day. It's still 6.5 hours, but when you compare to the years where we used to have 9 hours of racing on day two, which is very tricky to do when you've only got two drivers in the car, 6.5 hours is slightly more manageable, slightly more doable, approachable as well. And when you go into it with a psychological kind of mindset of like, right, we've got 6.5 hours, we're going to more or less share it equally, it does rather simplify matters. So there's a lot to be said for the smaller driver combination. Miroslav Konopka in his Lamborghini is on the lead lap. Ralph Bone is on the lead lap. I'm wondering whether any other cars have actually benefited from this as well. Let's just count them through. So Ralph Bone on an outlap crosses the line now. He's 1 minute and 15 seconds back from Peter Gulinks in this car, the Haas RT Audi. Stefan Tribodini is on the lead lap. And now the question, it remains whether the Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport car can be within a lap time of the race leader. Yes.
Yes, it is.
And the Ferrari now for Era Motorsport, being driven by Ryan Dalziel, is just about on the lead lap. So that's 6 and counting. Max Moritz, I think he's too far back.
The Ferrari, Johnny, is only 1 minute and 14 behind the leader.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, 1 minute and 14 behind the Lamborghini.
But is on the lead lap. The Ferrari's on the lead lap, though, because it's 1 minute and 40 back from Peter Gulinks, and a lap time is 1 minute and 48. So we have now 6 cars on the lead lap, which is a massive improvement from the 4 that we had prior to Ralph Bone's antics. But actually, Herbert Motorsport have done the competition a favour. You know, from a neutral perspective, we want as many cars on the lead lap as possible when we restart tomorrow at midday. And it's looking like it might be 6 now.
Yeah, I think so, Johnny. I think we've got the Ferrari within 1 minute and 40 seconds. I'm going to keep my eyes peeled on this timing screen.
Well, we've still got enough time on the clock to actually count them through at the end of this lap. because by the end of this lap, that won't be the final lap today. That'll be the penultimate lap, I reckon, for Peter Gulick's and family and those associated with Haas RT.
So ARC Bratislava is 28 seconds behind the leading Haas RT. 1 minute and 15 seconds behind the leader is the Herbert Motorsport Porsche. Next car in line is the Sonderlock Audi, Stefan Tribadini, waiting for him to cross the line. 1 minute and 28 seconds is the gap to the leader. He's on the lead lap. Vasily Vladikin for Continental Racing, their Audi R8 about to come through. 1 minute 37.1, 1 minute 37.7. Right on the tail of the Continental Audi is the Era Motorsport Ferrari. Have we got the other Herbert car on the lead lap as well?
No, that is too far back.
Yeah, that's too far.
But in that little snapshot, when they'd all completed 158 laps, there were 6 cars in a long line. Ryan Diel, he's probably going to get ahead of Vasily Vladikin as well for 5th place in the Ferrari before the flag falls tonight. So, well, if your interest wasn't already peaked for Sunday's portion of the Mugello 12 Hours, I hope it is now, with 6 cars well and truly in contention. And like I say, we're not for the Ralph Bone pit stops, effectively dropping the race leader, the then race leader, back to 3rd, then we wouldn't have had this fantastic scenario. Vipanica Racing Mercedes side by side with a similarly liveried Mercedes from MP Racing. Now Vasily Vladikin is off the road, I think, having just been overtaken by Ryan Diel in the Era Motorsport Ferrari. So Vladikin in his number 69 Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport Audi will have very dusty tyres. And, well, where is the Haas RT Audi in relation to this? It's probably only about 10 seconds behind. I think that Audi's still on the lead lap, though, car number 69. It's going to be a little closer now that he's been through the gravel at Arrabbiata out, or Arrabbiata 2. There's the Mullner Motorsport 992 Cup car with Martin Rump doing the driving. And there are now, in 2 seconds' time, 2 minutes to go. So where's the race leader? Due across the line at any moment now.
Yeah, about 10 seconds away from crossing the line, John. He's just coming out the final turn now, I think. And he will cross the line any second now, completing 160 laps. This will be, I think, the final lap of this race with 1 minute and 40 on the clock. He's going to come round and see the checkered, or not the checkered flag, we're going to end it with the intervention flag, aren't we?
Well, in previous years, we have had a checkered flag. It's just not the end of the race.
Right, okay.
Yeah. And I think it's even scored with timing as if it's a checkered flag. But of course, it's not a checkered flag which will tell us the result of this year's race, merely a way of pausing proceedings. And what you want is for everyone to continue racing so that the gaps aren't affected in any way, and the numbers of laps between cars are not affected in any way as well. Obviously, the issue for the Maserati has rather spiced up matters within GTX as well, although I think there's still a number of laps between our 2 GTX runners. Yeah, it's more than 10 laps. It's about 15 laps.
154 laps completed for the Maserati, 137 laps for the recovering Vortex. So there's still a considerable gap there. You're going to need a pretty huge problem for the Maserati to lose that kind of gap in GTX. 7.6 seconds is the gap in TCX and TCE. That's the Legion now back in the lead of TCE, and they've pulled 7.6 seconds on the Seat Leon TCR car of Asbest.
Well, that's incredible, isn't it, considering all that was happening with the Ligier when they were trying to fix that linkage problem, the CV joint potentially. So with the time now up, Haas RT will come out of Bucine corner, and we'll find out precisely which flag is going to be shown. It is the checkered flag. That's not the end of the race. That's the end of today's portion of it. 5 hours and 30 minutes completed then, and job number 1 done for Haas RT of Antigua and Barbuda, the small Caribbean country, for the flag that then sits on the top of that car. And those associated with the crew will be very, very happy with their day, considering they didn't necessarily have the quickest car outright. They certainly haven't got the quickest drivers, but it's not about being quick in just a single stint. You have to knit it all together, and Haas have done that perfectly. And now we'll get confirmation that will it be 6 cars on the lead lap? ARC Bratislava complete their race 40 seconds back, but there will be no 40-second gap when we restart tomorrow at midday. That will be your first and your second place cars on the front row, as I read it. And considering that that will be the best placed of the AM cars, he says, now trying to work out precisely which subdivision Haas RT are in.
No, they're in AM.
Are they AM as well?
Yeah,
right.
two AM cars leading.
GT3 AM, first and second overall. Here comes the Herbert Motorsport car of Ralph Bone, and Ralph running it right pretty close to the number of hours you're able to complete in this section of the race. He's done well over 3 of the 5.5 today, and Herbert Motorsport will complete today's podium. Not that you get any points for that, and there's certainly no champagne handed out until tomorrow. And then a stream of cars across the line. Ryan Dalziel's going to end the day in 4th, when about a couple of laps ago he was 6th. Vasily Vladikin he was able to catch. I hadn't realised that Stefan Tribordini was within touching distance in the Santilok Junior Team Audi. So Ferrari and ERA Motorsport will finish in 4th position ahead of 2 more Audi R8s that are also on the lead lap. What a fight that is to the finish. Let's get down to Sarah then. Day 1 is completed and we need some reaction.
Well, you had I guess, a bumpy sort of race today, but managed to get yourself back into class first place so far going into tomorrow. Talk us through the day for you.
It was going not well in the beginning, but we managed to do a good strategy, and we keep pushing, and this is what you gain after you keep pushing and working hard.
Well, that's the important part in a split 12-hour race. 6.5 hours to go tomorrow. What are you going to do to rest, recover overnight? I guess it's pretty cold, very different temperature here compared to Qatar.
Yes, it is cold, and tomorrow we'll keep pushing. We'll do the same style, and yeah, I hope we finish tomorrow with the same position.
Well, good fighting team today. Thank you so much.
Yeah, QMMF Racing with limited experience here. In fact, most of their drivers have not been to the sweeps and climbs of the Mugello circuit, thoroughly enjoying their time here in slightly chillier conditions than they are used to. Well, I'm not sure how many of you necessarily had the order down as this at the end of part 1 of the Mugello 12 Hours for 2026. 2 GT3 AM teams at the top of the pile. 21, the Haas RT Audi for Peter and Nico Gulinks, ahead of the 44 ARC Bratislava Lamborghini for Miroslav and Adam Konopka. Amongst others, we got Zdeno Mikulascu and Gerhard Tverasa rounding out their excellent driver lineup. In isolation, they are some quickish drivers, but it's about how they, as I said, about the 21 crew, how they all knit together and firm things together. The 91 crew in 3rd position, then that is Herbert Motorsport ahead of 81 and ERA Motorsport. Ryan Dalziel made 2 places on the closing lap. He ahead of Santilok Junior Team and Continental Racing by Simpson Motorsport. Herbert Motorsport's 269 Porsche come next ahead of 3 more Porsches from Proton, and then the 2 leaders in the 992 division. Remember, they're on the lead lap as well for tomorrow's restart. Hoffa Racing in car number 11, 11th, ahead of the QMF guys who we've just heard from. Agit Red Ant Racing, that car's been in strife on a couple of occasions, but end the day in 13th, ahead of the Get Speed Mercedes number 28. HRT Performance 928 is a Porsche Cup car. 65 Viper Nizza Racing's Dominic Ang finishing the day in 16th, ahead of the Driving Experiences Chazelle Technology and Dynamic Motorsport. And Dynamic Motorsport worthy of note because they're the GTX class leaders overnight, ahead of the second Get Speed Mercedes, the E2P Racing Aston Martin, which unfortunately has had a lot of bad luck today. 22nd is the Treble 8 Seb Lejou, Anthony Vince was in the car in the closing stages there, ahead of MP Racing and Thomas Gosner. Then Seb Lajou Racing and RPM Racing for Yannick Mettler and Tracy Crone. The second place car in GTX will be the Vortex, 26th place for the Vortex 2.0, and the two TCE entries for Not Only Motorsport and Asbest Racing finish in 27th and 28th, but they're both, amazingly, on the same lap for the overnight intervention. And it's been quite a day here at the Mugello 12 Hours as the sun sets spectacularly in the Tuscan sky. And at 10 past 12 this afternoon, we got underway then with a rapid start and a terrific fight between Mauro Engel in his Mercedes and the Audi of Pierre Caffer. Plenty of dust being kicked up in the opening laps as those that started obviously on cold tyres with coolish brakes just managed to get the cars into the sufficient operating window. We've had a lot of side-by-side action. That is the beauty of cars in different categories, using their driver combinations in different orders as well, and the exciting prospect, of course, of cars needing then to buy back laps again that they had lost in the early stages. A sorry sight to see the Vortex needing to be lifted away from its crash earlier, but at least it is still running tonight, and they'll be looking forward to over half the race that still needs to be completed. This was the first Ajit Red Hat Racing incident. That was the second one for the Indian driver as well. And I know he was kicking himself, particularly after the second incident, which was a relatively slow speed spin, but he will be grateful that the Mercedes is still in the fight. Some very second-hand cars in places, showing the scars and the markings of intense action for this afternoon here at Mugello. And that was an awkward moment between the MP Racing Mercedes, which pitched the Maserati of the GT2 category into the gravel at Pelagio corner. But day one is all about Haas RT. They are winners. Can we call it winners? At the halfway point, they will start from pole position tomorrow morning. We will be restarting the race itself at midday, but we're on air half an hour before that for all of the build-up. Join us then. From Sarah Esser, from Joe Bradley, from Johnny Palmer, have a good night. We'll see you tomorrow.